Chapter 701. After all, for Mansar, a plan for transcendence must not be allowed to be disrupted by others. For Milton Cheney, Mansar was a variable, and it goes without saying that for Mansar, Milton Cheney was also a variable. Wanting to become a transcendent before Mansar was inevitably an influencing factor that could not be avoided. As for secretly achieving transcendence without Mansar's knowledge, that was almost impossible. After all, the wizard realm was only so large, and Milton Cheney's method of transcendence was still to transform the wizard realm into his witch immortal divine land. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Mansar not to find out. Of course, even if Mansar discovered Milton Cheney's intentions and intervened to stop him, preventing Milton Cheney from becoming a level 7 wizard immortal would definitely not be easy. What's more, Milton Cheney had a backup plan. At the very least, his life would not be threatened, even under the circumstances of Mansar's intervention. After all, the Milton Cheney of now was no longer the Milton Cheney of the past. The current him, the distance to Mansar, was no longer as far as it once was. Mansar had spent who knows how many years, while Milton Cheney had spent only a few hundred years in reality. However, although Mansar's influence on Milton Cheney breaking through to the level 7 wizard immortal realm was significant, it was not the most significant. There were two variables, and Mansar was just one of them. The second variable was the wizard realm itself. As a living planet world, the wizard realm possesses an independent world consciousness, just without the capability for thought. After all, world consciousness is akin to a protection mechanism for the wizard realm rather than an independent thinking human. But that does not mean that when Milton Cheney chooses to transform the wizard realm into his witch immortal divine land, the wizard realm would not resist. At the moment, the world consciousness of the wizard realm is dormant, but once the world faces a major change, the world consciousness will awaken from its slumber. Then it will instinctively start operating. One person dealing with an entire world, even reversing the basic operational rules of that world, is extremely difficult. Even though Milton Cheney had already paved this path, walking it tirelessly to completion was not an easy task. Nevertheless, no matter how difficult, Milton Cheney would not change his mind. Everything was ready now, and to give up at this point would mean that all his previous planning was meaningless. For Milton Cheney, that was unacceptable. So no matter how many variables there were, no matter the obstacles, Milton Cheney would still choose to take the final step in reality. The next moment, Milton Cheney no longer hesitated. With a thought, he directly initiated the final deduction of the wizard immortal cultivation path. Time slowly passed. The wizard realm remained calm, but no one knew if this would be the calm before the storm. After all, whether Milton Cheney succeeded or not, his breakthrough would have a huge impact on the wizard realm. At this moment, Milton Cheney's spiritual sea seemed to explode. In a trance, he saw a star river shining with brilliant starlight. Upon this star river, the tiny points of light were like those in the reincarnation space, representing different worlds. The star river formed a long road, and on this road, countless human figures were seen. These figures had no faces, as if they were surreal phantoms silently walking upon this star river road. The Transcendence Path. In reality, a light shone in Milton Cheney's eyes, and his heart trembled. The Star River Road now reflected in his spiritual sea, clearly visible to his consciousness, was the so-called Transcendence Path. Only by truly stepping onto this Transcendence Path could one be considered a true transcendent. Seeing the path is the only way to walk the path. It can be said that at this moment, Milton Cheney had completed the first step in becoming a transcendent. This also meant that his deductions were utterly error-free. The wizard immortal cultivation path truly could push him to the realm of transcendent in one fell swoop. The next moment, his vision changed again. The projection of the transcendence path disappeared from his sight, and tranquility gradually returned to his spiritual sea. The reconstruction of the spiritual sea had already begun. But this was not something that could be completed in a moment. Although it didn't require hundreds of years of waiting, it would still take several decades to complete this step. After this step was completed, the true moment for Milton Cheney to break through from being a level 6 wizard immortal to a level 7 wizard immortal arrived. Time was not something Milton lacked. In reality, he had only lived a small fraction of his long life so far. Milton was patient, even if it took him 2 or 3 more decades. The simulator had been temporarily put out of Milton's mind, as he had already accumulated simulation counts that he had not used. He had already saved up more than 70 instances of text simulation. The count for reincarnation simulation was even enough to allow him to retain his realm and undertake 3 rounds of reincarnation simulation. As for true body simulation, he had accumulated 6 chances already. It was predictable that by the time he truly broke through to the level 7 wizard immortal realm, he would have amassed even more instances of text simulation, reincarnation simulation, and even true body simulation. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 26 years went by. Within the rules space, Milton, who sat cross-legged on the square steel, was immersing his consciousness in the spiritual sea. His spiritual sea had been completely remade by that point. Now, both the strength of his spiritual sea and his consciousness were on par with those of a level 7 wizard. This was the prerequisite for his breakthrough into the level 7 wizard immortal realm. Inside the spiritual sea, Milton's consciousness stirred. In the real world, his body began its transformation. The transformation of the spiritual sea and consciousness was the first step, while the transformation of the body signified Milton's true commencement of the breakthrough from the level 6 wizard immortal realm to the level 7 wizard immortal realm. The transformation of his body was completed almost instantaneously. This step did not consume much of Milton's time. After all, for a wizard immortal, advancement in realm is mostly reflected on the level of consciousness, rather than the physical body. Of course, this did not mean Milton's physical body wasn't strong. It depended on who he was being compared to. If compared to an ordinary wizard, Milton's physical strength would naturally be extremely high, but if compared to those who cultivated their physical bodies on the path of cultivation, then perhaps Milton would be lacking. In the vast world, there are far too many paths of cultivation. Many paths of cultivation focus on the spiritual and consciousness aspects, but there are also numerous that focus on the physical body. The wizard immortal cultivation path that Milton deduced is one that emphasizes the spiritual and consciousness aspects. After the physical transformation was completed, every step that followed becomes crucial. Inside the rules space, Milton's profound gaze seemed to penetrate through the rules space and see into the wizard realm. The next moment, his figure moved and left the rules space. When he appeared again, he was already in the wizard realm. To break through to the level 7 wizard immortal realm using the wizard immortal cultivation path he had deduced, naturally, he couldn't complete this final step within the rules space. The wizard realm was key to his breakthrough. This last step had to be completed within the wizard realm itself. Whether he could succeed or not, Milton was not 100% sure at this moment, but he no longer had the luxury of choice. It wasn't that he couldn't choose another method, he had already made his decision. "Let's begin," he said to himself inwardly. His expression was calm, his demeanor indifferent. It seemed as if nothing that was about to happen could cause the slightest ripple in his emotions. Though his expression didn't change, his heart was not as still. After all, this breakthrough was exceedingly important to him, it was impossible for him not to feel any emotions about it. Nevertheless, he could maintain a placid expression even as his heart might hold a storm. This resilience was forged through numerous simulations and the steadfastness of his path. Chapter 702. Within the Wizard Realm. Milton Cheney's thoughts moved, and at this moment, his consciousness began to connect with the Wizard Realm. Transforming the Wizard Realm into his witch immortal divine land was the final step for Milton Cheney to break through from the 6th stage Wizard Immortal Realm to the 7th stage Wizard Immortal Realm. The prerequisite for transcendence was the very moment he truly advanced to a 7th stage Wizard Immortal. Outside the Wizard Realm, within the interlayer of worlds. Within a space that lay between reality and illusion, the silhouette of a person sitting cross-legged on the ground suddenly opened their eyes. A deep red airflow swirled around him. At this moment, the airflow around him exploded. A look of astonishment flashed across his calm face, as if he had perceived something beyond his expectations. The world consciousness of the Wizard Realm has begun to awaken, how is this possible? A thought emerged in Mansour's mind. The next moment, his figure disappeared within this space, and when he reappeared, he was already within the void outside the Wizard Realm. Mansour, suspended in the void, moved his spiritual power, and a transparent white light screen floated in front of him. On the light screen, a blazing white light cluster was expanding at an extremely fast rate. The space around the light cluster seemed to be twisted. How could this be happening so much earlier? Mansour was somewhat puzzled in his mind. At this moment, Mansour thought that the Tide Realm had already come. After all, aside from this scenario, under normal circumstances, the world consciousness of the Wizard Realm should not awaken. Although he was a level 8 wizard, surpassing the Wizard Realm's limitations. His realm had not affected the operation of the Wizard Realm, and even his schemes were beneficial for the wizard realm, so the awakening of the world consciousness of the wizard realm could absolutely not have been caused by him. Time slowly passed, and after a moment, Mansair furrowed his brows. He had not sensed the presence of the Tide Realm Master. If it had been the Tide Realm Master who had come, then it would have been impossible for him not to sense it. Could there be some variable within the wizard realm? Mansair mused to himself. The next moment, he directly summoned the River of Fate of the wizard realm. After sensing it with closed eyes for a short while, Mansor's face completely darkened. Nothing. The River of Fate of the wizard realm was operating normally, and all the wizards within it were under his surveillance without any issue. So, why was this happening? Mansor's frown deepened. Transcendence had been Mansor's goal for countless years. Therefore, he would absolutely not allow any accident to occur during this period, especially not one at the climactic moment of the final step. The awakening of the world consciousness of the wizard realm was of great significance to him. Because, as the strongest wizard within the wizard realm, his destiny was deeply entangled with that of the wizard realm unless he could become a transcendent in one fell swoop, otherwise the awakening of the world consciousness would definitely target him after its awakening. Even if the world consciousness still operated on the world's innate instincts without an independent consciousness after awakening, this was enough to affect him. It could even impact his plans for transcendence 1,000 years later. No, that's not right, my destiny is becoming less entangled with the wizard's realm. The world is beginning to reject me, or rather, not rejection, is the wizard realm heading towards destruction. Mansor's expression grew increasingly grave. As the sole level 8 wizard of the wizard realm, he could sense the changes in the wizard realm very clearly. At this moment, he actually sensed that the entanglement of the wizard realm's destiny with his own was continually diminishing. This was almost an impossible situation. There were only two possible explanations for such a scenario: 1, he was about to die, or 2, the world was heading toward destruction. Mansair was clear about his current state. It was impossible for him to suddenly die, which only left the latter possibility. Keep in mind that the 9th universe is the primal layer of the Sea of Destiny, where every world within the 9th universe has its own river of fate. Whether it's a world with living planets or one with lifeless planets, it is so. This also implies that all people within the world cannot escape becoming entangled with the world's destiny, and even ordinary people cannot avoid it. It's merely a matter of whether the entanglement between an individual and the world's destiny is deep or shallow. As the strongest in the wizard realm, Mansor's entanglement with the river of fate of the wizard realm is the deepest among all the people within it. Of course, this does not mean he is completely bound with the wizard realm. If the river of fate of the wizard realm is likened to an ordinary river, then all the people of the wizard realm are swimming in this river. And Mansair is the one swimming at the forefront. But at this very moment, Mansair suddenly felt as if he was not advancing but retreating. It was as if a wave had risen in the river of fate and pushed him back. However, the river of fate is no ordinary river, it cannot produce waves, meaning it should be impossible for such a situation of not advancing but retreating to occur. Yet this situation was indeed happening right now. One could imagine just how great the emotional upheaval in Mansor's heart was at this moment. Even he was somewhat stunned. If this had happened when he had just reincarnated from the demon realm into the wizard realm, he might not have experienced such a strong emotional reaction. But now, it was the most crucial moment. Any accident could prevent him from taking the final step toward transcendence. Chapter 703. He had been scheming for countless years, yet a change had arisen in this final millennium, hence, the emotions of Mansair could not settle for a long time. What exactly has happened in the wizard realm? Countless thoughts proliferated in Mansor's mind as he meticulously pondered which step might have gone awry. Though thoughts entangled within him, none provided a useful conclusion. In his perception, the wizard realm appeared free of any issues, but the world consciousness of the wizard realm wouldn't awaken without reason. Thus, something must have happened in the wizard realm, only it was still unknown at this time. But how could this be possible? Though not entirely within his control, every wizard in the wizard realm was certainly under his surveillance. At this very moment, there had been no issues with any wizards in the wizard realm. Be they level 7 wizards, level 6 wizards, or level 5 wizards, all were the same as before. As time slowly passed, Mansair decided not to linger within the void any longer, choosing to enter the wizard realm in person for a thorough inspection. The next moment, his figure stirred and vanished within the void. When he reappeared, he was already inside the wizard realm. Within the wizard realm, in the two-realm sea region, atop an unnamed small island, Milton Cheney sat cross-legged inside the island. The two-realm sea region was the largest sea region in the wizard realm and a true no-man's land. For within the entire two-realm sea region, there were no continents. Neither subcontinents nor the wizard continent were present. Although there were many small islands, none were home to human life. This was the location Milton Cheney had chosen for his breakthrough. Currently, Milton Cheney's eyes were closely shut, with spiritual power overflowing from within his spiritual sea enveloping him. At this moment, Milton Cheney could clearly perceive his connection with the wizard realm growing ever deeper. He felt as though he were watching a surging river of fate while himself standing above it. With the passage of time, this river was gradually collapsing. The wizard realm seemed to start changing. Suddenly, Milton Cheney's eyes snapped open. Is this the awakening of the world consciousness of the wizard realm? Milton Cheney murmured to himself. At this moment, he was forced to interrupt his breakthrough, for just in that instant, he had sensed an intense feeling of crisis. It was as if the world had come alive, opening its eyes to fixate upon him. Despite never having experienced this before, Milton Cheney immediately deduced that it must be the presence of world consciousness. Above his head, it seemed as if a sharp sword hung suspended in that moment. And Milton Cheney's breakthrough had already begun, although he was forced to pause it now. It was only a temporary measure. To fully interrupt the breakthrough would mean the failure of his attempt. That was something Milton Cheney absolutely could not accept. He was already at the final step, and failure meant all his prior planning would have been for naught, not just years wasted, but far more than that. Yet, although it was a critical moment, Milton Cheney was not in a hurry. His expression remained calm, his demeanor indifferent. After all, the awakening of the world consciousness due to his breakthrough had been within his considerations all along. Before Milton Cheney initiated this breakthrough, he had anticipated that the world consciousness might awaken because of it. After all, if Milton Cheney were successful, then the wizard realm would become his witch immortal divine land, and at that time, the world consciousness of the wizard realm would either vanish or become his puppet. Under such circumstances, it would be abnormal for the world consciousness of the wizard realm not to awaken. The awakening of the world consciousness signified that the path he walked was not mistaken. It meant that his breakthrough did indeed pose a threat to the world consciousness of the wizard realm. Otherwise, the world consciousness of the wizard realm would not have awakened for no apparent reason. The awakening of a life-bearing world's world consciousness generally occurs under two circumstances. One is when the world is newly born, the other is when the world faces a potential threat of annihilation that the world consciousness detects. What the wizard realm was facing now was the latter. As a life-bearing world, if it were transformed into a witch immortal divine land by Milton Cheney, it would equate to the world being annihilated. Milton Cheney had never thought the breakthrough could be concealed from the world consciousness of the wizard realm. To not be discovered by the world consciousness of the wizard realm was impossible. After all, his body was born in the wizard realm. Therefore, Milton Cheney had long been prepared. However, what puzzled and surprised Milton Cheney was that even though the world consciousness of the wizard realm had awakened, Mansayer had not taken any action. According to Milton's prediction, Mansayer should have been the first to discover him. Why has Mansayer not appeared? Could it be that Mansayer is not currently in the wizard realm? Sitting cross-legged on the solitary island, Milton Cheney muttered to himself. Thinking of this, Milton Cheney's mind wandered to the life planet world not far from the wizard realm, one whose landscape bore a remarkable resemblance to that of the demon world. He was beginning to suspect that Mansayer was not cultivating in the wizard realm, but in another world. If that was the case, it would undoubtedly be a great advantage for him. After all, the pressure Mansayer exerted on him was substantial. However, what Milton Cheney didn't know was that since he had switched to the wizard immortal cultivation path, Mansayer was no longer able to sense any anomalies in him through the river of fate. At this moment, to Mansayer, he was an unpredictable variable. As time passed, Milton Cheney stopped overthinking it. Whether Mansayer would appear did not matter much to him. After all, by this time he had already taken his precautions. Moments later, once the scrutiny of the world consciousness was no longer fixated on Milton Cheney, he began the breakthrough from the 6th stage of the wizard immortal realm toward the 7th stage. A realm breakthrough was not achieved overnight. Completing a breakthrough in just 1 or 2 days, even if it's the last step, was impossible. In his calculations, to completely transform the wizard realm into his witch immortal divine land would require at least 3 years in reality. Luckily, Milton Cheney had long since been prepared. Having sensed the awakening of the world consciousness of the wizard realm, Milton Cheney already knew the probability of his success. Time slowly drifted on. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. 3 years flashed by in the blink of an eye. The world consciousness was still partly awake and had not fully awakened. But it was already too late. Almost instantly afterward, the world consciousness fell back into a slumber. This time, it might well be the wizard realm's world consciousness's eternal rest, because Milton Cheney had now completely replaced it. It actually went so smoothly. Milton Cheney was somewhat astonished. He was genuinely surprised because he had found that, during those 3 years, the world consciousness of the wizard realm had remained in a state of awakening without fully awakening. So even if the world consciousness had discovered his anomaly when it first awakened, it could do nothing to him. After all, the turning of the world could not influence Milton Cheney unless the world consciousness could take direct action against him. But that would require the world consciousness to fully awaken. This also meant that Milton Cheney had exploited the time difference to complete this final step. Indeed, the wizard realm had now been transformed into Milton Cheney's witch immortal divine land. He might not be a transcendent yet, but he was now a genuine 7th stage wizard immortal. Of course, at this point, for Milton Cheney to step on the transcendence path had become much less difficult, even trivial. As long as he could fully blend the wizard realm into his body, turning it into his inner world, he would be able to use this to push open the door to transcendence. But Milton Cheney was not in a hurry. He first closed his eyes and sensed. Indeed, within his witch immortal divine land, there was a strong presence darting about like a dazzling sun. Such a powerful aura, Mansire really is within the true wizard realm. Then why has Mansire not come to find me directly? Chapter 704. The next moment, Milton Cheney's thoughts stirred, and his body disappeared from its original spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Mansire. Breaking through to the wizard immortal realm at the 7th stage meant that the wizard realm had been completely transformed into his witch immortal divine land. It could be said that within the wizard realm, he was akin to the awakened world consciousness. Nothing that happened within the wizard realm could escape his perception. All the people within the wizard realm, including Mansire, were under his control. Even though Mansour's level was still higher than his at this moment, other people's levels meant nothing to Milton Cheney within the wizard realm. After all, he now controlled the power of an entire world. Milton Cheney did not conceal his presence, so Mansire sensed his arrival the instant he appeared. "Is it you?" The moment Mansire saw Milton Cheney, his expression became fixed. He recognized Milton Cheney, since one of the realm-level wizards organizations he had established, the Guardian Sea, counted Milton Cheney among its members. Previously, he had not sensed Milton Cheney's presence in the River of Fate and had thought that Milton had fallen long ago. After all, a level 5 wizard was not worth his attention. While there weren't many level 5 wizards in the wizard realm, there were not a few either. But now, the person he assumed to be a level 5 wizard had become that variable. In an instant, numerous thoughts flashed through Mansour's mind, all of which he temporarily suppressed. At this moment, Mansire could clearly sense that his entanglement with the fate of the wizard realm had completely disappeared, yet his own destiny had not been utterly stripped away. Rather than his fate with the wizard realm disappearing, it might be more appropriate to say it had been transferred, and the target of that transfer was none other than Milton Cheney, who had suddenly appeared before him. Indeed, now that the wizard realm had become Milton Cheney's witch immortal divine land, in a certain sense, the wizard realm no longer existed within the world sea, or it might as well be said that it no longer existed within the 9th universe. Hence, the river of fate of the wizard realm had dissipated. Yet it had not vanished entirely but was reborn in another form within the witch immortal divine land. Milton Cheney was the master of the witch immortal divine land and the endpoint of its destiny. At this moment, the fate of everyone within the wizard realm was, in fact, entwined with Milton Cheney. "It's me." Milton Cheney looked at Mansour's solemn face and felt a touch of emotion. Once upon a time, he was far from this strongest being of the wizard realm, but now the fate of this ultimate wizard was under his control. Milton knew exactly what Mansire was thinking at this moment. Because within the wizard realm, Milton was like an all-knowing, omnipotent divine spirit, no thoughts in Mansour's heart could be hidden from him. But this mattered little to Milton now. Even if Mansire still had tricks up his sleeve, they were futile at this point. Especially since, in a certain sense, the wizard realm could no longer be considered a living planetary world, meaning Mansire could no longer use the wizard realm as a stepping stone to transcendence. The very foundation of being a transcendent is to transcend within a world. And the world serves as the foundation. With the wizard realm transformed into Milton Cheney's witch immortal divine land, Mansour's foundation was gone. The current Mansire, although still himself, was no longer the same. He wasn't overtly controlled by Milton, but he was incapable of doing anything that would harm Milton's interests. You've replaced the world consciousness of the wizard realm. How did you do it? You've refined the wizard realm into your realm. It seems your path of cultivation isn't that of a wizard's. Are you a reincarnation as well? No, that's not possible. You couldn't be a reincarnated person, otherwise, I would have been able to sense it. Are you a fallen one? Do you come from the first universe, or the second universe? A moment later, Mansayar seemed to have fully accepted his current predicament, regaining his usual composure before speaking again. Upon hearing these words, Milton's mind stirred, and he instantly understood. Mansayar had misunderstood. But Milton had no intention of correcting this misunderstanding. After all, Mansayar was not just any ordinary level 8 wizard of the wizard realm. Milton knew Mansor's true identity, a high-ranked demon from the abyssal domain. Milton didn't know exactly how high Mansor's level was within the abyssal domain. But at the very least, he assumed it to be an 8th stage demon. An 8th stage demon from the abyssal domain could not be compared to a level 8 wizard from the wizard realm. After all, the path of wizardry in the wizard realm was forged by Mansayar himself. Being at least an 8th stage demon, he was equivalent to a mid-ranking true god within the spiritual divine realm. At Mansor's level, he likely had a certain understanding of the universe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suspected Milton came from the first or second universe. For Milton, Mansayar was like a true treasure trove. Sometimes, information can be more important than power. If Milton wanted to uncover the deeper secrets of the universe on his own, it might only take one successful reincarnation simulation, but if he were unlucky, it could be very difficult to grasp those secrets. Therefore, the information Mansayar held was very important to Milton. Chapter 705. What are the fallen? Milton Cheney asked in an indifferent tone. By now, he no longer needed to beat around the bush, he was not afraid of Mansayar catching on to anything. After all, Mansor's life was already under his control, what need was there for pretense? Hearing that Milton Cheney did not directly answer his question, Mansayar wasn't surprised. Although he hadn't completely given up hope at this moment, he was very aware of his situation. Transcendence was probably unlikely. To say that there was no hatred in Mansor's heart would be impossible. He was nearly driven mad, but what was the point? No matter how much he hated, it wouldn't change anything about his current situation. Unless he could travel through time, going back to the past before this had all begun and strangling Milton Cheney in his cradle. But that was impossible, for he lacked the ability. If he truly had such power, he wouldn't have spent countless years scheming for transcendence. At this moment, Mansor's face showed contemplation, revealing not a trace of emotion. After a short while, he spoke, I don't know much about the fallen. The fallen is a general term for escapees from the three great paths, and all I know is that those who flee from these paths are regarded as the fallen. And almost all of them are born within the first or second universe. Mansayar slowly shared everything he knew with Milton Cheney. Why would you think I'm one of the fallen? Milton Cheney asked casually, as if chatting with a friend. It seems you are not one of the fallen. Mansayar didn't directly answer Milton Cheney's question but instead sighed and dismissed his own speculation. In fact, he didn't believe Milton Cheney was one of the fallen. His question had just been a spur-of-the-moment curiosity. After all, if Milton Cheney were one of the fallen, then he would have already achieved transcendence. And now, he sensed that although Milton Cheney was strong, he had definitely not transcended yet, and even his true realm was a level below his own. At this time, he understood that Milton Cheney definitely held secrets unknown even to him. These secrets, unless Milton Cheney were to tell him, would remain forever beyond his grasp. But Mansayar, try as he might, couldn't figure out time travel and the simulator. And naturally, Milton Cheney had no intention of revealing these secrets to Mansayar. A moment later, Mansayar spoke again. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, another 20 years had slipped by. Although the wizard realm had already become Milton Cheney's witch immortal divine land, for the ordinary people and low-level wizards within the wizard realm, the world had not changed in the slightest from their perspective. As for the advanced level wizards who could perceive changes in the world, Milton Cheney had already altered their memories with the authority he held in the witch immortal divine land. Mansayar was no exception. Even though letting Mansayar know everything wouldn't make a difference, Milton Cheney still chose to modify Mansor's memories as well. After all, Milton Cheney did not want any unforeseen circumstances to arise in his witch immortal divine land. So, although the wizard realm had turned into the witch immortal divine land, it was as if nothing significant had changed from the old days. As the wizard realm slowly transformed into Milton Cheney's inner world, the process was gradual. Short as a few decades or as long as several centuries. But once the wizard realm fully became his inner world, Milton Cheney would be able to directly complete his transcendence. 20 years had passed, but the transformation of the witch immortal divine land was still ongoing. In Milton Cheney's projection, this period wouldn't exceed 300 years in real time. To Milton Cheney at this stage, 300 years wasn't a long time, even if it were in reality. The transformation of the witch immortal divine land continued, yet Milton Cheney was not within the witch immortal divine land at this time. Before the wizard realm was fully integrated into Milton Cheney's inner world, it still existed within the world sea and could not yet be brought into his spiritual sea. Outside the witch immortal divine land, atop the void space, Milton Cheney sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by countless streams of void turbulence, but these currents failed to affect him in the slightest. With a thought, Milton Cheney summoned the light blue light curtain of the simulator's panel. After his breakthrough to the 7th stage Wizard Immortal, the simulator had not updated as he had expected. It was as if his breakthrough had failed. However, Milton Cheney was very clear that his breakthrough had not failed. From every aspect, he was truly a 7th stage Wizard Immortal at this moment. Nevertheless, Milton Cheney believed that the lack of an update to the simulator might not be largely connected to his realm but rather the absence of some necessary conditions. Milton Cheney did not believe the simulator had reached its limit in updating. After all, even the reincarnation simulation still had many universe layer levels that were not yet unlocked. The next moment, Milton Cheney's gaze rested on the section representing the simulation count. At this time, whether it be the text simulation, reincarnation simulation, or true body simulation, the counts were all normally accumulating. The only thing that had not changed was the fate simulation column at the very bottom of the light blue light curtain. Fate simulation count, 2. The conditions for fate simulation have not been met, fate simulation cannot be initiated at this time. When Milton Cheney focused his thoughts, the familiar prompt appeared once again. Since the simulator's update, fate simulation had accrued twice, and with each accumulation of a fate simulation count, Milton Cheney had attempted to initiate this type of simulation, which required 100 years in reality to accumulate just one. Unfortunately, even now, he still did not meet the conditions to initiate fate simulation. What exactly the conditions were, Milton Cheney did not know. Because after the update, the simulator only introduced the existence of fate simulation and did not explain in detail its use and the methods to initiate it. What could the necessary conditions be? Above the void, the seated Milton Cheney had a calm complexion, yet his mind was gently pondering. Milton Cheney could think of many possibilities, but the most likely necessary condition might be transcendence. Indeed, whether it was the updates of the simulator or the use of fate simulation, Milton Cheney believed the key might lie in transcendence. In fact, Milton Cheney had already noticed something: the updates to the simulator had always been greatly beneficial to him. It seemed as if the simulator had its own consciousness, able to clearly understand his path of advancement, and thus arrange the best assistance. And at this point, Milton Cheney was about to achieve transcendence. If the simulator functioned as he imagined, then whether it be its updates or the use of fate simulation, both would certainly occur at the moment he became a transcendent. Of course, whether this was the case, Milton Cheney could not be 100% certain. After all, this was merely his speculation. The next moment, having thought this, Milton Cheney no longer dwelled on it and made the light blue light curtain of the simulator disappear. He still wanted to continue accumulating the 3 types of simulations he could use because using these simulation counts at this time would still not maximize their potential benefits. After transcendence, he would naturally use up all these simulation counts without leaving any behind. Actually, there was another reason Milton Cheney did not use these simulation counts. That was the update of the simulator. He had not ruled out the thought that the simulator might be unable to update because he had not used up all the simulation counts. After all, wasn't it just for this reason that the last update of the simulator happened? But this time was different. This time, even if he used up all the accumulated simulation counts of the 3 types, he still could not make use of all the simulations. Because there were 2 fate simulation counts he was unable to initiate. Therefore, if the reality were as he speculated, then all these issues would be resolved after his transcendence. The passage of time never ceases. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 220 years had passed. Seated in the void, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 706. 220 years had passed in reality. For Milton Cheney, those 200+ years seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Above the void, Milton Cheney opened his eyes and gazed into the distance at the wizard realm, or, to be precise, his witch immortal divine land that was not far from him. The witch immortal divine land had undergone a transformation over the past 200 years. By now, it was thoroughly under Milton Cheney's control. Indeed, if he wished, he could integrate the witch immortal divine land into his spiritual sea at any moment. This step, too, was one that Milton Cheney had to complete in reality. Although he had no prior experience in this area, he was not worried at all, as this step posed no danger to him whatsoever. The path to transcendence is just within reach. Milton Cheney did not immediately rise to his feet above the void. He felt a slight sense of emotion in his heart. There was a time when transcendence seemed so far away from him, but now everything was different. At this moment, he was only one step away from transcendence. The clarity of the emotion was fleeting. The next moment, Milton Cheney's thoughts stirred, and he summoned the light blue light curtain that represented the simulator. On the light screen, the column indicative of the fate simulation count showed that fate simulation was still not available. However, Milton Cheney was not at all surprised. After all, at that moment, he had not truly transcended to become a transcendent. Making the attribute panel disappear, Milton Cheney, who was seated cross-legged, stood up, his figure vanishing into the void space. The next instant, Milton Cheney's body materialized within the witch immortal divine land. Inside the wizard realm, his spiritual power suddenly burst forth. At that moment, he could clearly sense an attracting force emerging within his spiritual sea. This force seemed to have materialized from nothing, and yet, it also seemed as if it had always been hidden within Milton Cheney's spiritual sea. As soon as the attracting force emerged, it connected with the witch immortal divine land beneath his feet. As time slowly passed, Milton Cheney's consciousness also gradually manifested within his spiritual sea. There were no surprises, everything proceeded very smoothly. In the real world, Milton Cheney's expression was calm, and his demeanor remained indifferent. Although he had never experienced the transformation of a world into an inner world, this scene had occurred countless times in his deductions. Despite this, the task was not easy for Milton Cheney. The transformation of the wizard realm from a real world to his inner world was a change in the very nature of the world. Thus, it was not something that could be accomplished easily. Even within the divine realm, when divine spirits were advancing to become lower-ranked true gods, they did not internalize a complete world into their inner worlds. Between worlds and divine kingdoms, there is a fundamental difference. Time, which meandered slowly, did not cause Milton Cheney to wait for too long, and this final step, though not taken lightly, did not require much time to complete. A few years, for Milton Cheney, were fleeting. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Milton Cheney reappeared in the void space, standing in the region which once was the wizard realm. Indeed, in 3 years, Milton Cheney had successfully turned the wizard realm entirely into his inner world. That is to say, he was now a fully fledged 7th stage wizard immortal. With his consciousness immersed in the spiritual sea, Milton Cheney looked down upon the entire witch immortal divine land as if he had a god's eye view. The divine land had not undergone any changes. After all, although the witch immortal divine land had become Milton Cheney's inner world, it was fundamentally still a complete world. Turning the witch immortal divine land into an inner world had a tremendous impact on Milton Cheney himself, but it had no effect on other people within. In the witch immortal divine land, the wizards were still cultivating as before. However, inside the witch immortal divine land, advanced level wizards had gradually started to switch to the wizard immortal cultivation path. Of course, it was the wizard immortal cultivation path as modified by Milton Cheney. The limit of this cultivation path remained the 7th stage wizard immortal, but it was a cultivation path that merged the wizard cultivation path with the immortal cultivation path, without incorporating the divine spirit cultivation path. Thus, when these individuals in the witch immortal divine land made the breakthrough to become 7th stage wizard immortals, they did not need to choose a world to transform into an inner world. Reaching that realm was sufficient. After overseeing the entire witch immortal divine land, Milton Cheney's consciousness left his spiritual sea. At that moment, his role was akin to that of world consciousness. Therefore, he did not need to remain within the witch immortal divine land at all times. The witch immortal divine land was under his control, and there was no need for him to constantly watch over its development. After all, it was a complete world capable of independent operation. Of course, should an event arise within the which immortal divine land that could significantly impact him, he would surely appear in a timely manner. However, the chances of such an occurrence were exceedingly slim. At least Milton Cheney believed that such a situation would not arise at the time. Above the void in reality. At this time, Milton Cheney's consciousness had already returned to the actual world, as he was sensing the gradual changes occurring in his body. He could clearly feel that the universe seemed to be rejecting him, as if he was about to be ejected from this layer of the universe at any moment. This sensation was not a baseless false perception but directly reflected in Milton Cheney's heart. My body seems to be experiencing transcendence. Milton Cheney thought to himself. Chapter 707. The next moment, he called up the light blue light screen of the simulator without any hesitation. His gaze lingered on the row indicating the simulation count. Text simulation times, 147. Would you like to start the text simulation? Start? Milton Cheney didn't hesitate to start the text simulation, having accumulated nearly 150 opportunities. After all, the future ahead of him was now completely unfamiliar. The answer to whether he would become a transcendent was already inevitable, as Milton could clearly sense his impending transcendence. But what would happen after transcendence, what he would face, he had no clue at the moment. Therefore, Milton didn't hesitate at all and decisively started a text simulation. Although one text simulation might not significantly enhance his abilities, it would definitely allow him to gain some direct understanding of his future. The next moment, after selecting the character traits that fit him within the text simulation, Milton stared intently at the simulator's light blue light screen. After reaching the rank of 7th stage Wizard Immortal, the greatest advancement for Milton was not in power, but in longevity. At the rank of 6th stage Wizard Immortal, his lifespan limit was 33 million years. But having just made a breakthrough to the 7th stage Wizard Immortal, his lifespan had already reached 170 million years. If one were to divide the rank of 7th stage Wizard Immortal into several small realms within a great realm, then at this moment he was still in the early stages of the 7th stage Wizard Immortal, far from reaching the limit of this rank. If he reached the limit, his lifespan would undoubtedly increase significantly as expected. The longer the lifespan, the longer the time required for text simulation, which of course was negligible to Milton. Time slowly passed by, and after a moment, the light blue light screen in front of Milton was covered with black text. Milton's gaze was profound, his expression unchanging. Nobody knew what he was thinking at that time. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique or retain memory. About 3 incense sticks time later, the text simulation ended smoothly. Retain realm. Milton made his selection without any hesitation, instantly choosing to retain realm with a thought. It seemed like a long time had passed since he last retained his realm. In reality, at least a few hundred years had elapsed. However, after this breakthrough to the 7th stage Wizard Immortal, Milton was able to retain realm quite easily. Because the path of the 7th stage Wizard Immortal he carved out led directly to the limit of 7th stage Witch Immortal, rather than just the early stages. Therefore, for Milton, retaining realm was the most helpful choice. The next moment, over 100 million years of cultivation accumulation transformed into a real realm that was retained within Milton's body. Did his realm improve? The answer was definitely yes. Even though it was just a text simulation, the simulated version of him still diligently trod the path of cultivation, even after becoming a transcendent. Indeed, in this text simulation, he had become a transcendent. And he successfully embarked on the transcendence path. However, because his simulated self did not have an external plugin, he had not gone far on the path of transcendence before falling. Even so, the help provided to Milton was already significant. With just the text, Milton had already managed to discern a corner of his future. But since he did not choose to retain memory after the end of this text simulation, he did not have a complete understanding of what would happen in the future. To see the future in its entirety, one would need to choose to retain memory. However, Milton wasn't in a rush, for a simple reason: he still had many more text simulation opportunities left. Thus, without any hesitation, Milton started another text simulation. Text simulation times, 146. Would you like to start the text simulation? Start. A new text simulation began, and the light blue light screen of the now normal simulator began to display lines of black text once again. Milton's expression remained calm as he watched the black characters emerge on the screen. Since the chosen character was different, the experiences within the text simulation could not possibly be the same. But this was already enough for Milton. After all he needed was a reference. Taking every step precisely as outlined in the text simulation was not Milton Cheney's style. Under the passage of time, the black characters representing the text simulation had long since covered the entire light blue light curtain. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique or retain memory. A moment later, the second text simulation ended. Retain memory. In reality, Milton Cheney hesitated for a moment this time but ultimately chose to keep the memories. After all, even though choosing to retain realm from this text simulation also brought considerable benefits, retaining memories was even more profitable. With nearly 150 text simulation opportunities, Milton Cheney could have reached the 7th stage wizard immortal realm using them, so a temporary choice to retain realm was not important. The next moment, Milton Cheney subconsciously closed his eyes and began to receive the additional memories in his mind. Billions of years of memories could not be digested in an instant, even for Milton Cheney. Of course, it would not take too long either. After becoming a 7th stage wizard immortal and turning an entire world into his inner world, Milton's consciousness was extremely powerful, and his spiritual sea had expanded by more than 10,000 times. In his spiritual sea, there could now be an entire world. And at this point, Milton's memory river was mighty. Despite the length of a billion years, it was nothing compared to his memory river. A moment later, Milton Cheney, having sorted out and digested all the memories, opened his eyes. So that's how it is. Within the void, Milton Cheney murmured softly. By now, he had almost fully understood everything about the path of transcendence. The path of transcendence, for the transcendence, was a channel that could allow further ascension. However, being a transcendent was not about reaching a realm, but rather a form of certification. Becoming a transcendent meant one could set foot on the path of transcendence. But once on that path, there was no turning back and leaving was next to impossible. Unless one chose to become a fallen being. And fallen beings were not invincible, for within the path of transcendence, there was a large organization made up entirely of transcendents. This organization existed to monitor the transcendents. It could even be said to be the archenemy of the fallen beings. After all, although being a transcendent had little to do with the cultivation realm, there were still huge discrepancies between different transcendents. Among all the transcendents on the path of transcendence, Milton Cheney was not the weakest, but he was definitely not strong either, not even making it to the middle. The universe is vast and full of wonders. There would always be some lucky ones who inexplicably become transcendents without any planning. Even ordinary people exist within the path of transcendence. Memories from text simulation do not deceive, so Milton Cheney was still profoundly shocked after retaining these particular simulated memories. Even so, becoming a fallen being wasn't something that happened at random. Within the path of transcendence, there were not many fallen beings. The way to become a fallen being, apart from those who already are one, was unknown to all. I never thought that the distant shore meant this. No longer pondering about fallen beings, a new thought emerged in Milton's mind. Though curious about fallen beings, Milton was sure he would not choose to become one, even if the opportunity presented itself before him. His goal had now changed. He would transcend, and he would enter the path of transcendence. What set him apart from other transcendents was his external plugin. Therefore, Milton felt he could set a longer-term goal for himself. That was, to reach the distant shore. The next moment, not long after the end of the second text simulation, Milton's consciousness was shaken violently, and a road that seemed both illusory and substantial appeared before him. Chapter 708. The path to transcendence seemed to appear at once within Milton Cheney's consciousness and in the reality of the void space. Milton Cheney couldn't quite discern if the path to transcendence was illusory or tangible. Of course, he didn't need to figure it out. Because he was very clear, this was undoubtedly the path to transcendence. The memories retained from the text simulation made him very familiar with this scene. The memories within his mind would not deceive him, of this Milton Cheney was very clear. So, when the path to transcendence appeared, Milton Cheney did not hesitate in the least. With the thought, he stepped onto this boundless road. Milton Cheney's soul entered the path to transcendence, and his body likewise followed. At the same time, a segment of inherited memory appeared out of nowhere in Milton Cheney's mind. Although Milton Cheney didn't need these inherited memories by now, it was obviously impossible for him to refuse them. Luckily, these memories weren't unfamiliar and the total amount of them wasn't overwhelming. After a moment, Milton Cheney had completely digested all of them. His consciousness began to perceive the path to transcendence. At this time, Milton Cheney was at the very forefront of the path to transcendence. Besides him, there were no other transcendent beings here. After all, although the number of transcendents was not small, it wasn't the case that new transcendents were born every moment. Fortunately, Milton Cheney was unconcerned with this. At this time, he was not far from the first major city on the path to transcendence. Instead of walking down the path to transcendence, after entering, Milton Cheney simply sat down with legs crossed on the spot. Now a transcendent, having entered the path to transcendence, Milton Cheney still had many things to verify. For instance, whether fate simulation could be initiated. Furthermore, after he became a transcendent, and the wizard realm no longer existed, whether the realm masters from the Tide realm would still come to the region where the wizard realm once was. Milton Cheney was extremely curious about these things. Thus, after sitting cross-legged, Milton Cheney directly summoned the light blue light curtain that represented the simulator. With the light screen emerging, Milton Cheney's gaze rested upon the section of the screen indicating the simulation count. Fate simulation count, 5. Fate simulation conditions met, initiate simulation. As expected, becoming a transcendent is the key to initiating fate simulation, he muttered, a slight stirring in his heart upon seeing the prompt on the light screen. He had guessed right, the reason fate simulation couldn't be initiated before was not because of his realm but simply because he wasn't a transcendent. Now that he became a transcendent, naturally he met the conditions. However, what exactly fate simulation entailed was still unknown to him. Since fate simulation could now be initiated, then the simulator should still update as usual. It was just that because he had accumulated too many simulation counts, the simulator didn't start updating as it normally would. If Milton Cheney wasn't mistaken, if he could use up all the simulation counts he had accumulated, the simulator should be able to upgrade smoothly. The next moment, Milton Cheney stopped dwelling on these thoughts. With a thought, he inwardly said, initiate the weaving of fate simulation. Truth be told, Milton Cheney was very curious about the type of simulation that could only be unlocked by becoming a transcendent. Now that he had unlocked fate simulation, he naturally wouldn't hesitate any longer. The instant the thought of initiating fate simulation arose in Milton Cheney's mind, his vision went dark. It was as if his senses were shielded at that moment. But his consciousness could still operate normally. It must be said, this was quite a novel sensation, and at least Milton Cheney didn't think it was too bad. Weaving fate simulation begun, hosts 78,622 destiny lines detected. Successfully attached to destiny line number 12, fate simulation initiated, enjoy your experience, host. The next moment, Milton Cheney, whose senses were sealed, suddenly felt two voices rising within his soul. After the voices fell, his consciousness also quieted down. It was hard to say how much time had passed, perhaps it was a year, or perhaps countless years. At least for the current Milton Cheney, his consciousness had been silent for quite a long time. Time held no meaning for him at this moment, because he could not perceive the normal passage of time at all. At a certain moment, Milton Cheney's consciousness slowly woke from its silence. At the same time, an unimaginably enormous trove of memory emerged in Milton Cheney's mind. Milton Cheney's original memories were minuscule in comparison to these new memories. If his previous memories could be compared to a long river, then the memories that had suddenly appeared in his mind were like a boundless ocean. Time slowly passed, and these unfamiliar memories in Milton Cheney's mind grew increasingly clear. Fully digesting these memories was not an easy task for Milton Cheney. Luckily, although his consciousness wasn't especially powerful at this time, it seemed that he now occupied another person's body, a body that was extremely strong. So, these surfeit memories in his mind were gradually digested by him. After a while, Milton Cheney opened his eyes and looked around the environment. He was standing on a high platform, below which lay a vast city. A light purple mist shrouded the city, yet no sign of life was to be seen. City Lord of Crossing Shore. Chapter 709. Milton Cheney felt a faint sense of emotion, or rather, shock. After assimilating all the memories, he had come to understand the identity of the body he inhabited. Through this fate simulation, he had become another person. Unexpectedly, the person he had possessed was immensely powerful. Born in the first universe's 21st family, the most likely successor to ascend beyond the horizon within 600 epochs, the City Lord of the Transcendence Path's Shore City, a 16th level universe cultivator. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. Indeed, this was the identity he had acquired in the fate simulation. One could say that if it were possible to retain the realm after the simulation ends, Milton Cheney in reality could soar into the skies in one step. However, Milton Cheney thought this possibility to be very slim. After all, even with an external plugin for the simulator, it wouldn't simply give him gains without effort. Milton Cheney hadn't anticipated that the fate simulation would involve him attaching to the body of another person. What was the meaning of this? This wasn't his own body after all, and the life of this person had no significant relation to him. Of course, if he could retain the memories of this person after the simulation ended, that would undoubtedly be an immense gain. But was that possible? Milton Cheney had some doubts. Let alone retaining all the memories of this person in reality, even retaining 1/10,000th of the memories would likely cause his consciousness to implode. On this point, Milton Cheney had a clear understanding of himself. A 16th level universe cultivator, that was even stronger than an immortal emperor by more than a notch. This level of existence was far too remote for the real Milton Cheney. To be honest, although the fate simulation had already started, Milton Cheney still did not comprehend what it truly entailed. Was it just to let him experience this person's memories? Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 75 million years had gone by. But for Milton Cheney at this moment, this span of time was too fleeting. The enormity of the memories prevented him from consciously sensing the passage of time. Yet, with the years gone by, Milton Cheney was not without gains. He had discovered a secret, or rather, the secret of fate simulation. That was, while he could control this body, there were times when it would act on its own accord, beyond even Milton Cheney's control. It was as if the body would follow a specific trajectory at certain moments. Milton Cheney suspected that aside from himself, there might be another consciousness within this body. But whether or not there really was, Milton Cheney didn't know, as he couldn't sense it. Of course, although discovering this was somewhat surprising for Milton Cheney, he didn't have any other emotions about it. He was no longer concerned with much else and just treated this fate simulation as a unique experience. He was aware that he could end this fate simulation at any time if he wished to do so. However, Milton Cheney wasn't in a hurry. Given the opportunity to undergo such an extraordinary experience, he naturally wouldn't choose to conclude the simulation prematurely. He also wanted to see what this body of his would end up doing afterwards. Milton Cheney didn't have to wait too long. Just 200 million years later, he found himself once again losing control over the body. It felt as if he had shifted from a first-person perspective to a third-person perspective. He went from the angle of an experiencer to the standpoint of a bystander. This feeling was not new to Milton Cheney within this fate simulation, so he didn't feel any surprise. He just silently observed, without any particular thoughts arising in his mind. But a moment later, Milton Cheney noticed something amiss. Is this body about to ascend beyond the horizon? Milton Cheney's heart stirred, and he was instantly alert. If his body was about to attempt the ascent beyond the horizon, then regardless of success or failure, it would be a tremendous inspiration for Milton Cheney. Whether he could retain this memory in reality or not, Milton Cheney was no longer concerned. At this moment, he was extremely curious to see whether this body could ascend beyond the horizon. With all the memories of this body, Milton Cheney was very clear about what the ascent meant, and he was well aware of just how difficult it truly was. It could be said that the previous Milton Cheney, who had made ascending beyond the horizon a goal in reality, was undoubtedly a bit delusional. Because that realm was just too far away from him. Of course, even so, Milton Cheney's goal would still not change. What did it matter how difficult it was? When he had first transmigrated to the wizard realm, he couldn't have imagined that he would become a 7th stage wizard immortal within 1,000 years, even turning the wizard realm into his own inner world. The news that the city lord of Crossing Shore City had chosen to embark on the transcendence path and ascend to beyond the horizon spread instantly through the latter half of the path. Numerous cultivators, exuding a terrifying aura, were now gathered within Crossing Shore City. Milton Cheney stood at the city gate, his expression serene. Naturally, there was not a trace of nervousness in his heart, since his body was no longer under his control. At this moment, Milton Cheney was merely an observer, nothing more. The next moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere in front of Milton Cheney. It was an elderly man with a tall figure, whose hair had gone completely white. Enter your life source into the destiny mirror so that, even if you fail, you won't fall. The old man said. He looked at Milton Cheney with a complex expression. This scion of the family, with the highest talent in 600 cosmic eras, universe eras, not immortal realm eras, had finally reached this step. He could have waited a bit longer. Yet deviating from the family's original path and abandoning the sequence was intolerable to the family. Though the family did not retaliate against this scion, they also did not offer him any help throughout these eras. This time his appearance was of his own volition, not the family's intent. After all, as a noble family of the 21st sequence in the first universe, having one more beyond the horizon could indeed increase the family's influence and even promote their sequence. But what the family needed was a beyond the horizon who was loyal to them, not an uncertainty. Even so, the elderly man still felt a tinge of reluctance. He knew the likelihood of this scion's success was extremely low, almost certainly doomed to failure. The way of the sequence was the orthodox method to ascend to beyond the horizon. To forsake the sequence path and choose the cosmic path, which had been eliminated long ago, was absolutely impossible. Aside from those who managed to ascend to beyond the horizon during the complete era of the universe, after the universe became incomplete, everyone who chose this path ultimately failed. So he came, wanting to preserve Milton Cheney's life. For this, he would even give up a place in the destiny mirror. To the elder's words, Milton Cheney's reply was very simple. No need. Milton Cheney said coolly. He refused? Milton Cheney felt a bit surprised in his heart. Why would he reject such a good opportunity? Was it that he didn't care about his own life, or was he prepared for a desperate last stand? Milton Cheney thought this way simply because the sentence he just spoke was not his own intention, but something his body had said on its own. Watching his body speak while being unable to control its thoughts was a peculiar experience indeed. Fortunately, Milton Cheney wasn't bothered by this since this wasn't his body to begin with. This way of observing from a third-person perspective was more comfortable for Milton Cheney. After all, were he to complete the ascent to beyond the horizon himself, he would certainly be unable to do so. The gap was just too great, memories were merely memories and could change some things, but not too much. Should you fall, all your plans would cease to exist. Are you so willing to cast away 600 eras of effort? The elder urged. If one fell, then everything would be lost. Lesser cultivators might still have a chance at revival, but at Milton Cheney's level, revival was no longer possible. Even if some beyond the horizon power could achieve it, they definitely would not pay such a hefty price. Chapter 710. The old man's voice trailed off, and Milton Cheney didn't speak, simply shaking his head with an indifferent expression. This was an instinctual act. At this moment, as an observer, Milton Cheney could no longer control his body. In the next moment, the old man's profound eyes deeply gazed at Milton Cheney one last time, then without further words, his figure moved and left the place. He had said all the advice he had to offer. After all, he couldn't possibly force Milton Cheney. From a third-person perspective. Suddenly, an aberration appeared in the space surrounding Milton Cheney, a pitch-black void portal materializing in front of him. Without the slightest hesitation, Milton Cheney stepped into the void portal. Milton Cheney, who retained all the memories of this body, naturally knew what this void portal represented. If the transcendence path could be likened to a world, then the other shore would exist within another world. For a cultivator of the 7th or 8th stage, crossing from one world to another might seem easy, but what about an ordinary person? An ordinary person attempting to cross from one world to another was almost impossible. Without the aid of any tools, the possibility of success was non-existent. The reason why it's said to be extremely difficult for a transcendent to take the step onto the transcendence path and ascend to the other shore is because this step signifies an ordinary person crossing from one world to another. The difficulty of the two is the same, and ascending to the other shore is even more challenging. Within the void world, Milton Cheney's figure appeared. The next moment, Milton Cheney suddenly started. Because he clearly felt that his control over his body had suddenly returned. This also meant that to step onto the transcendence path and ascend the other shore, he needed to steer the course himself. The sensations brought about by the first-person and the third-person perspectives were entirely different for Milton Cheney. From the third-person perspective, he could easily face everything, knowing that whether he succeeded or failed had little to do with him, he only needed to play the role of an observer well. But when shifting from a third-person perspective to that of one personally experiencing it, things were completely different. At least now, Milton Cheney suddenly didn't know what to do. This had nothing to do with experience or history, the original owner of this body had never gone through this scene either. Milton Cheney was merely a bit dazed, for he hadn't made any preparations. It could be said that if the original owner of this body were to complete this step, there would be at least a slim possibility of success. But for him to take control of this body and make this final step now meant there was no possibility of success at all. However, even so, the emotions arising in Milton Cheney's heart were just momentary. After all, whether he succeeded or failed, it was all just a simulation. Although the fate simulation was precious, Milton Cheney still didn't know what the fate simulation could offer him. The experience within this fate simulation had been somewhat unexpected, but it was still just a trial and an experiment. To understand more about the fate simulation, he could only see what he retained after the simulation ends in reality. Then let me try and see just how difficult it is to ascend to the other shore. In this moment, perceiving the eerily unreal world around him, Milton Cheney whispered to himself. Now that he had regained control of this body, he had no way out and could only attempt it. After all, whether he ultimately failed or succeeded seemed to have no downside for him. Such an opportunity wasn't available to just anyone. In the next moment, as Milton Cheney's thoughts stirred, he began to control his physical body following the memories in his mind, attempting to break through the void world. Boom! A loud noise filled the void world. The disturbance was great, but like a large stone thrown into a pool of water, the void world became calm again after a moment. To ascend to the other shore, breaking through this void world was only the first step. Yet, it was this very first step that trapped Milton Cheney. Milton Cheney suddenly felt very powerless. Just as it's difficult for an ordinary person to split open a rock, Milton Cheney felt like this space in the void was unbreakable. Normally, no matter how difficult this step was to accomplish, Milton Cheney would not entertain such thoughts. But at that moment, these thoughts spontaneously emerged in Milton Cheney's mind. This proved that something was subtly influencing him. Milton Cheney's mental fortitude was strong, and merging with all the memories of this body only strengthened it further, making him understandably not easily influenced. Therefore, Milton Cheney remained calm, trying over and over to break the void world. Time slowly passed, the length of which was unknown. In this void world, Milton Cheney could not perceive the passage of time at all, and how long had gone by remained a mystery to him. Fortunately, the wear of time had a very minimal impact on Milton Cheney. The lengthy simulations had carved his mental fortitude into something even more resilient under the erosion of time. It still won't work. This body is so powerful, yet the impact it has on this void world is so negligible. Milton Cheney mused to himself. Although he could not perceive the exact passage of time, he couldn't be completely devoid of concept. After all, even though he wasn't concerned about the passage of time, he was exceptionally sensitive to it. This space could scramble his sense of time, but it couldn't muddle his self-awareness. Chapter 711. Countless all-out strikes, but this void world still stood tall, unshaken, not to mention breaking it completely, not even a slight impact was made. This caused Milton Cheney to frown slightly. If the first step to ascending to the beyond the horizon was this difficult, then how hard must it be for a beyond the horizon power to emerge? And if the instincts of this body cannot even take the first step, where does the confidence come from to choose to ascend to the beyond the horizon? Could it be that I'm going about it the wrong way? Milton Cheney felt somewhat perplexed. But that didn't make sense because, in his memory, in order to break the void world, one had to rely on one's own strength. If it's not the wrong method, then perhaps it's not time yet. With this thought, Milton Cheney stopped overthinking, suppressed the distractions in his mind with a thought, and again started to repeatedly exert his full strength to impact the void world. Time would not stop passing, even within the void world. Milton Cheney might not sense the passage of time, but that didn't mean time was in a constant state of stillness. It was just that his perception of time was influenced by this void world. It was unclear how much longer it had been. It definitely wasn't a moment, it was a lengthy, very long period of time. Milton Cheney didn't know exactly how long, but he was certain that this period of time was definitely longer than any previous simulation experience. Because even Milton Cheney, with his strong mentality, was beginning to feel a hint of irritability. This emotion was born in a very strange way. As if it were influenced by some external factor. Whether in reality or in simulation, Milton Cheney hadn't felt such an emotion for countless years. He had always been very detached, irritability was almost impossible for him. But this time it had appeared. In the void world, Milton Cheney's brow furrowed slightly. He could sense that his body had almost reached its limit. But the prospect of breaking the void world still seemed far away. Even Milton Cheney could not see a glimmer of hope for success. Over the years, Milton Cheney naturally hadn't done nothing, he had tried other methods to break the void world. But, without exception, all had ended in failure. After all, the gap between his own memories and experiences and those of the original owner of this body was simply too wide. This also meant that the difference in perspective was vast, so the methods Milton Cheney came up with failed without exception. However, even so, up to this point, Milton Cheney still didn't worry. As for disappointment, that was even less likely. Because from the beginning, Milton Cheney never believed he could succeed. The gap was simply too great. Although he had inherited this body, he was not the original master of it. Memory could be inherited, but the way of thinking was completely different. Just like an ordinary person inheriting the body and memory of an advanced level wizard, he might live well, but advancing further was nearly impossible. Mere memory is not tempering, nor is it experience. The irritability that emerged out of nowhere had already been suppressed by Milton Cheney. Going all out to break this world is like striking cotton with all one's might. With the passage of time, this void world feels increasingly unreal to me. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. The next moment, he stopped all his actions and closed his eyes. All the memories in his mind became extremely clear at this moment, as Milton Cheney attempted to deduce the original owner's way of thinking from these memories. But these memories were too vast, sorting through them was incredibly difficult for Milton Cheney. He was still himself, not transformed into another person simply because he had inherited this body. If his own memories had always existed in his mind, then the original owner's memories were more like they had been stored there by him. The two were not the same. It was for this reason that Milton Cheney had not lost himself instantly after beginning this fate simulation. This was perhaps the simulator's protection for him. Otherwise, inheriting such a vast memory would have instantly turned Milton Cheney into someone else, rather than remaining himself. After all, how much original memory did Milton Cheney have? And the memories he inherited after initiating the fate simulation this time were too numerous. It was like a river compared to the ocean. If the simulator hadn't temporarily stored these memories, he would have instantly lost himself. Of course, this also meant that it would be extremely difficult for Milton Cheney to sort through these memories. Just organizing some of the memories would consume an immeasurable amount of his time, let alone all of them. Time slowly passed. At a certain moment, Milton Cheney opened his eyes and gently rubbed his forehead. The memories were too vast, recalling a certain segment posed no pressure for him, but to link these memories together was very difficult. At least in the countless years that had passed, Milton Cheney had sorted out less than 1% of the memories. But that was already enough, at least he had organized a thread of memory. Whether this thread would be of help to him, he could only know after personally attempting it. The next moment, Milton Cheney summoned all the universe energy that his body could control and gently touched this void world. The void world was boundless, and it was almost impossible to completely break through it. Unless one became powerful to another realm. But at this time, Milton Cheney's body was clearly not that powerful. So, he could only be clever and give it a try. Since it was impossible to totally shatter this void world, why not try to open a gap within it? Obviously, the latter was the less difficult of the two. But to achieve it was still not easy, to say it was very difficult would be an understatement. After all, opening a gap in a boundless void world required a lot of consideration. Where to open this gap? The void world must have its weak spots, but how to locate these spots? Trying bit by bit was too exhausting, and it was impossible to sustain for a long duration. Unless his luck was exceedingly good, then maybe he could take this step. But to rely on such ethereal luck was too difficult. Luckily, Milton Cheney was in no hurry, he could search slowly. Success or failure, if he ultimately failed, he had no other choice. Time slowly passed, and Milton Cheney began to walk aimlessly in this void world. It must be said, this void world was different from any world Milton Cheney had ever seen or reincarnated into. Besides him, there were no traces of any other living beings in this world. It seemed as if this world was simply born for him. And in fact, there was nothing wrong with saying so, for this world was indeed a trial ground prepared by the universe for those aiming to reach beyond the horizon. Had he not appeared in this world, then this world would not exist. It was precisely because he appeared that this world could be born within the universe. Within the universe, no existence could peer into this place, not even the beyond the horizon power. At a certain moment, the universe energy accumulated by Milton Cheney reached a critical point. Can't search any longer, here will have to do, he thought. Milton Cheney made up his mind and released all the accumulated universe energy, transforming it into a fine line that pierced a certain part of this void world. The next moment, the expected ripples caused by a stone plunging into a pond did not materialize. The void world remained just as it was, without the slightest change. The universe energy he released seemed to vanish into thin air as well. But after a moment, a change occurred. Milton Cheney clearly sensed a force of attraction emerge out of nowhere within his body. The next moment, his consciousness was utterly engulfed by darkness. Milton Cheney had no time to prepare. Chapter 712. When consciousness regained clarity, Milton Cheney was already met with a familiar scene before his eyes. Within the path of transcendence in reality. Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly unaware of what had happened. The next moment, the familiar light blue light curtain of the simulator appeared in front of him. And in his mind echoed the mechanical voice of the simulator. Fate simulation has ended, the 12th destiny line has been integrated. Rewarding host with a portion of inherited memories from within the fate simulation. Barely a moment after the mechanical voice of the simulator faded away, before Milton Cheney could ponder much, a vast memory suddenly emerged in his mind. This influx of memory instantly made Milton Cheney understand what he had experienced in this round of fate simulation. Although only a portion of the memory remained after the fate simulation ended, even just this fragment lasted longer than any memories retained from previous text simulations Milton Cheney had undergone. If it weren't for the retention of these memories, Milton Cheney might not even have realized he had initiated and concluded a fate simulation. Because he was completely unaware. Fully digesting this vast memory would require an exceedingly long time. Luckily, after transcending, what Milton Cheney had in abundance was time. This was true both within the simulation and in reality. After all, by this time, Milton Cheney was no longer concerned about the potential destruction of the wizard realm, he merely needed to take one step at a time to reach the end of the path of transcendence and ascend to the other shore. As for the rest, Milton Cheney was indifferent and felt no need to care. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. For Milton Cheney, a year was naturally not considered a long time, but it is worth noting that he had spent this entire year digesting the memories he retained after the fate simulation. One can imagine how immense that memory was. At a certain moment, Milton Cheney exhaled deeply and then opened his eyes. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes. The harvest was too great. This segment of memory had elevated his understanding of the path of transcendence by more than just one level. If the previous few text simulations had only given him a rudimentary understanding of the path of transcendence, then the memories retained after this fate simulation provided him with a complete understanding of both the path of transcendence and transcendence. I wonder if I succeeded in the end within the fate simulation, Milton Cheney mused quietly in the path of transcendence. In the final moments of the fate simulation, his consciousness had plunged into darkness without warning, and the next moment, the simulation ended. Thus, Milton Cheney was unaware whether his simulated self managed to break through the void world and accomplish the first step of ascension. However, since this fate simulation had already ended, it seemed somewhat pointless to ponder these details now. Thinking this, Milton Cheney shook his head and decided not to dwell on it any longer. Although the fate simulation had concluded and a portion of the memory from within the simulation was retained in reality, Milton Cheney still couldn't quite grasp in what manner the fate simulation operated. Luckily, this was only his first experience with a fate simulation. Although he was unclear now, it didn't mean he would remain unclear after undergoing more fate simulations in the future. With this thought, Milton Cheney was no longer in a hurry. At this moment, he had transcended and become a true transcendent. His short-term goal had been perfectly achieved, and before his transcendence, he had prepared a countless number of simulation counts. Together, these simulation counts constituted a substantial sum. Text simulation, reincarnation simulation, or true body simulation, for Milton Cheney at this time, all were of no small help. Although the simulator had not yet been upgraded. But once these simulation counts were used up, it was highly probable that the simulator would begin to upgrade. After all, at this point, Milton Cheney was already a transcendent. The only possible factor that could affect the simulator upgrade would be if the simulation counts were not yet all used up. Of course, it was also possible that the simulator's upgrade had reached its limit, and the current simulator was at its highest level. Although this possibility was small, it still existed. But even then, Milton Cheney was not at all worried. Because for the current Milton Cheney, even if the simulator was at its highest level, he would remain unworried. The simulator had already been a great help to him. In his cultivation journey up to now, Milton Cheney knew all too well the perils of greed. Therefore, he had never forced any issue. Whether the simulator would continue to upgrade or not was beyond Milton Cheney's control. To him, the simulator was an external plugin, and to the simulator, Milton Cheney was just the host. The next moment, with the thought, Milton Cheney summoned the light blue light curtain representing the simulator. The panel of the light screen appeared, floating in front of Milton Cheney's eyes. Milton Cheney's gaze moved from the personal attributes section on the light blue light curtain to the section representing simulation count. Text simulation times, 146. Initiate text simulation. Initiate, responded Milton Cheney in his mind, triggering the text simulation. The prompt indicating the initiation of text simulation began to emerge in black text upon the light screen. Chapter 713. He didn't hesitate in the slightest. After all, whether it was a text simulation, reincarnation simulation, or true body simulation, Milton Cheney was determined to use them all up during this period. He had already achieved transcendence, and in terms of realm, he was a fully fledged 7th stage wizard immortal. Therefore, there was no need to continue accumulating simulation counts. Using up all the accumulated simulation counts was crucial to determine if the simulator could be upgraded further. Under such circumstances, Milton naturally wouldn't waste time. Of course, the most crucial point was that continuing to accumulate simulation counts would bring no further benefits to him. If accumulating more simulation counts would have been significantly helpful, Milton would have continued to do so. As for why not start with reincarnation simulation or true body simulation first? In fact, there is no difference between the three. Whether it's starting a text simulation or any other kind of simulation, they all would eventually be used up by Milton. Milton wasn't lacking the time needed to start the simulations, so there really was no difference sooner or later. The same went for fate simulation. When Milton had just initiated fate simulation, it was merely an attempt, and he was quite curious as to what shape fate simulation would take. Now that the first fate simulation had ended, his curiosity had been satisfied. There was no rush anymore. Time slowly passed, and the black characters representing the text simulation gradually emerged one by one on the light blue light curtain. A moment later, these black characters filled the entire simulator panel. Milton was calmly watching the simulator light screen in front of him. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or preserve sorcery or retain memory. About 3 incense sticks time later, the text simulation smoothly ended. Retain realm. Milton didn't hesitate, his mind moved, and he directly chose to retain realm. Retaining memories was no longer necessary for Milton at this point. He knew far more about the path of transcendence than he did during the text simulation. If he hadn't experienced that recent bout of fate simulation, he might have chosen to retain his memories. But now, there was no need. After all, what memories could compare to the partial memories of a 16th stage universe cultivator that he retained after fate simulation ended? The next moment, the instant he chose to retain realm, Milton could clearly sense that his realm had significantly improved. Although he was undoubtedly still a 7th stage wizard immortal, the overall realm had indeed seen a notable upgrade. If before the end of this text simulation and the retention of realm, his progress was just the first level of the 7th stage wizard immortal, he was now already at the 3rd level of 7th stage wizard immortal. He had advanced by 2 minor levels. Of course, Milton had divided the realm of a 7th stage wizard immortal into 9 minor levels. From 1 to 9. The gap between them was substantial, but it wasn't unreasonably so. The 9th level of 7th stage wizard immortal was the limit for a wizard immortal, and it was the limit of the wizard immortal cultivation path that Milton had currently established. With the improvement of his realm, Milton could also clearly sense the changes occurring in his spiritual sea's inner world. His witch immortal divine land inner world within his spiritual sea had become stronger and more vast following the improvement of his realm. If he could keep improving in the future, his inner world would also keep developing, and it was not impossible that it could ultimately transform into a complete universe. Of course, this step was far too distant for Milton at the moment. For Milton, reaching that point would be fraught with immense difficulties. But of course, difficult doesn't mean hopeless. If Milton could ascend to the other shore or even become stronger in the future, then perhaps he could turn his inner world into an inner universe. However, this was merely a prospect for the future. After all, such an achievement was definitively beyond his reach at the moment, and even the general direction was still not clear. Milton didn't mind these matters, for who could be certain about the future? When he had just crossed over to this world, he had never imagined that he would become a transcendent and embark on the transcendence path. Yet now, he had indeed become a transcendent. Milton Cheney stopped pondering and suppressed the distracting thoughts within his heart. Thinking about such distant matters held little meaning for him at that time. Even if he could ultimately reach such heights, it wouldn't be decided by his momentary reflections. Putting aside such thoughts, Milton Cheney refocused his attention on the light blue light screen representing the simulator. One text simulation had ended, but he still had hundreds of text simulation times left to use. Altogether, he could easily raise his realm to the limit of a 7th stage wizard immortal through text simulations. Each text simulation brought different improvements due to varying personalities, but after numerous times, the cumulative effects could lead to a qualitative change. Text simulation times, 145. Would you like to start the text simulation? Start. Without hesitating, Milton Cheney initiated the second text simulation. After choosing a personality, the black text representing the text simulation began to emerge on the light screen. Milton Cheney watched the light screen before him with an indifferent expression. He wasn't surprised by anything that appeared within the text simulation. The path of transcendence was not within the 9th universe. Anyone he encountered on the path could potentially be many times more powerful than him. The good news was that conflicts between transcendents were quite rare. After all, if Milton Cheney could think this way, so could others. Anybody who had achieved transcendence wouldn't be a fool. Gratuitously making enemies was almost non-existent on the path of transcendence. Besides, with the incredibly strong overseeing powers within the path of transcendence, nobody would provoke an unfamiliar transcendent without a substantial reason. Of course, it would be a different story if it involved interests. This is also why after starting the text simulation on the transcendence path, the likelihood of encountering unexpected situations within the simulation was higher. Fortunately, no accidents had happened in the previous text simulations. However, this time it was different, as Milton Cheney had chosen the adventurous personality. Meaning, the personality during this text simulation greatly differed from his personality in reality, hence increasing the chance of encountering unexpected situations. As time slowly passed, under Milton Cheney's watchful eye, this text simulation gradually drew to a close as well. The black text representing the text simulation also gradually filled the entire simulator panel. Milton Cheney's gaze remained calm and his demeanor indifferent. It seemed as if this text simulation had nothing to do with him. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Maintain state or preserve sorcery or retain memory. Maintain state. The second text simulation ended smoothly, and Milton Cheney again chose to maintain state. The next moment, the realm was maintained in reality, and Milton Cheney experienced significant progress. Setting aside the changes within the spiritual sea and inner world for now, just the advancement of realm alone, after this text simulation, had elevated from the 3rd to the 4th level of a 7th stage wizard immortal. For Milton Cheney, such a great improvement from one text simulation was already very satisfying. Therefore, he did not wait any longer and started the third text simulation. Text simulation times, 144. Would you like to start the text simulation? Start. As time flowed slowly by, in the blink of an eye, another period equivalent to 3 incense sticks had passed. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Maintain state or preserve sorcery or retain memory. Maintain state. After the third text simulation ended, Milton Cheney, seated cross-legged, moved in thought and continued to choose to maintain state. Then came the 4th, 5th, 6th. Time and time again, text simulations were utilized by Milton Cheney, and his realm grew ever higher. Chapter 714. After more than 100 text simulations had ended, Milton Cheney, sitting cross-legged, kept his gaze on the light blue light curtain before him. A moment later, the black characters floating on the light curtain came to a halt. This also signified the end of the last text simulation that Milton Cheney had accumulated. Simulation ends, please select your reward. Retain realm or retain technique or retain memory. Retain memory. Without any hesitation, after the end of the last accumulated text simulation, Milton decisively chose to retain memory. The next moment, eons of memories converged in the river of his memories. In just an instant, he had completely assimilated these memories. The decision to retain memory wasn't because the memories from this text simulation were all that important to him, but because his realm had reached the point where it could no longer advance. By this time, after more than 100 text simulations, His realm had been raised to the limit of a 7th stage wizard immortal. This limit was the ultimate point of the wizard immortal cultivation path that Milton had derived. If he wanted to advance further through text simulation, he would need to derive a new realm. This certainly couldn't be accomplished in a mere moment. Fortunately, his gathered simulation count was not limited to text simulations, he also had dozens of opportunities for reincarnation simulations and true body simulations. The realm of an 8th stage wizard immortal was not far away for Milton at this point. After digesting all memories retained from the text simulation, Milton Cheney did not dismiss the light curtain of the simulator but shifted his gaze to the column representing the reincarnation simulations. Reincarnation simulation count, 34. Do you want to initiate a reincarnation simulation? Initiate. Without any hesitation, with a calm expression and a thought, Milton initiated the accumulated reincarnation simulation. This time he did not stack the counts for reincarnation simulation. After all, since becoming a transcendent, he had not used any reincarnation simulation counts, so at this moment, he wasn't quite sure if the reincarnation space would be any different. That the reincarnation space would change was something Milton was already aware of. And such changes could occur without needing a simulator upgrade. Of course, generally speaking, changes in reincarnation simulation typically occur after an upgrade of the simulator. But there are always exceptions. Milton was also unsure whether the reincarnation space, following his transcendence, would undergo another change, such as the addition of new worlds available for his reincarnation. The next moment, Milton's consciousness plunged into darkness. When Milton's consciousness was restored, his consciousness body had already appeared in the reincarnation space. Within the reincarnation space, the consciousness body of Milton Cheney suspended in mid-air, quickly surveyed the entirety of the reincarnation space. Regrettably, to his disappointment, the reincarnation space was no different from before, it was still the same space, without the slightest change. The worlds available for his reincarnation remained those within the 9th, 8th, and 7th universe. So it seems new changes in the reincarnation space only appear after the simulator is updated. Suspended in the mid-air of the reincarnation space and looking down at the countless light points below, Milton muttered to himself. Fortunately, this scene had already been within his expectations. Transcendence might be a key factor in the update of the simulator, but they were not the key to changes in the reincarnation space. After contemplating for a short while, Milton's consciousness set his sights on the light points representing the 9 worlds of the 7th universe. There were only 9 worlds in total in the entire 7th universe. But these worlds were of extremely high standing, at least far surpassing those in the 8th and 9th universe. Out of these 9 worlds, he had only been reincarnated in 2 of them. One was the immortal realm, and the nature of the other was still a mystery to Milton. After all, to understand a world, one must first live in that world for a very long time. And Milton did not meet these conditions. The next moment, Milton willed it, and his consciousness body moved towards a large light point emitting a faint blue glow. Almost instantly, Milton's consciousness merged completely with this light blue light point. This also indicated that he had successfully reincarnated into the world represented by this light blue light point in the 7th universe. Time passed, perhaps in a moment or maybe over countless years. Slowly, Milton's consciousness awakened from the darkness. The next moment, all of his memories were also restored. After regaining his memories, Milton instinctively surveyed his surroundings. At this time, he seemed to be in water, clearly sensing the flow of water around him. He could breathe normally in the water, yet his form was unmistakably human. This feeling was quite unique. In reality, Milton could easily breathe underwater too, but that was because he was a 7th stage wizard immortal with a powerful realm, so achieving so was not difficult. But now, Milton was certain he had no cultivation at all. He was completely an ordinary person. Breathing underwater seemed to be his instinct, an inherent ability, rather than a power acquired through cultivation afterward. Chapter 715. Milton Cheney had not reincarnated into this world before. That is to say, he was completely unfamiliar with this world at the time. The reason why Milton Cheney chose to reincarnate into this world was very simple, and that is because this particular reincarnation simulation was not a compounded one. A reincarnation simulation initiated this time was, in fact, used by Milton Cheney for trial and error. That's why he would reincarnate into an entirely unfamiliar world he had never before experienced. In this way, after he became familiar with this world, next time he could stack the reincarnation simulation count and reincarnate into this world again. Of course, there was another reason. It was that within the reincarnation space, the world light spots representing this world were located right next to one of the two worlds adjacent to the immortal realm. Milton Cheney had previously reincarnated into the other world, but he had not yet experienced reincarnation into this one. Therefore, after initiating the reincarnation simulation, he made this choice. As Milton Cheney gradually took in this new world, a figure suddenly appeared before him. In the midst of the flowing water, small ripples emerged. Milton's heart stirred slightly, but his expression showed no change at all. Although he had just reincarnated into this strange world and was entirely ignorant of it, the memory brought by the reincarnation simulation allowed him to remain exceptionally calm. After all, the worst that could happen was but a death. Death wasn't frightening to Milton Cheney, especially since he was within the reincarnation simulation, not real life. Death within the reincarnation simulation was not real death, it merely meant he would end this incarnation and return to reality. For Milton Cheney, while an opportunity for reincarnation simulation was important, it was not scarce. Having become a transcendent and stepped onto the transcendence path, Milton had ample time. In reality, 8 years could accumulate a chance for reincarnation simulation, which was a swift period for Milton. Not to mention 8 years. Even 80 or 800 years were not a particularly long time for Milton at that point. Of course, the short time required to accumulate a reincarnation simulation did not mean it was insignificant for Milton. On the contrary, reincarnation simulation was extremely important for Milton, who was already a transcendent. It was even more critical than the true body simulation, which took longer to accumulate. Because after stepping onto the transcendence path, reincarnation simulation had become the only way he could make contact with the outside world. Both text simulation and true body simulation, after his transcendence, required that he complete all experiences within the transcendence path. Though the transcendence path was vast, the external universe was equally vital for Milton. Working in isolation was not advisable, and if Milton desired to continue pushing the realm limits higher on the wizard immortal cultivation path, reincarnation simulation was absolutely essential. Reincarnation simulation indeed was the only means for him on the transcendence path to make contact with other worlds. Other transcendents lacked such an ability, yet Milton, possessing the simulator, had this capability. This was his biggest advantage over other transcendents after he had become one himself. If not for reincarnation simulation, after becoming a transcendent, he would have to stay on the transcendence path forever. Once one embarked on the transcendence path, there was no turning back. Milton was very clear about this. The primary reason he became a transcendent without the slightest hesitation was that even as a transcendent, he still had a means to contact the outside world. That was by utilizing his simulator's external plugin. I did not expect that this 100 spirit sea could give birth to a new sea spirit, come with me, said the suddenly appeared figure revealing his face, a white-bearded old man. The old man held a wooden staff and at this moment was looking at Milton with some surprise. After speaking, he placed the staff on Milton's shoulder, a flash of white light appeared, and in the next moment, both of them disappeared from the spot. Milton did not resist at all during the process. Though the old man's words were not in any language that Milton knew, he easily understood the meaning behind them. The old man appeared to have no ill intentions, so naturally, Milton did not resist. Of course, he could not have resisted either. After all, he had just reincarnated into this strange world, where not a sliver of memory in his mind was related to this place. What's more, he was just an ordinary person and did not possess any realm cultivation at all. Unless he actively chose to end this reincarnation simulation, he would inevitably lack the ability to resist. But voluntarily ending the reincarnation simulation wasn't Milton Cheney's style, nor would he do so. Being able to come in contact with the humans of this world earlier might not necessarily be a bad thing for Milton Cheney. It could even be considered a good thing. Because making contact with the humans of this world meant he could communicate with them, allowing him to quickly understand this world. Even a basic understanding of this world was already sufficient. After all, having even a little knowledge was much better than being completely unfamiliar. Although Milton Cheney could not perceive the realm cultivation of the elder, he could easily tell that this elder was different from him at the time, definitely possessing some level of cultivation realm. The ability to appear out of nowhere and take someone away was not something an ordinary person could have. At this moment, Milton Cheney was entangled in thoughts. Even though the elder had only spoken in a tone of surprise, the implications within that single sentence were definitely far from few. 100 spirit sea spirit. These two key terms sparked considerable speculation in Milton Cheney's heart. Of course, He had no clear idea what these key terms actually meant, but that did not mean he couldn't speculate some useful information from them. Firstly, the elder's tone was one of surprise. That meant being born in this region was a very rare occurrence, one that even the elder himself had not expected. Secondly, the elder's words had revealed Milton Cheney's identity. Now that he had reincarnated into this world, it seemed he had become an entity known as a sea spirit. Did sea spirit mean human in this world? After all, Milton Cheney found his physiological structure to be almost no different from that of humans, save for an added ability to breathe underwater. As he pondered in his mind, his body continued to be swept along by the elder. Where does this elder intend to take me? As he was carried along, Milton Cheney whispered to himself. The elder's ultimate destination for him was unknown to Milton Cheney, but that did not stifle his curiosity. At this time, he was indeed extremely curious. However, this hint of curiosity was excellently concealed by Milton Cheney, at least the elder seemed to have not noticed. Time slowly passed. Although their location constantly changed, the real duration was not actually long by the time they finally stopped. Eventually, the elder brought Milton Cheney to a majestic great hall. The hall was submerged underwater as well. You should start inheriting the memories of the 100 spirits sea spirit. Then you will understand everything, the elder said, then led Milton Cheney to the center of the great hall. The hall was deserted. The elder's face looked somewhat strange as he gazed at Milton Cheney, as if it contained a special significance. Milton Cheney certainly noticed the odd expression on the elder's face, although he did not understand, he did not ask for clarification. If memories could be inherited, any questions could wait until after the inheritance. Thus, Milton Cheney nodded. He shifted his gaze towards the place the elder had mentioned for memory inheritance, and the next moment, his body swam in the water, slowly making his way there. The elder's gaze at Milton Cheney was filled with clarity. He sighed inwardly. Being born as a sea spirit was naturally excellent, but why did it have to be in the 100 spirits sea? Without potential, he might soon be discarded. Chapter 716. Time slowly ticked away, and the inheritance of memories was not unfamiliar to Milton Cheney. Whether in reality, in reincarnation simulation, or in true body simulation, he had experienced inherited memories before. So, after merely a moment, Milton Cheney had completely assimilated all the inherited memories. Compared to his existing memories, the memories inherited this time were not vast. Although Milton Cheney's reincarnation simulation this time did not stack reincarnation simulation counts, his consciousness strength in this world was still not weak after the transference. So that's how it is, Milton exclaimed. After the inheritance of memory, Milton opened his eyes. A flash of realization crossed his eyes. With the inherited memories, he had already gained a significant understanding of his identity in this world. It was not just his identity, he was also no longer completely unfamiliar with this world. This world was known as the spiritual world. And the 100 spirits sea was, in fact, the place that nurtured him. The creatures of this world are called sea spirits, who are not that much different from the humans of the wizard realm. But there were differences among the sea spirits. And these differences lay in the place of birth. It's known that it's extremely difficult for sea spirits to be born in the 100 spirits sea. Because the spiritual energy in the 100 spirits sea is scarce, it is almost impossible for life to be nurtured there. However, because Milton was transmigrated to this world through reincarnation simulation, he just happened to be born within the 100 spirits sea. Although it is incredibly tough for sea spirits to be born in the 100 spirits sea, this does not mean that the potential of the sea spirits born there is exceptionally great. On the contrary, the potential of sea spirits born in the 100 spirits sea is extremely weak. And in the spiritual world, weak potential means losing the pathway to ascension. Take Milton, for instance. There is no memory related to the path of cultivation in his inherited memories. That said, it would be hard for him to step onto the path of cultivation in this reincarnation simulation. If this world does not support other cultivation paths, then Milton would have no means of acquiring the cultivation methods of this world. Had he been born in the 10,000 spirits sea, this wouldn't be the case. Sea spirits born in the 10,000 spirits sea have the methods of the world's cultivation path in their inherited memories. This clearly shows how enormous the impact of the place of birth is on sea spirits. Fortunately, Milton used this reincarnation simulation to experiment, so even if he gained nothing from this simulation, he wouldn't be too concerned. Moreover, he is not without any gains. After the inheritance of memory, this reincarnation simulation has yielded him quite a bit. After all, sometimes information is extremely important to Milton. The more he understands this world, the fewer detours he will take when he reincarnates into this world the next time. The memories have been inherited completely, and soon I will be guided into the spiritual world, Milton pondered. Although you were born in the 100 Spirits Sea, this does not mean you have no potential for improvement later on. Among those who have reached the pinnacle in the history of the spiritual world, there have been sea spirits born in the 100 Spirits Sea, said the elder, noting the contemplative look on Milton's face, seemingly thinking he could not accept his origins. So, he spoke with a somewhat complex tone. Hearing the elder's words, Milton regained his composure and temporarily suppressed his random thoughts. He recognized the comforting intent in the elder's words. Having inherited the memories, he was now aware of the elder's identity as well. A guide of the spiritual world. As a guide, the elder had certainly led countless sea spirits into the spiritual world. Among those, there could have been other sea spirits born in the 100 Spirits Sea besides him. Milton understood the meaning behind the elder's tone quite clearly. If it were words of comfort, it further proved the low potential of the sea spirits born in the 100 Spirits Sea. Otherwise, the tone wouldn't be comforting. Luckily, Milton was not genuinely born as a sea spirit of this world, he had only transmigrated to this world through account of reincarnation simulation. To this world, Milton was merely a transient existence. Even after this reincarnation simulation, he might still reincarnate into this world again. Then, whether the world node for his reincarnation is in the past or future of the current moment is unknown. Milton is a passerby in this world, and this world is but a single scene in Milton's journey. With this thought, Milton nodded calmly, as if he had grasped the meaning behind the elder's words. He did not say much more, for there was no need to. Milton couldn't possibly explain to the elder about his status in detail, so silence was indeed the best choice at that moment. Seeing Milton simply nod calmly, the elder shook his head slightly and did not say much more. He was just an ordinary guide in the spiritual world. In the spiritual world, there were far too many guides like him. Milton's identity also determined that the elder could not actively fawn over him. Just like Milton thought, as a guide, the elder had led too many sea spirits into the spiritual world. He did not know the futures of those sea spirits born in the 100 Spirits Sea just like Milton. Chapter 717. But it seems there should be no future either. Follow me, you have just finished digesting the inherited memory, and you may feel a bit uncomfortable after entering the spiritual world for the first time. Since you were born in the 100 Spirits Sea, after entering the spiritual world, you only have 100 years to stay within the sea spirit pool, the elder said. As he spoke, he once again placed his staff on Milton Cheney's shoulder. Hearing what the elder said, contemplation appeared on Milton Cheney's face. Where he was now did not belong to the spiritual world. The true spiritual world required a guide to lead him into it, which was the elder before him. However, the mention of the sea spirit pool by the elder provoked a slight stirring in Milton Cheney's heart. He hadn't expected that a sea spirit entering the spiritual world could still be nurtured within the sea spirit pool. In the inherited memory that Milton Cheney had just digested, there were memories of the sea spirit pool. It was just that those memories were not complete. Of course, that was why the elder had just explained it. If the memories within the inheritance were complete, then there would have been no need for the elder's explanation. Time slowly passed. Milton Cheney could clearly sense that his body was moving beyond his control. Gradually, the elder led him, traversing through various unfamiliar spaces. After a moment, the shadow of an entirely new world entered his vision. We've arrived. Below us is the sea spirit pool, you may go now, the elder said as Milton Cheney was still subconsciously taking in his surroundings. So, Milton Cheney calmly nodded his head. Then he turned his gaze toward the sea spirit pool below him. Though called a pool, it was actually an independent space. For a newly born sea spirit who had yet to step onto the path of cultivation, the role of the sea spirit pool was undoubtedly immense. Because it could help him nurture his soul body. For Milton Cheney, 100 years of nourishment in the sea spirit pool was certainly an unexpected boon that he hadn't anticipated. The next moment, Milton Cheney didn't hesitate. With a slight intention of his mind, he entered the sea spirit pool following the method in his memory. Behind him, the elder watched Milton Cheney's retreating figure without any change in expression. His task was already complete, and there was no need for him to stay any longer. Thus, the elder's gaze lingered only for an instant where Milton Cheney had disappeared, and the next moment he gently shook his head and vanished from the spot. These were all things Milton Cheney naturally did not know. Because from the beginning, he did not care what the elder had in his mind. His reincarnation simulation had already begun, and he wouldn't actively end this simulation. So, the experiences within the simulation were his only goal for this reincarnation simulation. As for the thoughts of others, Milton Cheney was not interested. Inside the sea spirit pool. This was an independent space. The space was vast, entirely light blue in color, called a pool, but there were no traces of water in the space. It seemed like an ordinary little space. But Milton Cheney, who had the inherited memory, naturally didn't think so. The absence of water traces was only because he couldn't see them. The sea spirit pool was a pool of spiritual energy, filled with abundant spiritual energy that could help Milton Cheney nurture his soul body. Although at this moment, he had not received the cultivation method of this world. But Milton Cheney was not in a hurry. Even if at the end of this reincarnation simulation he still had not obtained the cultivation method of this world, Milton Cheney would not be disappointed. Within the space of the sea spirit pool, Milton Cheney slowly closed his eyes. He could clearly sense that the strength of his body was increasing wildly. This was unrelated to cultivation, it signified that this body was maturing gradually. Just like growing up. Without the sea spirit pool, given enough time, his soul body could still be enhanced bit by bit. It would just take a long time. At this point, he could actually only be considered a juvenile sea spirit. But these 100 years could allow him to progress from the juvenile stage to adulthood. After reaching adulthood, he not only satisfied the conditions for cultivation within this world, but he could also truly enter the real spiritual world. The sea spirit pool was actually an accelerator that sped up his physical growth and development. The time saved was undoubtedly very important to Milton Cheney. Because, no matter which world, no matter under what premise, the influence of time is immense, and the importance of time is self-evident. Not only for ordinary persons, but even for cultivators it's the same. Time slowly passed by, and 100 years was just a blink of an eye. Inside the sea spirit pool, Milton Cheney suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, he was different. He was still himself, but compared to when he had just reincarnated into this world, Milton Cheney had become much more powerful now. This was a literal sense of strength. The next moment, Milton Cheney sensed that his body was starting to be rejected by the sea spirit pool. It seemed that in the not-too-distant past, his body was about to be expelled from this sea spirit pool space. Having this perception, Milton Cheney wasn't the slightest bit surprised. After all, he could only stay in the sea spirit pool for 100 years, and now those 100 years had come to an end. Not to mention that he hadn't been forcibly kicked out of the sea spirit pool yet. Even if he were, Milton Cheney wouldn't be the least bit surprised. A moment later, the rejection between the sea spirit pool and his body grew stronger. And Milton Cheney no longer hesitated. With a thought, he left the sea spirit pool. After his body disappeared, the sea spirit pool once again fell into silence. The silence did not last long. Almost within 2 breaths' time, another figure appeared inside the sea spirit pool. There are many sea spirit pools in the spiritual world, but no matter which one it is, they each can only admit one person at a time. Time, like fine sand slipping through fingers, is difficult to hold. In the blink of an eye, it was 12,000 years later. The spiritual world, the soul cloud bridge. Milton Cheney was now sitting cross-legged in one corner of the bridge. In these 12,000 years, he still hadn't acquired a cultivation method in this world. The methods of cultivation from other worlds were fundamentally inapplicable here. So, even though Milton Cheney had reincarnated into this world for over 10,000 years, he still hadn't taken his first steps on the path of cultivation. It has to be said. The cultivation methods in this world are much more precious than Milton Cheney had imagined. He had thought that even if the inherited memories didn't contain any memory of cultivation methods, with his experience, it wouldn't be difficult to obtain some basic cultivation methods in this world. But clearly, he was mistaken. In the spiritual world, indeed, not all sea spirits have inherited cultivation methods. But without an inherited cultivation method, trying to acquire a cultivation method through other means is extremely difficult. This difficulty, Milton Cheney had now experienced. Fortunately, even though he hadn't acquired a cultivation method, he had learned a lot more about this world, and it couldn't be said that he'd gained nothing. A mere reincarnation simulation, Milton Cheney wasn't lacking. Milton Cheney, who was sitting in meditation, opened his eyes. Moments later, his body gradually turned into points of light. Many of the other sea spirits around noticed this scene, and one of the sea spirits quietly left the place. But these things Milton Cheney no longer cared about, nor did he need to. Because without a cultivation method, his lifespan was reaching its limit, only a few incense sticks worth of time remained, so Milton Cheney chose to actively end this round of reincarnation simulation. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successfully retained simulated memories. Detected that host will not be affected by reincarnation memories, simulator memory protection function not initiated. Do you want to activate it manually? Don't activate memory protection. In the actual path of transcendence, Milton Cheney formed a thought. The next moment, his gaze moved back to the light screen representing the simulator. Chapter 718. The light blue transparent light screen of the simulator still hovered in front of Milton Cheney. At this moment, Chung Mu's complexion was calm, his expression quite indifferent. The next moment, with a slight thought in his heart, his gaze returned to the column representing the reincarnation simulation count. Would you like to start the reincarnation simulation? Start, he said. Stack 5 reincarnation simulation counts. Milton Cheney murmured to himself, without the slightest hesitation in starting this round of reincarnation simulation. Unlike the previous reincarnation simulation, this time Milton Cheney had already set a goal before starting. The spiritual world was no longer unfamiliar to him at this point, so he directly chose to stack 5 reincarnation simulation counts this time. For Milton Cheney, stacking 5 reincarnation simulation counts to enter the world of reincarnation simulation meant greater benefits. The next moment, at the instant the reincarnation simulation started, Milton Cheney's consciousness entered the reincarnation space. Inside the reincarnation space, Milton Cheney's body was floating at the very top of the space, below him were points of light representing different worlds. Without hesitation, his consciousness moved, and his consciousness began to merge into the world's point of light that represented the spiritual world. The next instant, his consciousness plunged completely into darkness. Time slowly passed, perhaps a moment later, or perhaps countless millennia later along a certain timeline. At some moment, Milton Cheney opened his eyes. The memories from reality were exceptionally clear in his mind. It was still the familiar spiritual sea, the environment around him seemed to have no difference compared to before. Because the 5 reincarnation simulation counts were stacked together, after this reincarnation into this world, Milton Cheney inherited all the cultivation realms from reality. The formidable strength gave Milton Cheney no small sense of security in this world. Indeed, even with 5 stacked reincarnation simulation counts, it just reflects the realm from reality into the simulation, Milton Cheney thought to himself. Although he inherited the cultivation realm from reality in this reincarnation simulation, he was no longer a transcendent. In reality, within his spiritual sea there was a shadow of the transcendence path. But in this reincarnation simulation, Milton Cheney, who had inherited the realm from reality, discovered that the shadow of the transcendence path in his spiritual sea had disappeared. This meant that his current body had nothing to do with being a transcendent. Fortunately, this scene was well within Milton Cheney's expectations. After all, being a transcendent is not like the 7th stage wizard immortal, which is a real realm. Stacking 5 reincarnation simulation counts together retains the realms from reality, so it is quite normal that the identity of a transcendent cannot be retained in the simulation. However, this also allowed Milton Cheney to verify something extremely important. That is, no matter how real the reincarnation simulation is, he could absolutely not become a transcendent within the reincarnation simulation. It's just that this conclusion was verified a bit late, as he was already a transcendent in reality. Even if he could achieve transcendence within the reincarnation simulation, it would no longer be of great significance to Milton Cheney. The next moment, Milton Cheney set aside the stray thoughts in his mind and began to sense his surroundings. It seems I am still born within the 100 spirits sea in this reincarnation simulation, he murmured to himself, frowning slightly under the currents. After awakening this time, the environment Milton Cheney sensed around him was no different from when he first reincarnated to this world. Since after the last reincarnation into this world, the inherited memory had not contained too many memories related to this aspect. So at this moment, Milton Cheney was also somewhat uncertain. To draw an accurate conclusion, he needed the guide to take him to the inherited memory once more. Time slowly passed, and Milton Cheney stood still after his consciousness awoke. He was waiting, for the sea spirit born within the spiritual sea could be clearly sensed by the guide. So all Milton Cheney needed to do was wait patiently. Time passed, and after a short while, a figure suddenly appeared before Milton Cheney. As the figure revealed its true identity, it was a young man with a stern expression. Upon appearing, the young man calmly looked at Milton Cheney and nodded. "I am the guide of the myriad spirits sea, here to lead you to the inherited memory before taking you into the true spiritual world," the young guide of the spiritual world said indifferently. He spoke very concisely, and after his words fell, Milton Cheney nodded. On hearing these words, a thought struck Milton Cheney. Indeed, in this reincarnation simulation, due to the fact that he had stacked 5 reincarnation simulation counts, his birth region within this retake had indeed undergone a tremendous change. Unlike the previous 100 spirits sea, this time the region he was born into after reincarnating into this world turned out to be the myriad spirits sea. The myriad spirits sea, hey! Milton Cheney's expression remained unchanged, but thoughts were surging within his heart. Being reincarnated into the myriad spirits sea meant that his starting point in this reincarnation simulation was much higher than before. Although Milton Cheney's memories of the myriad spirits sea were scarce in his mind at the moment, that did not mean he was unclear about the significance of the myriad spirits sea. Compared to the 100 spirits sea, just the inherited memory from the myriad spirits sea could allow him to inherit the memories of cultivation methods from this world. The next moment, as Milton Cheney pondered, the young-faced guide had already taken out a wooden staff and rested it on Milton Cheney's shoulder. Chapter 719. A moment later, heaven and earth transformed. The surrounding environment incessantly began to change. This meant that Milton Cheney was currently being carried by a young guider to the place of inherited memory. Time slowly passed by, and after a moment, Milton found that the environment around him had ceased to change. "We have arrived. The memory inheritance is extremely important for you, remember not to be negligent," the guider said lightly. His words were very calm, as if devoid of any emotion. Yet, Milton still discerned a hint of expectation in the guider's tone. Inside the great hall of the inherited memory. Hearing these words, Milton just nodded, as at this moment, he actually retained all his realms from reality. Compared to this guider, he was even stronger. However, Milton didn't rashly use his spiritual power to sense the guider's realm, as it could very likely attract the guider's attention. At this time his realm was not yet revealed, and Milton had no intention of exposing it. The reincarnation simulation stacked with 5 previous simulacra was also very important to Milton, because it held a great possibility of yielding significant gains. Therefore, Milton was more cautious. Of course, this did not mean that he would always play it safe. The next moment, Milton stopped pondering and manipulated his body to float towards the area of memory inheritance within the Great Hall. Time continued to slip away slowly. A massive amount of memory started to emerge within Milton's mind. Compared to the last reincarnation simulation, the memory inherited by Milton after transmigrating to this world this time was far more voluminous than the last. If the memory inherited when he was born in the 100 spirits sea during the last simulation was like a small river, then the memory inherited from his birth in the myriad spirits sea this time was like a mighty river. The memories in his mind became increasingly clear. Some memories were repetitive. After all, the memories inherited from the last time were also included in this round of memory inheritance. In the place of memory inheritance, Milton sat cross-legged, his brow slightly furrowed. Foreign memories appeared out of nowhere in his mind, which was the method of memory inheritance. But due to the vastness of the memories, Milton's current feeling was not very pleasant. Although his consciousness was not weak, since he deliberately suppressed his realm, he was at this moment equivalent to inheriting these memories as an ordinary sea spirit. As for why he did this, Milton had his own considerations. He did not lack the time for this memory inheritance. Yet, he could not allow this guider to detect anything unusual about him. In the guider's spirit world, there were many guiders, and their status within the entire spiritual world was remarkable. Of course, this was not to say that the guiders had a very high status in the spiritual world, but rather because this group was just too special. Due to the responsibilities of guiders, each one of them has encountered countless newborn sea spirits in their lifetime. Among them, some sea spirits might be special, but definitely not special to the extent of having an extremely high realm from birth. Therefore, Milton could not expose his anomaly, otherwise, who knows what variables might arise if the guider noticed something off. Under the memory inheritance, time was meaningless to Milton. Because at this point, he could not sense the passage of time at all. As more and more inherited memories appeared in Milton's mind, his understanding of this world also grew. After a moment, the highlight arrived. In his mind, a piece of special memory began to emerge. This memory represented the memory of a special cultivation method in this world. In the last reincarnation simulation, there was no memory of such cultivation methods in his inherited memories, so until the end of his last simulation, he had not stepped onto the path of cultivation in this world. But this reincarnation simulation was clearly different. After all, the memory inheritance wasn't complete yet, and the cultivation method of the spiritual world cultivation path had already appeared in his mind. In the place of memory inheritance. At this moment, Milton Cheney was unaware that his body was faintly glowing. Although he could not see this scene, the guardian within the great hall had witnessed it all. The usual indifference on his face had now disappeared, replaced by a flash of shock in his eyes. It seemed that he hadn't predicted such a scene would occur. The spiritual law of 9. The guardian was somewhat shocked and puzzled. Despite his youthful appearance, he was actually one of the oldest among the 7 spirits. After he became the 6th spirit, he took on the role of the spiritual world guide. It had already been hundreds of millions of years since then. In such a long span of time, it wasn't that he had never encountered someone inheriting the memory of the spiritual law of 9. But this was clearly different. The sea spirit before him was not born from one of those original spirit seas but merely from the 100 spirit sea. Sea spirits born in the 100 spirit sea should logically have a maximum potential of 7 spirits, so why could this one inherit the memory of the 9 spiritual laws? This was a situation he had never encountered since becoming the guide. However, his doubts arrived quickly and left just as swiftly. Although he didn't know what was special about Milton Cheney, he was quite certain that the inheritance of memory would not encounter any mishaps. If Milton Cheney could inherit the memory of the spiritual law of 9, it also meant that he naturally possessed the potential to become a 9 spirit. Countless thoughts flickered through the guardian's mind, but soon he suppressed them back into the depths of his heart. Milton Cheney, who was still receiving the inherited memory, of course, had no idea of the guardian's thoughts. He was digesting the memories about the path of cultivation in the spiritual world in his mind. As time slowly passed, the speed at which the memories were digested was quite fast. Although Milton Cheney felt a sense of being stretched to his limit while digesting these inherited memories, he didn't experience any hint of obstruction. Finally, all the memories were completely digested by Milton Cheney. In his mind, the inherited memories from the last reincarnation simulation and the memories from this reincarnation simulation merged together. Milton Cheney also slowly opened his eyes. A sharp light flashed through his pupils. It must be said that using 5 reincarnation simulations to enter this world was definitely the right choice. Even if Milton Cheney were to end this reincarnation simulation now, he would certainly not be at a loss. The memories of the cultivation method had been fully comprehended by Milton Cheney. It can be said that as long as he enters the spiritual world, he could step onto the spiritual world cultivation path. The potential of this path of cultivation was extremely high, at the very least, with his current perspective. Milton Cheney could not see any issues with this path. The memory inheritance has ended, and next, I will guide you into the true spiritual world. As Milton Cheney finished the memory inheritance, the guide naturally understood. At this moment, his expression had once again returned to calm, as if his previous astonishment had been nothing but an illusion. After he had spoken, Milton Cheney nodded and replied, "I understand, thank you for your trouble." The next moment, the guide did not speak further. With a gentle raise of his hand, the familiar staff once again appeared in his hand. The staff rested on Milton Cheney's shoulder, and the two of them disappeared from the great hall in an instant. Time is like the fine sand slipping through one's fingertips. In the blink of an eye, it was already 120,000 years later. In the spiritual world, the myriad town's court. Milton Cheney awoke from his spiritual nurturing. 120,000 years had allowed him not only to step onto this world's spiritual world cultivation path but also to traverse a significant distance along this path. With his current level, if we were to categorize based on the realms of the spiritual world cultivation path, he would be equivalent to the 5 spirits realm. This level was by no means the weakest even within the spiritual world. Moreover, his current level was still far from the limit he could achieve in this text simulation. He had unexpectedly joined the myriad town's court 30,000 years ago, and in this reincarnation simulation, he would surely be able to strive towards an even higher realm. Chapter 720. As one of the foremost powers within the spiritual world, myriad town's court is unquestionably a force that every spiritual world cultivator dreams of joining. Milton Cheney's inclusion was actually the result of an accident. His aptitude, though not the pinnacle throughout the spiritual world, still definitely belongs to the upper echelon. But having reincarnated through countless worlds, Milton Cheney knew all too well that aptitude does not represent everything. The reason he was able to inherit the memories of the 9 spiritual laws, Milton Cheney surmised, was probably because he retained the realm from reality. Although his realm was deliberately suppressed by him at the time, the inability of the conduits to detect any clues did not mean that the memory inheritance could not sense it. Having reincarnated into the spiritual world for the second time, Milton Cheney had naturally come to understand more and more about this world as the years passed. Thus, he was well aware that no one could manipulate memory inheritance. Behind the memory inheritance was the innate operation of temporal consciousness of the spiritual world. What a pity, to advance further would require not just tens of thousands of years. Milton Cheney, seated in meditation, sighed faintly in his heart. His cultivation speed was definitely not slow, but this was only up to the 5th spiritual realm. Now that he had achieved a breakthrough to the 5th spiritual realm, the difficulty to continue his advancement was not small. Luckily, after reaching the 5th spiritual realm, his likelihood of facing dangers in the spiritual world was much smaller. What's more, he was now in possession of abundant lifespan and had plenty of time to continue his cultivation in this world. As time slowly passed, the space around Milton Cheney suddenly began to ripple faintly. A moment later, an illusory figure appeared beside him. The ethereal figure gradually solidified, revealing his true form as a middle-aged man in a black robe. After appearing, the black robe's gaze was already fixed on Milton Cheney. A flash of envy crossed his eyes, but that fleeting emotion soon disappeared. However, as soon as the black robe appeared, Milton Cheney's attention had already been focused on him. So even though the emotion in the black robe's eyes was concealed, Milton Cheney still captured it. It seems something good is about to happen. A thought flickered through Milton Cheney's mind. A matter that could make a fellow member of Myriad Town's court envious was definitely of no small help to him. At this moment, numerous thoughts entangled in Milton Cheney's heart. He pondered over the most likely good fortune that could befall him. But after much thought, he couldn't come up with anything. His potential, though substantial, was after all, he'd joined Myriad Town's court only a short time ago. Therefore, his understanding of the entire Myriad Town's court was not 100%. To guess the specifics based solely on the fleeting emotion in the black robe's eyes was admittedly quite difficult. After all, his current reincarnation simulation had only been going on for a mere 100,000 odd years, not millions or tens of millions of years. He had a considerable understanding of the spiritual world, but to say it was deeply ingrained would be overstating it. Milton Cheney, however, was not worried, for he knew that the black-robed man before him would voluntarily reveal what was happening. Get ready. There is a slot for you in the spirit recognition ceremony taking place in 4,000 years. The black-robed man seemed to notice Milton Cheney's deliberation, so he cut straight to the point without beating around the bush. Upon hearing this, an unmistakable look of astonishment flashed across Milton Cheney's features. He genuinely hadn't expected it to be this. The spirit recognition ceremony. Isn't that only for those who have reached the 6th spiritual realm? The astonishment was momentary, and in the next instant, Milton Cheney's demeanor returned to calm. Milton Cheney slightly furrowed his brows and spoke. As a member of Myriad Town's court, he was naturally aware of the spirit recognition ceremony. Because it could be considered a shortcut to the 7th spiritual realm. Its importance to cultivators on the spiritual world cultivation path goes without saying. However, the reason Milton Cheney hadn't considered this possibility was simple: the spirit recognition ceremony usually only involved cultivators of the 6th spiritual realm. At this point, Milton Cheney had only just stepped into the 5th spiritual realm and was quite a distance away from the 6th spiritual realm. There was less than 5,000 years until the next spirit recognition ceremony of Myriad Town's court. Within such a short span of time, even Milton Cheney did not have the confidence to advance from the 5th to the 6th spiritual realm. This time around, there are 3 5th spiritual realm cultivators slots in the spirit recognition ceremony, and you are one of them. The black-robed man didn't seem inclined to explain further, stating the matter simply. Hearing this, a thoughtful expression crossed Milton Cheney's face. Almost instantly, Milton Cheney understood why such a situation had arisen now. It seems that certain individuals' backing is even greater than imagined. Milton Cheney murmured to himself internally. The spirit recognition ceremony had been held countless times, but it had never involved 5th spiritual realm cultivators. There was definitely a reason for this. If 6th realm cultivators' participation in the spirit recognition ceremony was considered timely aid, then Fifth Realm cultivators' involvement was merely icing on the cake. While still effective, the impact was not as pronounced. Yet, Fifth Realm cultivators in the spirit recognition ceremony would still occupy an equivalent slot. The reason for the exception this time was most likely due to the prominent connections of a certain individual within Myriad Town's court. Carefully considering it, that individual was precisely at the fifth spiritual realm at this time. His participation in this spirit recognition ceremony was in essence playing a supplementary role. Chapter 721. After all, even that connected individual wouldn't dare to blatantly change the rules. Milton Cheney wasn't sure if Myriad Town's court was an autocracy, but it was very likely not a place ruled by a single person. However, as far as he was concerned, a favorable outcome was all that mattered. He didn't care about the rest. His ability to participate in the spirit recognizing ceremony this time was definitely a good thing. Whether he was just an addition or not, Milton Cheney didn't care. After all, he had already reaped the benefits. Moreover, this was something he only had to ponder in his heart. He wouldn't voice it, and others certainly wouldn't bring it up. I understand. Milton Cheney spoke. As his voice fell, the man in the black robe nodded, then lightly flicked his wrist and tossed a token to Milton Cheney. Milton Cheney caught the token and gave it a brief examination. It indeed was the token for the spirit recognizing ceremony. In this respect, the man in the black robe certainly wouldn't dare deceive him. You better not leave Myriad Town's court within these 4,000 years. I must say, your luck is really good. The man in the black robe said. The envy in his tone was impossible to hide. After all, he was a cultivator of the sixth realm, yet he had no chance to participate in the spirit recognizing ceremony, while Milton Cheney, who was only in the fifth realm, had such an opportunity. How could he not feel envious and jealous? However, although he felt envy, he was well aware there was a reason Milton Cheney obtained this slot. After all, within Myriad Town's court, cultivators at the fifth realm were already rare, and Milton Cheney's talent was ranked among the top 3 even among these cultivators. Upon hearing this, Milton Cheney merely nodded indifferently and didn't say much more. He was well aware of what the man in the black robe was thinking, but he would not point it out. The man's rank was higher than his own after all, and he still needed to show some face to the man in the black robe. The next moment, the man in the black robe said no more. Having delivered the token for the spirit recognizing ceremony, he saw no need to linger. Without staying in Milton Cheney's cultivation space, the figure of the man in the black robe vanished into thin air. Milton Cheney didn't mind the departure of the man in the black robe. At the moment, Milton Cheney wore a thoughtful expression, pondering over some issues. The importance of the spirit recognizing ceremony to Milton Cheney was self-evident, but how to maximize his benefits during the ceremony was also crucial. After all, he would only have this opportunity once in this reincarnation simulation. If he didn't make good use of it, wouldn't it be a waste? 4,000 years was too short a time for him. In such a brief time, preparing anything significant was undoubtedly unlikely. After pondering for a moment, Milton Cheney couldn't come up with any good strategies. Fortunately, even if he prepared nothing, his gains during the spirit recognizing ceremony would be far greater than those of other cultivators. Because now he was not just a fifth realm cultivator on the spiritual world cultivation path. Owing to the fact that the reincarnation simulation had overlapped 5 times, his current reincarnation was inheriting the realm from reality. So, based purely on his real-world realm, he was definitely far ahead of the other spiritual world cultivators. The next moment, Milton Cheney put aside the clutter in his mind and stopped dwelling on it. Time slowly passed, and the 4,000 years flew by in a blink. In Myriad Town's court, within Milton Cheney's cultivation space, the seated Milton Cheney opened his eyes. The next instant, the token for the spirit recognizing ceremony floating beside him lit up with a faint glow. The moment the token was activated, Milton Cheney felt a new pulling force on his body. As his fifth realm power began to circulate, his expression gradually became more solemn. It didn't take long for the surrounding pulling force to grow denser around him. Finally, in an instant, this force burst. Milton Cheney's consciousness went dark. The very next moment, he clearly sensed a huge change in the surrounding environment. He was no longer in Myriad Town's court. His body had appeared in an unknown place. There were no other people around him. However, before Milton Cheney could carefully perceive his surroundings, a strand of unfamiliar memory appeared out of nowhere in his mind. He was not unfamiliar with this way of inheriting memory. After all, whether in reality or in simulations, Milton had inherited memories more than once before. Fortunately, although the appearance of these unfamiliar memories was abrupt, the total volume of memories was not substantial. In just a moment, Milton Cheney had digested all these memories. After the consumption of the memories was complete, Milton Cheney was able to carefully observe his surroundings. At this time, he was within the space of the spiritual recognition ceremony. The space for the spiritual recognition ceremony was divided into numerous smaller spaces. And the one Milton Cheney was in was one of these smaller spaces. The inheritance of memories had already reached his mind. This memory filled the gaps in Milton Cheney's understanding of the spiritual recognition ceremony. His knowledge about the ceremony came from the myriad town's court. In these 4,000 years, although he did not make any physical preparations, he had indeed searched through countless pieces of information on this topic. But he had not expected that the inheritance of memories would occur after the initiation of the spiritual recognition ceremony. These memories were of great help to him. As time slowly passed, Milton Cheney invoked the token according to the memories in his mind. The token of the spiritual recognition ceremony appeared in front of Milton Cheney, still emitting a faint luminescence. The next moment, the token burst into countless points of light, and the true spiritual recognition ceremony commenced. It was still within this independent small space when a spiritual body wrapped in silver light suddenly appeared. The moment the spiritual body appeared, one after another, more traces of spiritual bodies were revealed. These spiritual bodies scattered across the space were the spirits of the spiritual recognition ceremony. Gaining the recognition of these spirits could lead to a tremendous enhancement. However, earning the recognition of these spirits was not a simple matter. Because these spiritual bodies had no consciousness at all, they operated purely on instinct. After the beginning of the spiritual recognition ceremony, Milton Cheney's consciousness gradually fell into a void state. At that moment, the concept of time ceased to exist. The spirits in the space slowly moved toward Milton Cheney's body. But at this time, Milton Cheney was unaware of all this. Everything in the space operated on instinct. To obtain the recognition of the spirits under these circumstances, one's own strength was essential. It was for this reason that Milton Cheney was confident he would gain a substantial enhancement in the spiritual recognition ceremony. After all, he retained the limit of the 7th stage wizard immortal from the real world. As time gently flowed by, strands of spiritual bodies merged into Milton Cheney's body. Subtle changes were occurring within his body. The enhancement was a gradual process. Once the spiritual recognition ceremony began, there was no stopping it. Different cultivators would receive varying levels of recognition in the ceremony. Those at the 5th stage realm would undoubtedly receive less enhancement than those at the 6th stage realm. But Milton Cheney was the exception. After achieving a state of void consciousness, he was completely unaware of the spiritual bodies merging into him. Only after the spiritual recognition ceremony concluded would he be able to clearly perceive how substantial his enhancement was. However, Milton Cheney was not entirely ignorant. Although he could not sense the spirit's recognition, he could clearly feel the changes in his own spiritual body. The more the spirits in the space acknowledged him, the more his own spiritual body would undergo a qualitative change. There was even a significant possibility that his realm could advance to the 6th stage in one fell swoop. This enhancement was exceptionally dramatic, and of course, not without difficulty. But it was not entirely outside the realm of possibility. At this time, he had just reached the 5th stage realm, still a considerable distance from the 6th stage realm. But after the spiritual recognition ceremony, this gap would be directly closed. Chapter 722. Time within the spiritual acknowledgement ritual space doesn't correspond to the years gone by. From the moment it started, Milton Cheney had lost track of how much time had passed. He had no intention of sensing the passage of time within this space. After all, no matter how much time elapsed within the space, time in the outside world remained unchanged. His lifespan also wouldn't be consumed. This was actually the second reason why the spiritual acknowledgement ritual was so coveted by countless cultivators on the spiritual world cultivation path. One could receive a tremendous boost without consuming any lifespan. This was undoubtedly a shortcut, saving years for the cultivators participating in the ritual. A normal cultivator at the 6th realm seeking a breakthrough to the 7th realm would also need millions of years. To think of advancing by millions of years all at once, one can imagine how precious such an opportunity was. Of course, for a 5th realm cultivator, it wasn't quite so exaggerated. After all, there were limits. Even Milton Cheney couldn't possibly leap from the 5th realm straight to the 7th realm. However, Such an opportunity was already incredibly rare, and he had not a hint of dissatisfaction. Why be dissatisfied with an opportunity that came for free? Time within the space swiftly passed. At a certain moment, Milton Cheney suddenly came out of his trance. His surroundings were still the familiar space. But now, this space no longer contained other spiritual bodies. At this moment, Milton Cheney could sense a tremendous change in his spiritual body, but he couldn't clearly perceive how much of an improvement there was. To sense the exact extent of the improvement, he had to wait until the spiritual acknowledgement ritual had truly ended. I hadn't expected to actually gain the acknowledgement of all the spiritual bodies manifested in the space this time. Milton Cheney mused to himself within the space. He was genuinely surprised at this moment. After all, obtaining the acknowledgement of all the spirits manifested in the ritual space, with just the fifth realm of the spiritual world cultivation path, was extremely difficult. He had predicted that he wouldn't reach this step. But clearly, he had underestimated himself. By now, Milton Cheney was certain that he could deceive some people with the cultivation strength of his past life, but definitely not the spiritual bodies that operated on instinct within the ritual. Fortunately, these spiritual bodies had no consciousness and were merely empty shells. Otherwise, the spiritual acknowledgement ritual would have been bad news for Milton Cheney, rather than good. After all, the realm of his former life was something he was born with and was absolutely paramount within the spiritual world. If any hint was discovered, it would be utterly indefensible. At that point, Milton Cheney might even be forced to end this reincarnation simulation prematurely. He didn't wish to witness that. Thankfully, the memories and inheritances in his mind assured him none of it would happen. The other cultivators within the spiritual acknowledgement ritual space haven't finished yet. I never expected I'd be the first to complete the ritual. A moment later, sensing vibrations within the space, Milton Cheney felt a new surge of surprise. Because he discovered that right now he couldn't leave the spiritual acknowledgement ritual space of his own volition. What this represented, Milton Cheney understood clearly. It meant the spiritual acknowledgement ritual was not long underway. And he had completed the acknowledgement from all the spiritual bodies within the space in a very short period. His gains were sure to be substantial this time, nearly guaranteeing his breakthrough to the sixth realm. He might even have a small chance to advance further beyond the sixth realm. Of course, that advance wouldn't go too far. Having entered the spiritual acknowledgement ritual at the fifth realm, the cap was set, so it wasn't possible for him to advance especially high in an instant. The sixth realm was already the limit. To break into the seventh realm, even among sixth realm cultivators, only a tiny fraction could achieve it. A shortcut is still a path, and a path needs to be traveled. Unable to leave the spiritual acknowledgement ritual space for the time being, Milton Cheney began to assimilate the benefits he received after the spiritual bodies merged into him. At this moment, the gains he could feel were scant. But this wasn't because he'd received few benefits, it was simply less perceptible in the space. Although the perception was vague, he had time to gradually assimilate it. Processing these benefits within the space could save Milton Cheney a lot of time. After all, it wasn't his lifespan being consumed inside the space. Yet the benefits gained there could be directly reflected in reality. As time slowly ebbed away, Milton Cheney continued to assimilate the benefits while in the space. Finally, at a certain moment, he clearly sensed the space's constraints on him dissolve away. It seemed that he could leave the space as soon as he thought to. However, Milton Cheney chose not to do so, for the space was still of great assistance to him. He would not squander an opportunity to shear wool for free. In this reincarnation simulation, he had only one chance to enter the spiritual acknowledgement ritual space. If he didn't make full use of it, wouldn't that be a waste? So even though he could now leave the spiritual acknowledgement ritual space, he decided to continue staying. Not much time remains for me to continue staying here. Digesting the spiritual body in reality may still take a considerable amount of my time. Chapter 723. Within the space, Milton Cheney whispered to himself. Time slowly passed by, and within the acknowledgement ceremony space, time still flowed. It was just that Milton couldn't perceive this passage of time. This place was not the outside world, where the concept of time wasn't as clear-cut. At a certain moment, Milton suddenly felt the space of the acknowledgement ceremony rejecting him. This meant he had stayed in the space for too long. Within the other segmented small spaces of the acknowledgement ceremony, most of the cultivators from the path of cultivation in the spiritual world had already left the space. After all, most of them were sixth realm cultivators, and the gains they obtained were not something that could be assimilated in a short period. Moreover, not everyone could gain the recognition of so many spiritual bodies as Milton did all at once. The more spiritual bodies that recognized him, the greater the benefit. The more time required to assimilate these benefits, the greater the need. And what Milton lacked was time. In reality, he had plenty of time to squander, but within the simulation, he did not have that luxury. However, the rejection from the acknowledgement ceremony space toward him was growing stronger. This feeling was all too familiar to Milton. The next instant, the environment before Milton's eyes changed. At this moment, he was no longer within the acknowledgement ceremony space. Not long after being rejected by the space, he had been ousted from the acknowledgement ceremony space. Myriad Town's court, within the cultivation space. Returning to reality, Milton immediately sensed the changes in his spiritual body. In an instant, a powerful force burst forth from the spiritual body. This was the accumulation of spiritual power gained during the acknowledgement ceremony. After returning to reality, this accumulated spiritual power burst forth all at once. What couldn't be felt within the acknowledgement ceremony space was now perceivable in reality. Sixth realm spiritual power, Milton muttered to himself with some emotion after feeling the exact improvements. To cultivate to this realm in reality would require a terrifying amount of time. It must be said that this acknowledgement ceremony greatly accelerated his progress in this round of reincarnation simulation. As time went on, after a moment, Milton clearly determined how much time it would take in reality to assimilate this spiritual power. Because within the acknowledgement ceremony space, he had already assimilated quite a bit of spiritual power. Thus, he saved himself a considerable amount of time in reality. It seems that after digesting these spiritual powers, I can advance not only to the sixth realm. Milton reflected internally. However, at this moment, he couldn't determine exactly how much he could improve. The time when he could truly assess it would be when he had completely digested these spiritual powers. Time slowly elapsed, and Milton gradually became immersed in the enhancement of his spiritual powers. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it had already been 220,000 years later. Myriad Town's court, inside the cultivation space. Milton slowly opened his eyes. The surging spiritual power within his spiritual body had been completely assimilated. His realm had broken through from the fifth realm to the sixth realm. And it was not just the early stages of the sixth realm. 200,000 years, much faster than I had anticipated, Milton said to himself. Now, he was truly a mid-stage sixth realm cultivator. Even the seventh realm wasn't too far away from him at this moment. This acknowledgement ceremony, at the very least, saved him millions of years of time, if not more. These saved years could accelerate his cultivation after the sixth realm. An advancement in realm represented an increase in strength. At this moment, a few questions were forming in Milton's heart. After the acknowledgement ceremony, none of the other members within the Myriad Town's court had come to find him. This was somewhat unusual. After all, following the spirit recognition ceremony, those who participated in the ceremony must undergo an examination. It seemed that Milton Cheney had been overlooked by the members of the Myriad Town's court, otherwise, members from the court would have already sought him out by now. As Milton Cheney pondered this, a faint ripple suddenly emerged within his cultivation space. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The next moment, a figure clad in a black robe suddenly appeared within Milton Cheney's cultivation space. When the black-robed figure revealed his true form, he was a middle-aged man with a calm demeanor. After appearing, the middle-aged man's gaze moved toward where Milton Cheney was. You have fully digested the gains from the spirit recognition ceremony, and now your realm needs to be recorded by the court. Reveal your true realm so it can be entered into the myriad reflection mirror, said the black-robed man flatly. Upon hearing these words, Milton Cheney simply nodded without saying much. His expression was calm, but his heart was not as tranquil as his facade suggested. There didn't seem to be any memory of this procedure in his recollections. It turned out that the reason why members of the Myriad Town's court hadn't sought Milton Cheney earlier wasn't that they had overlooked him, but because he had not fully digested the gains he achieved in the spirit recognition ceremony space. This wasn't good news for Milton Cheney. After all, it implied that the Myriad Town's court could monitor the progress of his spiritual power digestion. However, Milton Cheney believed that the court likely had no knowledge of his concealed true realm. This true realm referred not to the sixth spirit realm but to the seventh stage wizard immortal realm he retained from reality into this reincarnation simulation. Indeed, if they truly knew, there would be no need for this black-robed man to come here. I understand, said Milton Cheney. He would naturally not let his inner emotions show. The next moment, Milton Cheney willingly exposed the strength of the sixth spirit realm, with no intent to hide it. While he could have chosen to conceal his realm, there was no need to do so. As long as he did not reveal the seventh stage wizard immortal realm, that was sufficient. Even though the sixth spirit realm was not weak, he was after all a member of the Myriad Town's court. Being among his peers in the court, Milton Cheney felt no need to hide his strength from his colleagues. Even though there was competition among the members of the Myriad Town's court, Milton Cheney ranked as a white robe member and therefore did not belong to the same force category as the black robe members. Besides, the black-robed disciple had come primarily to record his realm. Sixth spirit realm, such a significant enhancement. It seems that you reaped great benefits from the spirit recognition ceremony, the black-robed middle-aged man observed, having sensed Milton Cheney's true exposed realm. The sixth spirit realm may not be incredibly strong, but it definitely represented a massive advancement. After all, before this, Milton Cheney was only at the early stages of the fifth spirit realm. The gap between the fifth and sixth spirit realms was quite substantial. It was not an easy task to leap across such a great realm distance with just one spirit recognition ceremony. Moreover, Milton Cheney had only spent slightly over 200,000 years digesting spiritual power. This was exceptionally fast. You should know that even with a multitude of spiritual bodies acknowledging him during the spirit recognition ceremony, digesting spiritual power should take a considerable length of time. Although he found it abnormal, he didn't ask further questions. He simply expressed his surprise in a regular manner. The rate of Milton Cheney's cultivation and the height of his realm did not have much to do with him. He had long since surpassed the sixth spirit realm. After the seventh spirit realm, further enhancements through the spirit recognition ceremony would be negligible for him. And even Milton Cheney's current realm was still a significant distance away from his own. Milton Cheney also detected the surprise in the tone of the black-robed middle-aged man. However, Milton Cheney didn't offer any further explanation. Instead, he merely smiled lightly and nodded. The black-robed middle-aged man knew Milton Cheney's secret was his own and understood it was normal not to divulge it voluntarily. The next moment, the black-robed middle-aged man retook the myriad reflection mirror, glanced over it casually, and nodded. Then his figure vanished from the space. In the space, the faint ripples that had stirred soon returned to calmness. Chapter 724. Time flowed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 4 million years had passed. Inside the cultivation space of Milton Cheney in the Myriad Town's court, a dense black mist was swirling around him at this moment. This black mist was spreading toward other places in the space and, as the passage of time accelerated, the speed of the mist spread also increased. However, no matter how fast it spread, it was impossible for it to envelop the entire cultivation space. After all, the cultivation space was simply too vast, and although the mist was spreading rapidly, it was not to an exaggerated extent. If it continues at this pace, perhaps within 9 million years, I could become a cultivator of the seventh Ling realm in this world. Milton Cheney paid no heed to the black mist swirling around him, muttering to himself at this moment. Indeed, he had reached the limit of the sixth Ling cultivator, and the seventh Ling realm seemed within reach. 9 million years may sound like a long time. But in fact, when it comes to breaking through from the sixth to the seventh Ling realm, it really isn't a long time at all. After all, countless sixth Ling cultivators spend their entire lives unable to cultivate to the seventh Ling realm until the end of their lifespan. It must be said that out of all the paths of cultivation known to Milton Cheney, the spiritual world cultivation path is extremely difficult to cultivate. If it were not for his fortunate participation in a spirit recognition ceremony, he would still be very far from the seventh Ling realm at this point. It was only because Milton Cheney received the acknowledgement of those spiritual bodies during the ceremony that he was able to close this gap. 9 million years is not a long time for a sixth Ling cultivator striving for a breakthrough to the seventh Ling realm. At least Milton Cheney didn't think that 9 million years was a long time. On the contrary, he considered it to be rather short. He had the patience to wait for 9 million years. In both reincarnation simulation and true body simulation, Milton Cheney had experienced simulations spanning over 100 million years more than once. Compared to those experiences, 9 million years were fleeting. It's just a pity that I entered a spirit recognition ceremony at the 5 Ling realm, so I couldn't enter one again during the 6th Ling realm. If I could, perhaps in this reincarnation simulation I might have a chance to reach the 8th Ling realm of this world, Milton Cheney mused, somewhat emotional. If he could have entered the spirit recognition ceremony space again while at the 6th Ling realm, then there was a significant possibility that he could have broken through to the 8th Ling realm in this reincarnation simulation. If he could have done so, it would have been a tremendous help to Milton Cheney. After all, his actual realm in reality was merely the limit of a 7th stage wizard immortal, which is a layer below the 8th Ling realm. Having the cultivation of the 8th Ling realm in reality would have been of great significance to his real-world self. It would also mean an enhancement to his true capabilities. The significance was immense, but unfortunately, the chance of such an opportunity occurring was extremely low. After all, he was not a favored individual. If he really could participate in 2 spirit recognition ceremonies, that would have been abnormal. By that time, Milton Cheney might even need to consider if someone was plotting against him. In the space, Milton Cheney, having pondered for a moment, ceased his musings. He slowly closed his eyes and once again immersed himself in cultivation. The spiritual world cultivation path mostly involves refining the spiritual body, requiring meditative cultivation. This suited Milton Cheney rather well. Although he did not dislike practicing fighting techniques, meditative cultivation was the most beneficial for cultivation. Over the years, whether in reality or through reincarnation simulation or true body simulation, Milton Cheney spent most of his time in meditative cultivation. To Milton Cheney, meditative cultivation was the best way to cultivate, bar none. The spiritual world cultivation path is, of all the cultivation paths he knew, the most suited for meditative cultivation. Time flies, and it waits for no one. At least for Milton Cheney, he was always conscious of its passing. 8,400,000 years had gone by in the blink of an eye. To Milton Cheney, whether it was 1,000,000 years or 10,000,000 years, they were essentially the same. When one considers a relatively long span of time, time becomes meaningless for Milton Cheney. Because whether it's 5,000,000 years or 10,000,000 years, both are significant lengths of time. Inside the cultivation space, Milton Cheney's expression was calm, and his demeanor was tranquil. At this moment, he was only a step away from the 7th Ling realm, and he could reach a breakthrough whenever he wished. The spiritual power within his spiritual body had been accumulating to a critical point. However, a realm breakthrough is not achieved overnight, and even though Milton Cheney was prepared, he still couldn't cross the threshold of a great realm in an instant. Fortunately, his years of accumulation were profound, and with the aid of the spirit recognition ceremony, his foundation was much stronger than that of other 6th Ling cultivators. A solid foundation meant that the chances of Milton Cheney successfully breaking through to the 7th Ling realm were very good. Actually, this was an understatement. If Milton Cheney chose to break through to the 7th Ling realm at this moment, it would be almost impossible for him to fail. Chapter 725. The breakthrough of realms, although time-consuming, had an exceedingly high success rate according to Milton Cheney's deductions. The next moment, Milton Cheney no longer hesitated. With a thought, he directly mobilized all the spiritual power within his spiritual body. The full burst of spiritual power at the limit of the 6 spirits realm caused a great disturbance, at least within his cultivation space at that moment. A loud boom echoed. Fortunately, all of this was within Milton Cheney's expectations. He was well aware that a breakthrough would inevitably cause a significant disturbance, but fortunately, this was his own cultivation space, and there would be no one else to suddenly appear and disrupt him. He could confidently choose to break through to the 7th spirit's realm. As time slowly passed, the black mist that swirled around Milton Cheney after the burst of spiritual power gradually began to be reabsorbed into his spiritual body. This black mist was actually a form of spiritual power, only that it manifested differently in the external realm. To break through to the 7th spirit's realm on the spiritual world cultivation path, it was necessary to transform all the spiritual power in one's body into this black mist form of spiritual power. This step was the most crucial. Because whether for a 6th spirit's cultivator or a 7th spirit's cultivator, spiritual power is the foundation of the spiritual body. The transformation of spiritual power is also the basis for transcending realms. If the spiritual power did not transform, the realm would not advance either, but fortunately, Milton Cheney had already been diligently working on this step for many years. Millions of years allowed him to easily complete this most critical step. Of course, to break through to the 7th spirit's realm, it was not enough just to completely transform the spiritual power. He also needed to complete the transformation of his spiritual body and the integration between the two. This is why breaking through a realm is not something that happens in an instant, because whether it is a small realm or a great realm, transitioning from the current stage to a higher stage has never been something that can be accomplished in a moment. Luckily, at least Milton Cheney had laid a solid foundation. All he needed to do was rely on the memories in his mind and gradually complete the realm breakthrough. The possibility of failure was very low, so Milton Cheney had no intention of considering the possibility of failure in this breakthrough. He still had this level of confidence. Time passed at a steady pace, and the black mist lingering in Milton Cheney's cultivation space gradually began to disappear, the rate of disappearance ever increasing. When all the black mist had vanished, that would mean all the spiritual power around Milton Cheney had undergone a transformation. By that time, the first step of breaking through to the seventh spirit's realm would be considered complete. As for the two steps that followed, they presented no great difficulty for Milton Cheney. Although he had no experience in breaking through to the seventh spirit's realm on the spiritual world cultivation path, the principle that understanding one law equates to understanding all laws held true and therefore was not without reason. This body of Milton Cheney retained the realm he held in reality. In reality, Milton Cheney's realm was at the extreme limit of the seventh stage, making the breakthrough process much easier for him as a seventh stage wizard immortal. The black mist continued to fade at an unhurried pace. To say it was fading was not entirely accurate, the mist was actually being silently absorbed into Milton Cheney's body. As more spiritual power transformed, Milton Cheney could increasingly sense the existence of the seventh spirit's realm. Now, there seemed to still be a barrier between him and the seventh spirit's realm, and to break this barrier, he needed to go through the 3 steps. In the blink of an eye, over 60,000 years had passed. The inside of the cultivation space was now extremely empty. Not a trace of black mist remained around Milton Cheney. At this moment, his eyes were tightly closed, and his eyebrows were slightly furrowed. All the black mist had been digested by Milton Cheney, signifying that all the spiritual power within his spiritual body had completed its transformation. After the transformation of spiritual power, the next step was the transformation of the spiritual body. This step was somewhat more difficult than the complete transformation of spiritual power, but relatively speaking, it required less time. Of course, this difficulty was for the other sixth spirit's cultivators. Milton Cheney did not feel it was particularly difficult. Because at that moment, he had already begun the transformation process of his spiritual body. He was now in the midst of his spiritual body transformation. Naturally, this step could not be disturbed by anyone. Therefore, Milton Cheney had already closed his cultivation space before this, and now, aside from himself, no other person could appear within his cultivation space. Unless he had already made a breakthrough to the seventh spiritual realm. The speed of the spiritual body transformation seems to be much faster than I remember. Is this due to the solid foundation I've built up? Experiencing the transformation of his spiritual body, Milton Cheney muttered to himself. The speed of this spiritual body transformation had indeed exceeded Milton Cheney's expectations as soon as it started. The speed was simply too fast. In Milton Cheney's calculations, to complete the transformation of his spiritual body, it would at least require hundreds of thousands of years. But in reality, it wasn't the case, not to mention hundreds of thousands of years. After the real start of the spiritual body transformation, Milton Cheney realized he might not even need tens of thousands of years. This increase in speed was definitely several times faster than before. Of course, for Milton Cheney, this was undoubtedly a good thing. After all, the time saved, no matter how much, would be of help to Milton Cheney later on. Time slowly passed by. After 50,000 years, inside the cultivation space. At this moment, the frown that had creased Milton Cheney's forehead had long since relaxed, and his expression was serene, his eyes already open. A trace of contemplation flashed through his eyes. Because at this point, his spiritual body had already undergone transformation to the final step. In other words, if he wished, he would only need to fully integrate the transformed spiritual body with the qualitatively changed spiritual power, and he could then naturally break through to the seventh spiritual realm. However, at this time, Milton Cheney hesitated. Because the speed of his realm breakthrough was simply too fast. A fast step is slightly ahead, but if one is suddenly several or even dozens of steps ahead, that is somewhat abnormal. The myriad towns court could definitely monitor the progress of his realm. If he were to break through, whether he was discovered was not important, Milton Cheney didn't care. However, what concerned Milton Cheney was whether someone would delve into his secrets. After all, to this world, Milton Cheney was a reincarnation. Not everyone is a fool. If too many anomalies were shown, it would eventually be discovered sooner or later. Milton Cheney pondered slightly. Whether to choose a breakthrough was actually quite a significant decision for Milton Cheney. At this moment, he could break through to the seventh spiritual realm at any time, which also meant that the earlier he broke through, the more time he would have left in this reincarnation simulation. But accompanying this were significant risks. But if he chose not to break through, he would still have to choose to break through to the seventh spiritual realm later on. He couldn't possibly be stuck at this realm, not advancing a step further. That would be impossible, for that would go against the purpose of starting this reincarnation simulation. The later he broke through, the less likely he would be suspected. The smaller the risk he faced. After all, there's a limit to being a genius. If Milton Cheney were alone without any power behind him, then naturally there would not be any need for him to ponder. Between these two choices of what to decide upon, Milton Cheney was somewhat hesitant. He was worried that an early breakthrough might lead to unexpected changes and bring an premature end to this reincarnation simulation. He also worried that a too late breakthrough would waste a lot of his original time. Perhaps at the end of this reincarnation simulation, what he would lack was exactly the time for that final step. Time elapsed. A moment later, Milton Cheney closed and then opened his eyes once more. The next instant, he initiated the fusion of spiritual power with the spiritual body. There were still many chances left in his reincarnation simulation, so this time he would definitely take a risk. Even if this reincarnation simulation had to end prematurely because of it, he still had other opportunities. Chapter 726. The quality of the spiritual power had completely merged with the spiritual body. Milton Cheney could clearly sense that his realm was progressing from the sixth spirit realm towards the seventh spirit realm. The final step of realm advancement did not take too much time. After all, at this moment, he was only a step away from the seventh spirit realm. As time slowly passed, Milton Cheney kept his eyes tightly shut, sensing the changes in his realm. The promotion of his realm did not make Milton Cheney wait for long. In just a blink, several years had passed. Within the cultivation space, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his consciousness had also returned to clarity, and the memories in his mind became increasingly clear. After stepping through the final threshold, I will truly be a seventh spirit cultivator. Milton Cheney's expression was calm as thoughts emerged in his heart. The next moment, without any further hesitation, Milton Cheney took the initiative to make the leap across realms. At this moment, his spiritual power had already perfectly fused with his spiritual body, making the crossing of realms a matter of an instant. An instant later, Milton Cheney clearly felt that he had changed. The gap between the seventh spirit realm and the sixth spirit realm was vast, with no comparison at all. By now, Milton Cheney had successfully stepped into the seventh spirit realm. Within the entire spiritual world, he could now be considered a mid-tier cultivator. Although this was only the second reincarnation of Milton Cheney into this world, his understanding of it was far from shallow. After all, he had the inheritance of memories during both reincarnations into this world. The transmission of memories, coupled with the significant time he spent living in this world, meant he knew quite a lot about the spiritual world. Thus, he was very clear about what being a seventh spirit cultivator meant within the spiritual world. In the spiritual world, a seventh spirit cultivator was the equivalent of a loose immortal in the immortal realm. Even more than that, their status could be a bit higher. After all, the number of cultivators in the spiritual world was not as large as those in the immortal realm due to the unique path of cultivation. Moreover, all the beings in the spiritual world were nurtured from the spiritual sea, their total number perhaps not even equal to one major region in the immortal realm. Of course, this did not imply that the spiritual world was weak. The size of the world and the population say nothing. For the strongest cultivator in the spiritual world could definitely rival an immortal emperor of the immortal realm. Moreover, the spiritual world and the immortal realm are two distinct worlds, and there's no need to compare between the two. The next moment, Milton Cheney stopped overthinking. The transformation of his realm had now been thoroughly completed. The seventh spirit realm gave Milton Cheney a long-missed feeling of becoming even more powerful. Keep in mind that he retained the limit of the seventh stage wizard immortal in reality, yet he still felt such growth. One can imagine just how tremendous his improvement was. Such a massive improvement came with visible risks. After completing the breakthrough, Milton Cheney was constantly sensing the changes in the surrounding cultivation space. His breakthrough could definitely not be hidden from the Myriad Town's court. Whether members of Myriad Town's court would come here to find him, Milton Cheney did not know. However, no matter what changes might occur next, they were all within his expectations. Time flowed slowly, and the cultivation space remained as it was, with no changes whatsoever. The anticipated arrival of other members of the Myriad Town's court to find him did not occur. But even so, Milton Cheney was not the least bit negligent. His eyebrows slightly furrowed as he pondered over certain matters. The absence of someone coming to look for him should be good news in theory, for it meant he had not been noticed at the moment. However, Milton Cheney, who had relevant memories, was well aware that such a rate of cultivation was definitely abnormal. It was impossible not to draw attention. And once noticed, someone would surely come to check. As a powerful force, the Myriad Town's court had seen people use possession to infiltrate it. Thus, Milton Cheney knew all too well that his situation would definitely attract members of the court to inspect. This was also what he had previously been concerned about. He was not afraid of being inspected, for no matter what, he was not a possessor. He had genuinely reincarnated into this world. For this world, he was an original inhabitant of the spiritual world. It's just that for Milton Cheney, this world was not his true world. Different thoughts continuously emerged in his mind. A moment later, Milton Cheney stopped overthinking. After all, no amount of thinking would matter, since whether the people from Myriad Town's court would come was not for him to decide. He was not one of the decision-makers in Myriad Town's court. Perhaps the high-ups of Myriad Town's court were observing him from somewhere at this very moment, only he was unaware of it. Having clarified these thoughts, Milton Cheney gently closed his eyes and started to stabilize his newly achieved 7th spirit realm. Stabilizing the realm after the breakthrough was not an easy task. Fortunately, Milton Cheney's foundation at the 6th spirit realm was exceedingly strong. Such a strong foundation allowed him to easily complete the stabilization after the realm advancement. Although the time consumed was not short, it was enough for Milton Cheney. Having broken through to become a 7th spirit cultivator, his lifespan had greatly increased once more. The increased lifespan, plus the time previously saved, gave him quite a bit of hope to advance further in this session of reincarnation simulation. Chapter 727. This was also Milton Cheney's goal in this round of reincarnation simulation. However, since it was a goal, it meant that achieving this step was bound to be extremely difficult. Of course, Milton still had some confidence in himself. As long as no accidents occurred in this reincarnation simulation, he still harbored considerable hope of making a breakthrough to the level 8 realm. But that would definitely require an extraordinarily long period of time. In this long stretch of time, he could not afford any accidents. If an accident led to the end of this reincarnation simulation, then his goal would become unattainable. This reincarnation simulation, from the beginning of reincarnating into this world until now, breaking through to the level 7 realm, had proceeded extremely smoothly. Whether this smooth progress could be maintained until the end of the simulation was something Milton Cheney was unclear about. Nonetheless, Milton hoped it could last until the very end. After all, if it did, the possibility of advancing further in this reincarnation simulation would be greater. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 12 million years had passed since Milton broke through to the level 7 realm. During these 12 million years, he spent most of his time cultivating in the cultivation space on the spiritual world cultivation path. He only left the cultivation space for a small fraction of the time. After all, the spiritual world cultivation path was a cultivation journey that required prolonged and arduous cultivation. To reach an extremely high realm on this path, a long period of ascetic cultivation was indispensable. More than 10 million years of ascetic cultivation resulted in a significant improvement for Milton. While not enough to take him too far along the path of level 7 realm, it did thoroughly stabilize his realm and considerably enhanced his spiritual power. The improvement is still a bit too slow, Milton murmured to himself within the cultivation space. The million years of cultivation allowed Milton to clearly understand his current pace of progress. It must be said that compared to the time he was in the level 5 and level 6 realms, his cultivation speed had slowed down considerably. After all, after breaking through to the level 7 realm, Milton no longer had any shortcuts to take. Ascetic cultivation might greatly aid Milton, but it required an extremely long time. By now, Milton could roughly estimate how long it would take to advance to the level 8 realm. At the very least, it would take 200 million years. At the moment, he didn't even have 200 million years added up in his entire lifespan after the breakthrough to the level 7 realm. Of course, the time calculated in the simulation could not be considered the actual time needed. The genuine requisite time would only be known when he really reached that stage of cultivation. Fortunately, the slowing down of his cultivation was within Milton's expectations. This round of reincarnation simulation hadn't lasted very long, it was just over 20 million years. 20 million years could seem long but also short. After all, in almost every simulation, Milton would stay for more than 10 million years. This was the case for text simulations, reincarnation simulations, as well as true body simulations. Ascetic cultivation on the spiritual world cultivation path indeed remains the fastest way to improve. Milton mused with some emotion. Over the years, after noticing the slowdown in his cultivation speed, he did not refrain from exploring other cultivation methods. But after trying several methods, Milton found that the fastest cultivation speed was still achieved by remaining in the cultivation space for ascetic cultivation. This is also why cultivators of the spiritual world cultivation path are called ascetic cultivators. Because most of them spend their entire lives in ascetic cultivation. It doesn't matter whether their talent is high or low. Because innate talent is merely a reference and not the crucial factor that determines the level a cultivator can ultimately reach. After this reincarnation into this world, Milton's innate talent was assessed to be at the level 9 realm. But this didn't mean that he could reach the level 9 realm by simply following the routine cultivation process. That was absolutely impossible. Let alone the level 9 realm, even reaching the level 8 realm wouldn't be easy for Milton if he wanted to follow a routine cultivation process. In fact, it would be extremely difficult. Time will not stop passing. In the blink of an eye, 50 million years had passed. Within the cultivation space of Myriad Town's court, Milton Cheney ceased his cultivation. Another arduous cultivation of tens of millions of years had led to significant improvements in his realm this time. After all, 50 million years is an exceptionally long time. In any simulation, 50 million years would be considered lengthy. From the time Milton Cheney acquired the simulator, he had undergone numerous simulations, but only a few had reached 50 million years. The further along I get in my cultivation, the faster it seems to go. Milton Cheney murmured to himself. His long periods of arduous cultivation allowed him to easily discern his own pace of progress. At this moment, he realized that his pace was significantly faster than when he had first broken through to the level 7 spiritual realm. Although the speed of cultivation was still not outrageously fast, it was at least 30% quicker than when he had just broken through to the level 7 spiritual realm. This increase might seem minor, but in reality, such a boost in cultivation speed was substantial. When reflected in reality, this was even more evident. After all, 30% of 100 million years is 30 million years. If he could maintain or even accelerate this rate, he might be able to reach the level 8 spiritual realm within just tens of millions of years. This rate of cultivation was not anticipated in Milton Cheney's original predictions. Although surprised by this advancement, Milton Cheney was not shocked. After his reincarnation into this world, his talent and aptitude had been assessed as possessing level 9 spiritual talent. If his pace of cultivation remained that slow with such high talent, it would have been truly abnormal. Of course, although his current rate of cultivation had increased considerably, breaking through to the level 8 spiritual realm was still not an easy feat. After all, breaking through a realm relies on more than just speed of cultivation. There are many critical factors involved. However, Milton Cheney actually had considerable confidence in himself. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 72 million years went by. Since his reincarnation into this world, nearly 150 million years had elapsed. Within the cultivation space of Myriad Town's court at this moment, Milton Cheney's expression was very calm. At this point, he was just a step away from the level 8 spiritual realm. Indeed, he had reached the limit of the level 7 spiritual realm, with his progress in the spiritual world cultivation path being remarkable over more than 100 million years. All these advancements had accumulated from his years of relentless cultivation. Yet taking that last step proved extremely difficult for Milton Cheney. After all, both in simulation and in reality, Milton Cheney had never chosen to break through a realm beyond level 8. Whether it was the level 8 wizard's realm or the level 8 spiritual realm, both were exceedingly unfamiliar to him. Overcoming a great realm's leap was complicated. Of course, for Milton Cheney, whether he failed or succeeded, the difference wasn't all that great. After all, he still had many opportunities. If this reincarnation simulation failed, there would be another. Even if it was an accumulation of 5 reincarnation simulations, he still had several attempts available to him. Time slowly moved on, and moments later, Milton Cheney closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into a state of etherealness. His spiritual body began its transformation, and his spiritual power started to metamorphose. The breakthrough into the level 8 spiritual realm was much more difficult compared to the one for the level 7 spiritual realm. The mere transformation of the quality of the spiritual body was an ordeal far beyond what the level 7 spiritual realm could compare to. The next moment, spiritual power spilled out. Bands of black spiritual power wrapped around Milton Cheney, dissolving as soon as they appeared. A realm breakthrough consumed a considerable amount of time. Chapter 728. The spiritual power representing the 7th spiritual realm began to dissolve, which meant the spiritual power of the 8th spiritual realm was about to be born. Time slowly passed. All the spiritual power within Milton Cheney's spiritual body began to be replaced. The spiritual power of the 8th spiritual realm is completely different from that of the 7th spiritual realm. This difference is not only reflected in the strength of the spiritual power but also in the total amount. If the total amount of spiritual power in the 7th spiritual realm is like a rushing stream, then the entire spiritual power of the 8th spiritual realm is like a long river. The difference between them is, without a doubt, immense. After all, the 8th spiritual realm is not even in the same league as the 7th spiritual realm. The 8th stage on the spiritual world cultivation path is actually equivalent to the immortal human realm in the immortal realm. The vast gap between the loose immortal realm and the immortal human realm signifies how enormous the difference is between the 7th and 8th spiritual realms. The transformation of spiritual power seems quite fast, however, the change in my spiritual physique will require much more time. In the cultivation space, Milton Cheney muttered to himself. At this moment, his breakthrough had begun. Once the breakthrough of a great realm began, it could not be interrupted, the final outcome could only be failure or success. For Milton Cheney, the chances of success were definitely greater than those of failure. The reason was simple. It was because Milton Cheney still had plenty of time left. The ample time allowed his foundation to become extremely solid, and a solid foundation was the key to breaking through to a new realm. Of course, the most important reason was that in this round of reincarnation simulation, Milton Cheney had not felt that he had reached his limit. It should be noted that before starting this simulation, his real-world self was only at the limit of the 7th level wizard immortal realm. The limit of the 7th level wizard immortal also meant that his consciousness was at the same realm. In fact, before this, Milton Cheney had been somewhat worried that the limit of the realm he could reach in this reincarnation simulation would be the limit of the 7th spiritual realm. But his worries were clearly unnecessary. Because up until now, he had not felt any sensation of reaching the limit of his realm. This meant that he could potentially cultivate to a higher realm in this world than he ever had in reality. For Milton Cheney, this was definitely a relief from one of his concerns. Of course, although he had not yet reached the limit of the spiritual world cultivation path, it did not mean that he had no limit in this world. That would be absolutely impossible. In Milton Cheney's conjecture, after being reincarnated into this world, he could at most reach the 8th spiritual realm. Reaching anything higher was almost impossible. Although his talent was assessed to be of the 9th level spirituality in this world, Milton Cheney, who was aware of the strength of his spiritual body, knew it was nearly impossible for him to cultivate to the 9th spiritual realm in this world. The gap was too wide. The 8th spiritual realm was likely the limit of his cultivation in the spiritual realm after his reincarnation. The transformation of spiritual power continued steadily. After the breakthrough began, Milton Cheney had already cleared all distractions from his mind. At this point, he had only one important task, and that was to complete the breakthrough from the 7th to the 8th spiritual realm. His lifespan was still quite abundant, with at least tens of millions of years left. If nothing unexpected happened, such a length of time was surely enough. Whether it was for the transformation of spiritual power or the qualitative change of the spiritual body, the time needed would not exceed his remaining lifespan. Of course, it was not calculated like this. Since Milton Cheney was without experience at this point, it was possible he might hit a block in the breakthrough process at some moment. This possibility was not non-existent. After all, whether in reality or in simulation, the highest realm Milton Cheney had ever cultivated was the 7th level realm. He had never reached a higher realm. It could be said that this reincarnation simulation was his closest approach to the 8th stage. This was also why Milton Cheney had no worries at all. After all, success would naturally be excellent, but failure would also accumulate a lot of experience for him. Milton Cheney was long past the time when he had to succeed at all costs. At this time, he could fully bear the cost of failure, since he still had many opportunities. Inside the cultivation space, Milton Cheney sat with his eyes tightly closed. The black spiritual power around him continued to reappear incessantly, this power spilling out from his spiritual body. After the spiritual power overflowed, it would gradually transform into a higher level of spiritual power within the cultivation space. This process would consume a significant amount of time, but fortunately, time did not stop flowing, and Milton Cheney's spiritual power also kept transforming. As time flew by swiftly, 5.33 million years had passed. For Milton Cheney, these 5 million plus years were not a short period. Throughout this time, he had remained within the cultivation space. After all, once the breakthrough began, especially from the 7th to the 8th spiritual realm, it could not be abruptly halted. Knowing all this, Milton Cheney naturally stayed in the cultivation space. With 5 million years gone by, the spiritual power within Milton Cheney that represented the 7th spiritual realm had all been transformed into the power of the 8th spiritual realm. At this time, all of his spiritual power within his spiritual body had completed its transformation. Chapter 729. For Milton Cheney, spending more than 5 million years to complete this step was absolutely worth it. Although over 5 million years is a long time, it pales in comparison to the advancement he had achieved in his realm this time. As expected, the speed of spiritual power transformation is extremely fast. Inside the cultivation space, Milton Cheney, seated in a meditative pose, muttered to himself. Just as he had anticipated, after he chose to make a breakthrough to the 8th spirit realm, the initial stage of spiritual power transformation indeed didn't take much time. For a normal 7 spirit realm cultivator, completing the transformation of all the spiritual power within the spiritual body in over 5 million years is definitely considered extremely fast. Of course, this was merely the beginning. After all, merely transforming one's spiritual power is far from enough to break through from the 7 spirit realm to the 8 spirit realm. The transformation of spiritual power is just the first step. It's not that the 8 spirit realm is particularly special, but this is the case whether it's the 6 spirit realm or the 7 spirit realm. What comes next, transforming the physique of the spiritual body, might not be such an easy task. Milton Cheney felt a tinge of emotion. It must be said, although he had no experience with breaking through to the 8 spirit realm, he could deduce some things. The transformation of the spiritual body is completely different from that of spiritual power. If spiritual power is the foundation, then the spiritual body is the essence. Laying a good foundation is not too difficult, especially since Milton Cheney is not short of experience in this area, not to mention he also has ample time. But reshaping the essence is definitely not a simple and easy matter. Even for Milton Cheney, completing this step was not easy. Not to mention that this breakthrough, whether in simulation or in reality, was his first time, which added significant difficulty. Luckily, Milton Cheney was not worried about these challenges. Although he lacked experience in breaking through to the 8 spirit realm, he had plenty of experience in the transformation of the spiritual body. After all, when he broke through to the 6 spirit realm and the 7 spirit realm, he had undergone the transformation of the spiritual body. Though that kind of transformation is nothing compared to the jump from the 7 spirit realm to the 8 spirit realm, as if it were child's play. But nevertheless, it was experience he could draw upon. For Milton Cheney, even a minor experience was enough. Help can sometimes come from those minute details. The next moment, Milton Cheney stopped overthinking, pushing the various stray thoughts to the back of his mind. The black spiritual power swirling around Milton Cheney had completely vanished, leaving nothing in his cultivation space but him. Within Milton Cheney's spiritual body, the black spiritual power had all turned into crimson. This signified the spiritual power of the 8 spirit realm. Now that the spiritual power had completely transformed, he naturally could not neglect the transformation of the spiritual body. Milton Cheney would not skip this step just because the transformation of the spiritual body would take a long time. That was absolutely impossible. After all, this step is essential for breaking through from the 7 spirit realm to the 8 spirit realm. So, with his extraneous thoughts suppressed, Milton Cheney made up his mind. The next moment, the transformation of the spiritual body began. The instant the spiritual body transformation started, Milton Cheney felt something different. This feeling was unfamiliar, one he had never had before. He could distinctly sense his spiritual body becoming different, as though it was undergoing sublimation in that moment. This sensation was extremely clear. Previously, when he broke through from the 6 spirit realm to the 7 spirit realm, although his spiritual body underwent significant changes, Milton Cheney could not sense them easily. Even if he could sense them, it was very superficial. But now, the transformation of his spiritual body had just begun, and already he had such a clear perception. For Milton Cheney, this was definitely an unexpected gain. After all, the clearer the sense of advancement, the greater the likelihood of a successful breakthrough. Time flowed by slowly. Sitting cross-legged in the cultivation space, Milton Cheney's expression was calm, his demeanor indifferent. On his face, no emotion could be seen. However, his heart was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. After all, anything that could increase his chances of a successful breakthrough to the 8th spirit realm was definitely something that could stir his emotions. Although reaching the 8th spirit realm was just his goal for this reincarnation simulation, it wasn't essential to break through to this level. But if he could break through successfully, Milton Cheney naturally did not wish to fail. One must know that after successfully breaking through to the 8th spirit realm, whether it was within this reincarnation simulation world or after the reincarnation simulation ended and he returned to reality, he would obtain immense benefits. After the reincarnation simulation ended, all the realms achieved within the simulation would be retained in reality. Especially since he had stepped onto the transcendence path and become a transcendent after returning to reality, the reincarnation simulation had become his only means of contacting other worlds. So these opportunities were naturally something he must cherish. Time flowed by slowly. Inside the cultivation space, Milton Cheney's consciousness had completely fallen into an ethereal state. The transformation of the spiritual body had begun, and once started, it could not be interrupted. The memories in his mind remained clear. The transformation of the spiritual body required a lengthy period, during which Milton Cheney could not leave the cultivation space. After the beginning of the spiritual body transformation, the crimson spiritual power within Milton Cheney's spiritual body began to spread throughout his body. Just as I thought, the transformation of the spiritual body requires a prolonged time. Sensing the progress of the spiritual body transformation, Milton Cheney murmured silently to himself. It has to be said, this speed was quite too slow. Even Milton Cheney felt it was somewhat abnormal. He was not clear how much time other 7th spirit realm cultivators took to complete their spiritual body transformation. If all cultivators within the spiritual world cultivation path needed as much time to break through and complete the transformation step into the 8th spirit realm, then Milton Cheney was puzzled as to how these cultivators managed to break through to the 8th spirit realm. After all, in this world, although cultivators of the 8th spirit realm were not particularly numerous, there were definitely not a few either. After Milton Cheney reincarnated into this world this time, his luck was definitely not bad. Moreover, his talent and physique were not poor. If he was unable to break through to the 8th spirit realm in this world, then how did other 7th spirit realm cultivators manage to do so? Could it be that all those in the spiritual world who broke through to the 8th spirit realm obtained opportunities that were stronger than his in this reincarnation simulation? Milton Cheney thought it was possible, but not very likely. Because the spiritual world is incredibly vast, and not all cultivators with high talent could join large forces. Let alone having the chance to participate in the spirit recognition ceremony at the 6th spirit realm. Such opportunities were truly rare and sought after. At least Milton Cheney himself felt that his reincarnation simulation this time was very worthwhile. The opportunity of 5 reincarnation simulations stacked together in exchange for a chance to become a higher realm cultivator was certainly advantageous. Not to mention 5 reincarnation simulations, even if 10 reincarnation simulations were stacked together for such an opportunity, it would be absolutely worth it. Time flowed by slowly. The transformation of the spiritual body was still progressing slowly. With the accumulation of time, the speed of the spiritual body transformation had not changed in the slightest. It didn't become faster or slower as the transformation of the spiritual body progressed. This is the difference between the transformation of spiritual power and the transformation of the spiritual body. If it were the transformation of spiritual power, the speed would only get faster. But the transformation of the spiritual body is different, the speed remains constant. Fortunately, Milton Cheney was not particularly concerned about time, as his lifespan was still very abundant. Chapter 730. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and before one knew it, hundreds of thousands of years had passed. Throughout these hundreds of thousands of years, Milton Cheney had been spending his time within the cultivation space. The passage of time had minimal impact on Milton Cheney. After all, whether it was hundreds of thousands or millions of years, the improvement for him wasn't considered significant. The transformation of the spiritual body was not something that could be completed in an instant. At least, the transformation of the spiritual body between the 7th realm and the 8th realm was such. Within the cultivation space, a faint frown creased Milton Cheney's brow, as new thoughts emerged in his heart. The speed of the spiritual body transformation is so slow, yet the effect seems much stronger than what I recall from my inherited memory. Milton Cheney murmured to himself. During those hundreds of thousands of years, Milton Cheney had been undergoing the spiritual body transformation. This gave him an extremely profound understanding of the speed and effectiveness of the transformation. The speed remained the same, very slow, with not a hint of change. But the improvement the spiritual body transformation brought him, the effects during the transformation process, were beyond Milton Cheney's expectations. Though Milton Cheney had never genuinely reached the eighth realm, his inherited memory contained details of that very realm. This, too, was an unanticipated gain. Although this step took a long time, if the improvement was significant, then it was definitely worth it. For Milton Cheney, the impact of time on the advancement of his realm was secondary. Increase in strength was the most critical aspect. After all, what Milton Cheney lacked at this time was not time, but a breakthrough in his realm. With this in mind, Milton Cheney no longer dwelled on the thought. Instead, he continued the spiritual body transformation. Once the spiritual body transformation began, Milton Cheney again ignored the passage of time. His consciousness entered a state of emptiness, and the outside world's impact on him vanished. One must not be hasty to complete the spiritual body transformation. In the long, painstaking process, impatience could affect the progress of the transformation. Fortunately, the experienced Milton Cheney would not become impatient over a single breakthrough. After all, the number of reincarnation simulations he had undergone was far too great. In these countless reincarnation simulations, he had experienced realm breakthroughs more than once. There were many such experiences, both successful and ending in failure. So even though this was his first attempt at advancing to a higher realm, Milton Cheney's heart did not give rise to any undue emotions. While the advancement of his realm was greatly beneficial for Milton Cheney, it wasn't so crucial that success was mandatory. After all, if this attempt failed, there would be another chance. Moreover, given the current situation, it did not seem easy to fail this time. As long as Milton Cheney could maintain this pace of spiritual body transformation, there was no need to accelerate. As long as the speed of the spiritual body transformation did not slow down, his chances of breaking through to the eighth realm during this reincarnation simulation were very high. He still had tens of millions of years of lifespan left, ample time for him to complete the entire spiritual body transformation. It likely wouldn't even take so long. Of course, all this was based on the premise that nothing unexpected happened. In Milton Cheney's expectations, all chances of unforeseen events were omitted. However, whether unexpected events would occur during the process of realm breakthrough, Milton Cheney had no way of knowing. After all, he had never broken through to the eighth realm before, neither in reality nor in simulation. Time slowly passed. In an instant, 22 million years slipped away. Within the myriad town's court, in the cultivation space reserved for Milton Cheney alone. At this moment, Milton Cheney was sitting cross-legged with his eyes tightly closed, with no one else present in the space except for himself. The cultivation space was exceptionally quiet. Milton Cheney sat in the central area of the cultivation space like a statue. After 22 million years, Milton Cheney remained unchanged. His realm was still at the seventh spiritual world cultivation path, and it had not advanced to the eighth realm due to the passage of time. But with such a protracted period having passed, it was impossible for him not to have improved at all. At least, within the process of spiritual body transformation, his progress was astonishing. Despite no change in the speed of his spiritual body transformation over the years, the accumulation of tens of millions of years still resulted in an exaggerated increase. At this very moment, Milton Cheney's spiritual body transformation was in its final stage. In Milton Cheney's calculations, he was not far from completing the spiritual body transformation. If converted into time, perhaps only 1,000,000 years would be needed for him to finish the entire process. By then, all he would need to do is fully integrate the transformed spiritual power with the transformed spiritual body to break through and become a genuine eighth realm cultivator. In reaching that realm, even within the entire spiritual world, he would belong to the upper echelons of cultivators. Although still far from the peak cultivators of the spiritual world, it was already enough. After tens of millions of years, Milton Cheney, who had always stayed in the cultivation space for arduous cultivation, had not experienced any accidents. Chapter 731. No unexpected situations occurred. This was, in fact, within Milton Cheney's expectations. although he had never broken through to the 8th spiritual realm and lacked experience in that regard. He had experienced breakthroughs in the realms below the 8th spiritual realm and had relevant experience. When he had broken through from the 5th to the 6th spiritual realm, no accidents had occurred. The same was true when he broke through from the 6th to the 7th spiritual realm. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Milton Cheney didn't need to worry about any unforeseen incidents. Indeed, Milton Cheney was right not to worry, because even up to this moment, no unexpected situations had arisen. I hope there will be no accidents in this final step. Within the cultivation space, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes, temporarily halting the spiritual body transformation. He mused to himself at this moment. The complete transformation of the spiritual body was only one step away. The final step was extremely crucial for Milton Cheney, because if it failed, it would mean that all his previous painstaking efforts were in vain. Although he could accept either success or failure, the wastage of tens of millions of years would still somewhat affect Milton Cheney. Success was naturally the better outcome. After all, in that case, he would not have to reincarnate into this world again. The number of reincarnation simulations he had accumulated could be used to transmigrate to other worlds. One could say the impact was significant. Yet, having encountered no unforeseen incidents until now, there was no reason for one to occur at the very last step. That would be illogical. However, having experienced too many things that defied logic, Milton Cheney needed to make early preparations just in case. Milton Cheney had to ensure that his chances of success in completing this last step were at their highest. In fact, achieving this was quite simple: adjust his state to the best possible condition. By this time, he had been cultivating for tens of millions of years continuously. Although the enhancement of his spiritual body was immensely substantial, his condition could not be called optimal. The passage of time had little effect on him, but it was not a completely negligible influence. Though he was not lost in the long river of time, it was quite normal for his mindset to be influenced by the prolonged passage of time. Of course, these effects were minimal for Milton Cheney. However, facing the final step of the spiritual body transformation, even a minimal influence was critical. Therefore, Milton Cheney needed to pause the transformation process and adjust his condition to perfection. By doing so, his chances of success in the last step of the transformation would be higher. Over these more than 20 million years, Milton Cheney had remained in the cultivation space without going anywhere else. This was not because he was truly an ascetic cultivator. It was because once the breakthrough of the realm began, leaving the cultivation space could lead to failure. While this possibility was slim, Milton Cheney didn't allow for the slightest chance of an unexpected incident. This was the reason he had never left the cultivation space over the years. Time gradually passed, and as Milton Cheney paused the transformation of his spiritual body, he had been adjusting his mindset. This adjustment took more than a decade. More than a decade was very brief. To Milton Cheney, it was particularly fleeting. Whether in reality or in any simulation, a decade's impact on Milton Cheney was negligible. It couldn't even be considered an impact at all. However, just adjusting his body to the perfect condition, more than a decade was already sufficient. At this moment, Milton Cheney's spiritual body condition was perfect. His mental state was also perfect. It could be said that his chances of completing the final step of the spiritual body transformation were undoubtedly the highest. Milton Cheney was clear about all these in his heart. Therefore, in the next moment, while sitting cross-legged in the cultivation space, Milton Cheney moved his thoughts and once again commenced the spiritual body transformation. His consciousness fell back into the void state. With the most perfect condition to complete this last step of the spiritual body's transformation, Milton Cheney couldn't imagine any possibility of failure. Even if an accident were to suddenly occur, Milton Cheney could adjust perfectly and promptly. Time slowly passed, after Milton Cheney initiated the transformation of his spiritual body again. Inside the empty cultivation space, only a faint ripple arose, only for the space to return to calm a moment later. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 1,200,000 years had passed. Myriad Town's Court, inside the cultivation space. Milton Cheney sat cross-legged, his expression serene. At this moment, the transformation of his spiritual body was perfectly complete. He had successfully taken the final step of the spiritual body transformation, not only completing the spiritual power transformation but also perfecting that of the spiritual body. The whole process, though it took a very long time, resulted well in the end. In Milton Cheney's expectations, it was unlikely that anything would go wrong during the spiritual body transformation process. And indeed, the outcome was just as he had anticipated. After adjusting his state, the spiritual body transformation went unexpectedly smoothly. In 1,200,000 years, the speed of his spiritual body transformation didn't increase, but he also comfortably completed the final step. At this time, he was very close to the 8th spiritual realm. Next, as long as I perfectly merge the transformed spiritual power with the spiritual body, I'll be able to break through to the true 8th spiritual realm. Milton Cheney mused with some emotion within the cultivation space. It must be said that before choosing to reincarnate into this world for the second time, Milton Cheney had not expected to advance so far in this reincarnation simulation. After all, he had only reincarnated into this world once before this simulation. And the gains from that previous reincarnation simulation were quite modest. Now, he was only a step away from the 8th spiritual realm. There was no great chasm in his way. Nor did he feel any sense of reaching his limit. It could be said that in this reincarnation simulation, breaking through to the 8th spiritual realm was a sure thing. Even if an accident were to occur now, what kind of accident could it be? Thinking of this, Milton Cheney's face broke into a faint smile. The next moment, the crimson spiritual power representing the 8th spiritual realm burst forth from within his spiritual body, swirling around the cultivation space. The quantity of spiritual power amassed within Milton Cheney's spiritual body was enormous. It was at least dozens of times, if not more, than that of the 7th spiritual realm. The lengthy time consumed for the spiritual power transformation was not without reason. The sheer volume of the spiritual power and the strength of its essence were the most important factors. Spiritual power manifested within the cultivation space. A faint red glow also appeared on the surface of Milton Cheney's spiritual body. The next instant, the spiritual body began to merge with the spiritual power. At this moment, Milton Cheney decisively initiated the breakthrough of the realm, no longer needing to adjust his state, for he was already in the optimal condition. In the breakthrough of the spiritual world cultivation path, the qualitative change in spiritual power and the transformation of the spiritual body both required lengthy time, but the final step of their integration didn't need as much time. Of course, this not as much time is relative. Several 100,000 to even over 1,000,000 years were still required. But at this moment, Milton Cheney was not lacking in time. After all, he still had tens of millions of years of life remaining. Time trickled by, and millions of years passed in a flash. Finally, at a certain moment within the cultivation space, all was quiet. The crimson spiritual power had also disappeared within the cultivation space. Milton Cheney, who had his eyes closed tight, now opened them. 8th spiritual realm. So strong. Chapter 732. Decades of millions of years of accumulation. The qualitatively changed spiritual power and the transformed spiritual body had thoroughly fused together. Only then did Milton Cheney truly achieve the 8th realm of spirits. Within the cultivation space. At this moment, a faint glow lit up in Milton Cheney's eyes as he stared straight ahead, though his pupils were not focused. New thoughts kept emerging in his mind. After breaking through to the 8th realm of spirits, Milton Cheney clearly perceived that the world had become somewhat different. This realm was an entirely different one. Compared to the 7th realm of spirits, Milton Cheney was now more than 10 times stronger. Indeed, how could the gap between the realms of loose immortal and true immortal be small? Milton Cheney murmured to himself, feeling somewhat moved. It must be said that being able to break through to the 8th realm of spirits within a reincarnation simulation was definitely a tremendous gain. After all, the real-life Milton Cheney was merely at the level of a 7th stage wizard immortal, still a short distance away from the 8th stage wizard immortal realm. Unexpectedly, he had reached this realm within the reincarnation simulation. The next moment, Milton Cheney's vigilant consciousness began to sense the changes in his entire spiritual body. After breaking through to the 8th realm of spirits, the once transformed spiritual power began to change qualitatively again, and the transformed spiritual body did likewise. However, these changes were happening subtly and imperceptibly, and they didn't adversely affect Milton Cheney in the slightest. He didn't even need to actively carry out this step. In other words, the process was passive and did not waste any of his time. Of course, even if Milton Cheney needed to spend time stabilizing his realm, he wouldn't mind. Especially now, after his successful breakthrough into the 8th realm of spirits, his lifespan had significantly increased. At present, even if he did nothing, he could survive for nearly 500 million more years in this world. It was foreseeable that this reincarnation simulation would unquestionably become the longest he had ever experienced since obtaining the simulator. None of his previous reincarnation simulations had ever granted him such a lengthy lifespan. Of course, this was undoubtedly a good thing for Milton Cheney. Because even if his lifespan were doubled in this reincarnation simulation, the real-life Milton Cheney would not be affected. Milton Cheney no longer worried that he might lose himself in any particular simulation. That was very unlikely. He had gone through far too many simulation counts, even experiencing a fate simulation once. Therefore, his state of mind had been honed to an incredibly powerful extent, making the likelihood of losing himself in a simulation virtually negligible. That was precisely why Milton Cheney wasn't concerned at all. Instead of worrying about these things, it would be better for Milton Cheney to plan how he should spend his time after this reincarnation simulation. He was no longer in the 7th realm of spirits. In the 8th realm of spirits, Milton Cheney already possessed a certain degree of influence within the myriad town's court, and he could start to uncover some secrets of the higher tiers of the spiritual world. His realm could not be concealed for too long. After all, his place of cultivation was provided by the myriad town's court, which would have failed in its status as a significant force in the spiritual world if it could not detect anything unusual. After the breakthrough into the 8th realm of spirits, it was almost impossible for Milton Cheney to stay in the cultivation space and continue his ascetic cultivation. The myriad town's court had provided him with a cultivating environment, but they wouldn't let him spend his entire life in cultivation. Even if his talent reached the 9th realm level, the same would hold true. Thinking of this, however, no emotion arose in Milton Cheney's heart. Because this was precisely what he wanted. After breaking through to the 8th realm of spirits, that clear feeling of reaching a limit had emerged again. This also indicated that, in this reincarnation simulation, Milton Cheney had cultivated to the limit of his realm. With the simulator's limitations, it would be almost impossible to continue cultivating to the next realm, at least with Milton Cheney's current abilities. Let alone a breakthrough to the next great realm, even minor improvements were unachievable now. Because at this point, he had reached the limit of his realm. After hitting the limit, he would no longer see any improvement in terms of his realm. All these were facts Milton Cheney had verified through countless reincarnation simulations. Milton Cheney was well aware that these events were inevitable. So there was no need for him to continue his arduous cultivation in the cultivation space, as it would be meaningless for him and a complete waste of time. With 500 million years of lifespan left, he needed to use his time in ways that would benefit him. Since advancing in realm was impossible, it was time to approach from other angles. Although this was Milton Cheney's second reincarnation into the spiritual world, his understanding of the spiritual world was not particularly extensive. Currently, most of his knowledge and understanding of the spiritual world came from inherited memories obtained after reincarnating into this world twice. It's not that these inherited memories were non-existent. The inherited memories were indeed useful, at least they had brought significant help to Milton Cheney's cultivation. But that was limited to cultivation. In other aspects, the help provided by the inherited memories to Milton Cheney was not substantial. If it were before, then Milton Cheney would not care. Because only needing to cultivate was enough for him, and he didn't need other memories. Chapter 733. But now things were different. Milton had reached the limit of his cultivation, so these memories related to the practice of cultivation had become useless to him. Therefore, Milton planned to use the time he still had to gain as much knowledge about this world as possible. Sometimes, the power of information is immense. This is also true for understanding a world. Because Milton didn't know whether he would reincarnate into this world again in the future. No one can predict the future. Even Milton, with the simulator at his disposal, was unable to see the perfect path ahead. So his future might have some planning, but it was impossible to stick to one path until the end. Inevitably, he would need to proceed by continuously making mistakes and correcting his course towards the future. Sitting cross-legged within the cultivation space, Milton was deep in thought at this moment. He had made up his mind, having broken through to the 8th realm, he was now able to access some of the hidden information within this world. No matter whether this information was immediately helpful, Milton intended to learn it. He considered it an enrichment of his info repository. After all, what was not helpful now did not mean it would not be of use at some future moment. Familiarizing oneself with more knowledge is always beneficial. Perhaps there will come a time when Milton would indeed need this information. Of course, the most crucial reason was that besides doing these things, Milton had nothing else to do. After all, he had reached the limit of what could be cultivated in this world, making a further increase in his realm impossible. He surely couldn't just end this reincarnation simulation and return to reality now, could he? That would be a waste of 500 million years of life. That's a span of 500 million years, which, even if not used for cultivation, could be of great help to Milton. Moreover, a life is not only about cultivation. Having reincarnated into this world twice, Milton had spent nearly all his time in arduous cultivation. He hadn't truly observed the world. Now that he had the opportunity, Milton naturally planned to make use of it. The key point was that Milton was not in the habit of actively ending a reincarnation simulation. Unless something unexpected happened, he would not choose to end a beneficial reincarnation cycle prematurely. After all, whether inside the simulation or in the real world, time was a genuine experience for Milton. To forcibly end a reincarnation simulation was essentially to waste the remaining time within it. And to waste time in the simulation was equivalent to wasting time in his reality. While Milton wasn't short on time at the moment. Wasting time is always a bad thing. In the next moment, having sorted out his thoughts, Milton cleared his mind of any distractions. At this point, having made his plans, it was unnecessary for him to keep pondering. He just needed to wait for members of the Myriad Towns Court to come and find him on their own initiative. As for whether someone from the Myriad Towns Court would come looking for him, that was a certainty. Although Milton had spent most of these years within the cultivation space, he hadn't entirely neglected the outside world. The Myriad Towns Court hadn't changed in the slightest from before. So the emergence of a cultivator at the 8th realm was bound to attract the attention of the court's members. It was just a matter of sooner or later. Of course, at the latest, it would not take more than 10,000 years. With that in mind, Milton within the cultivation space gently closed his eyes and began to consolidate the newly achieved 8th realm breakthrough. In fact, it wasn't necessary for him to actively consolidate his realm. The inherent instinct of his spiritual body would passively complete this step throughout the process. It didn't require Milton's deliberate interference. Of course, actively controlling the spiritual body to consolidate the realm would yield much better results and save a considerable amount of time. After all, he had nothing else to do at the moment. Moreover, he was about to leave the cultivation space, and where he would go, Milton had no idea. But whatever happened, it would definitely not be as safe as staying within the cultivation space. Within the cultivation space of the Myriad Towns Court, the safety coefficient was extremely high. However, leaving the cultivation space to venture into the outside world reduces the safety factor considerably. Fortunately, Milton Cheney had made a breakthrough to the 8 spirits realm. In the entire spiritual world, the 8 spirits realm was absolutely not weak. It surpassed the realm of more than 95% of cultivators. Just like in the immortal realm, a true immortal level cultivator definitely surpasses more than 95% of all cultivators in terms of realm. In the spiritual world, although Milton Cheney was not the strongest, ensuring his own safety was not too much of an issue. As long as he did not encounter any cultivator from the 9 spirits realm deliberately attacking him, he was almost certainly not at risk of a life-threatening crisis. As for the possibility of a cultivator from the 9 spirits realm attacking him without reason, that was extremely slim. Whether he would meet a cultivator from the 9 spirits realm in this reincarnation simulation was an unknown. That realm was far away from him. Although his talent and aptitude were assessed at the 9 spirits level in this reincarnation simulation, Milton Cheney was very clear about his own body. He knew for sure that he could not break through to the 9 spirits realm in this simulation. Luckily, such situations were not uncommon in the spiritual world. In the spiritual world, while talent and aptitude were extremely important for cultivators on the spiritual world cultivation path, not every cultivator was able to cultivate to the realm their talent indicated. If every cultivator could reach the realm indicated by their talent, then what would be the point of painstaking cultivation? While the concept of talent does exist in the spiritual world, it is not the only factor. Time slowly trickled by. Within the cultivation space, Milton Cheney had been quietly consolidating his realm, waiting for members of the Myriad Towns Court to arrive. 6,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. For Milton Cheney, 6,000 years felt like but a moment. He had not even noticed the passage of time before that period had already vanished into the river of history. At a certain moment, Milton Cheney opened his eyes within the cultivation space. The instant he opened his eyes, Milton Cheney's gaze shifted to a certain empty area within the space. After a brief moment, a faint spatial ripple began to emanate from the spot where Milton Cheney's gaze rested. Milton Cheney had already opened access to the cultivation space, and now, if they desired, anyone could enter. Still, Even so, Milton Cheney had waited 6,000 years. They've arrived. Milton Cheney felt a slight stir in his heart. Yet his expression did not change in the slightest, remaining as calm as ever, as if this scene had long been expected. Indeed, this was the case. That members of the myriad town's court would come to seek him out was something he had known would happen as soon as he broke through to the Eight Spirits realm. So now that it was actually happening, he was not at all surprised. A moment later, the spatial fluctuations ceased. A young man wearing a black robe appeared within Milton Cheney's space. The moment the black-robed young man saw Milton Cheney, he dropped the nonchalance from his face and respectfully began to speak. This time, we require you to set out to the spiritual sea area overseen by the myriad town's court and take up the role of celestial envoy for 6 spirit cycles. He was straightforward and got right to the point. As soon as the young man finished speaking, a contemplative look flashed across Milton Cheney's face. Of course, the emotional reveal was fleeting. In just an instant, several thoughts raced through Milton Cheney's mind. Celestial envoy? 6 spirit cycles? The former was the position he was being asked to fill, while the latter specified the duration of service in that role. The role of celestial envoy was easy to understand. It essentially meant being the supervisor of the messengers, and 6 spirit cycles equated to 60 million years. For Milton Cheney, this amount of time was not particularly long. What's more, holding the position of celestial envoy would allow him to quickly become acquainted with this world. Having understood this, Milton Cheney nodded subtly. Chapter 734. The young man in the black robe sighed with relief when he saw that Milton Cheney had no objections. Although he had never seen Milton Cheney in Myriad Town's court, anyone sent out by Myriad Town's court to complete a mission had to be at least a level 8 spirit realm cultivator. As for not having seen Milton Cheney before, that was hardly unusual. After all, Myriad Town's court was one of the major forces in the spiritual world, and there were simply too many cultivators there. He was not a key figure, so how could he have seen everyone? Cultivators of Milton Cheney's level were far beyond his ability to provoke. Which was why, from the very start, he'd set a very humble tone. The task of serving as the Spirit Awakening Envoy was not exactly a good one. After all, even though the title of Spirit Awakening Envoy sounded impressive, it just involved managing some envoys. There weren't many chances to take advantage in this mission. So before coming to Milton Cheney's cultivation space, he had been somewhat nervous. He feared that Milton Cheney would be dissatisfied with the assignment and take out his anger on him. Most cultivators on the spiritual world cultivation path had led lives of arduous cultivation, so their dispositions varied greatly. Many cultivators' temperaments were very extreme. Fortunately, it seemed his worries were unwarranted, because so far, Milton Cheney appeared to be quite reasonable. The next moment, the young man in the black robe gathered his thoughts and spoke again with respect. Please excuse the trouble, I will help you reach the spiritual sea area overseen by Myriad Town's court. As soon as he finished speaking, Milton Cheney nodded his head calmly. The reason he had no objections at all was rather simple. It was because at this point, he had already cultivated to the limit that he could reach in this world, so any mission made little difference to him. Even the best missions offered no chance for him to make any improvement in his realm. Although serving as a Spirit Awakening Envoy wasn't considered a desirable mission, it could help him quickly learn more about the spiritual world. If he were to reincarnate into this world in the future, the information he gleaned could prove to be quite useful. The next moment, the young man in the black robe said no more. Speaking less and going straight to the point could avoid a lot of trouble, an experience he had learned over the years. The expression of the young man in the black robe turned solemn, and with a slight wave of his hand, a circular door appeared in Milton Cheney's cultivation space. Milton Cheney's eyes flickered with surprise when he saw this. For in that instant, he hadn't felt the slightest hint of how the circular door had come to be. Given his control over the cultivation space, this was absolutely impossible. Clearly, the young man in the black robe didn't possess such an ability. So the explanation was simple, this was not the young man's own skill, but a special power bestowed upon him by Myriad Town's court. The surprise was but a fleeting moment. In the next instant, Milton Cheney's gaze shifted to the circular door that had appeared in his cultivation space. Step into the spiritual sea passage, and you'll appear directly in the spiritual sea area that Myriad Town's court is responsible for. Once there will be a dedicated envoy from the court to register your mission and guide you. The young man in the black robe exhaled softly and spoke respectfully. He could only open the spiritual sea passage, he was not qualified to step into the spiritual sea passage with Milton Cheney. After all, his spiritual body strength was only at level 7 spirit realm, a far cry from level 8 spirit realm. And the threshold for the spiritual sea passage was the strength of a level 8 spirit realm spiritual body. Otherwise, entering rashly would mean he couldn't withstand the pressure inside. After the words of the young man in the black robe fell, Milton Cheney gave a faint nod. The next moment, he didn't hesitate any longer. His figure moved and stepped into the spiritual sea passage in front of him. Watching Milton Cheney's figure vanish within the cultivation space, a look of envy flashed through the eyes of the young man in the black robe. His lifespan was not much longer, and he was still a considerable distance from the level 8 spirit realm. The talent he had tested for was also that of a level 8 spirit realm, but clearly, talent did not guarantee the realm one could ultimately cultivate to. Otherwise, by this time, he should have already been at level 8 spirit realm. He could tell that Milton Cheney had just recently advanced to level 8 spirit realm. With that in mind, he shook his head helplessly. If no fortuitous encounter came his way, it was likely that this would be where he reached his limits. But such encounters were not so easily found. The lives of most cultivators on the spiritual world cultivation path were spent in bitter cultivation. The chances of encountering a fortuitous event were few and far between, even negligible. Meanwhile, within the spiritual sea passage, Milton Cheney's spiritual body was traversing through the passage. This was his first time entering the spiritual sea passage, and even his inherited memory contained no relevant information on it. He had entered without any hesitation, for a simple reason. It was that Myriad Town's court had no reason to harm or deceive him. Since the mission had been assigned to him, it was very unlikely that any accidents or dangers would occur during this time. While traveling through the spiritual sea passage, Milton Cheney could feel a pressure bearing down on his spiritual body. This pressure was somewhat akin to an imposing force, yet it was different from any he'd encountered before. Chapter 735. At least Milton Cheney didn't feel any discomfort, just a sense of heaviness in his body. Time slowly passed. Milton didn't know how long the journey through the spiritual sea passage to the spiritual sea area governed by Myriad Town's court would take. He also didn't care, as the passage of time had lost much of its meaning for him during this instance of the reincarnation simulation. Having made a breakthrough to become a level 8 cultivator within this simulation, Milton's longevity was incredibly vast, with a full 500 million years of lifespan left. With so much time that couldn't be used to advance his realm, there were too many other things he could do. Tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years had passed, losing all significance for Milton. Even within the spiritual sea passage, Milton could sense the passage of time, but he didn't deliberately pay attention to it. No matter how long this journey took, it wasn't going to be very long. At the most, it might take a few 100,000 years, possibly even less. Time wouldn't stop just because Milton chose to ignore it. Before he knew it, Milton had been traversing the spiritual sea passage for over 30,000 years. At a certain moment, Milton sensed a change in his surroundings. It transformed into a scene that was somewhat unfamiliar to him, yet also felt somewhat familiar. The spiritual sea area, he had arrived. At that moment, Milton could clearly sense his spiritual body being enveloped by the current, yet he felt no discomfort. Before Milton had time to closely observe his environment, the space next to him began to ripple slightly. A thought flickered in Milton's mind. If his guess was correct, it should be the member responsible for recording his mission from Myriad Town's court that had arrived. Therefore, Milton set aside his stray thoughts and calmly waited. Indeed, in the next moment, a woman wearing a white robe with a delicate face appeared beside Milton. Seeing the woman dressed in white robe, Milton's heart stirred slightly. If the black robe in Myriad Town's court represented the status of an outer sect disciple, then the white robe signified the status of an inner sect disciple. Of course, this was just a metaphor. There was no division between outer and inner sects within Myriad Town's court. Simply put, white robe members held a higher status than black robe members in Myriad Town's court. Milton was also a white robe member within Myriad Town's court. And to wear a white robe, the most fundamental condition was that one's talent had to be at a minimum of level 9. This meant that the woman who suddenly appeared in front of Milton had the same talent level as him. They were both of level 9. However, despite the myriad thoughts in his mind, Milton did not rashly sense the realm of the woman nearby. After all, in the spiritual world, to sense someone else's realm without permission was an extremely offensive action. Milton was not ignorant, so naturally, he would not commit this kind of taboo. When the delicate-faced woman appeared, her gaze rested on Milton's face. What a handsome young man! The delicate-faced woman was inwardly moved but did not show it. Her expression remained indifferent. Although she did not rashly sense Milton's realm, she knew that the young man before her, like herself, was a level 8 cultivator. Follow me. Once the mission is recorded, you will officially take on the role of the 7th spiritual lord responsible for the spiritual sea area governed by Myriad Town's court, with a term of 6 spiritual cycles, the white-robed woman said. Even though Milton was a level 8 cultivator, she didn't pay much heed. After all, Milton had only just advanced, whereas she had already traveled a great distance on the level 8 path. She had initially tested at the limit of level 9 talent, which meant she was unlikely to be confined to level 8. In the future, there was a high probability that she would become a level 9 cultivator. Hearing the white-robed woman's words, Milton nodded without any change in his expression. He naturally wasn't aware of what the white-robed woman was thinking, and even if he did, he didn't care. At this point in this reincarnation world, there wasn't much left for Milton to care about. The realm he cared about the most had already been cultivated. So, in the time that followed, all of his time became less significant. The next moment, the woman in the white robe made no attempt to hide her presence, and her figure vanished from the spot. Milton Cheney was also able to clearly sense the direction in which the woman in the white robe had gone, so he moved and followed suit. After several shifts and turns, Milton Cheney arrived in a great hall. This great hall was not unfamiliar to him. It was here that he had initially received his inherited memory. He had not anticipated that, after his breakthrough to the 8th spiritual realm level, there would come a moment to return here. It must be said, fate really is unpredictable. The mission input process was very simple and didn't waste much of Milton Cheney's time. After the mission was entered, clear memories about this mission had already appeared in Milton Cheney's mind. There was not much associated memory, and it was very simple to understand. At least for Milton Cheney, this mission was without any danger. It must be said, no matter how the mission was for other cultivators at the 8th spiritual realm level, at least it was very suitable for Milton Cheney. Just in terms of safety, it perfectly met Milton Cheney's requirements. He had plenty of life left, and afterwards, there was no need to waste time on arduous cultivation. 500 million years would be more than enough to understand this world. Even those pieces of hidden information, Milton Cheney might also learn much about. Time slips through the fingers like fine sand that cannot be held. As time flew by, 27 million years passed. Most of Milton Cheney's time after taking up the position of spiritual Lord Guide had been spent within the spiritual sea area. Although nearly 30 million years might seem long, it felt very short to Milton Cheney. This mission was very relaxed for Milton Cheney. Though nearly 30 million years had passed, the number of times he actually had to take action was only a handful. After all, he was an 8th spiritual realm level cultivator on the spiritual world cultivation path, directly supervising the other guides. What's more, within the spiritual sea area that he was responsible for in Myriad Town's court, there were more than one spiritual Lord Guide. Among all the spiritual Lord Guides, he was ranked 7th. That meant that a lot of things didn't require his personal involvement. Nevertheless, Milton Cheney reaped quite a harvest over these years. He truly came to understand that the thing that the spiritual world did not lack was people with high talent. In just nearly 30 million years, he had encountered several individuals whose talents reached the level of 9 spirits. It's important to know that this was only within the spiritual sea area that Myriad Town's court was responsible for. In the entire spiritual world, there are countless such spiritual sea areas. What Milton Cheney saw was just a tiny fraction of it. Inside the Great Hall, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. At the moment, he was presiding over the 7th Great Hall. This Great Hall had no master before his arrival, meaning he was the first master of this hall. Over the years, his realm had still not improved by even the slightest. He hadn't completely given up the practice of spiritual world cultivation methods. These years he had occasionally resumed his cultivation practices. It's just a pity, much like the experiences he had before, once he sensed that his realm had reached its limit, further improvement had become impossible. At least for the current him, he didn't have such capability. The simulator had granted him tremendous improvements. Since he obtained the simulator, his progress could be said to be rapid. A few years in reality could be exchanged for tremendous advancements. But correspondingly, the limitations brought by the simulator were also unbreakable. Thinking of this, Milton Cheney didn't dwell on it further. Chapter 736. After ceasing his cultivation, time seemed to slow down for Milton Cheney. After all, there are no years in cultivation, but once the arduous practice stops, time seems much longer. Of course, this had almost no impact on Milton Cheney. Since taking on the role of a spirit guide, although there was no improvement in his realm, interacting with other high-level cultivators within the spiritual world deepened his understanding of this world. Compared to these, a slowing down of time was actually a good thing. In the Grand Hall, Milton Cheney, gathering his scattered thoughts, began to close his eyes and rest his mind. At this moment, his realm was completely consolidated. This was due to the subtle influences following the elevation of his realm and also because of Milton Cheney's active efforts to stabilize it. Overall, he had reached the absolute end of the spiritual world cultivation path. At least within this reincarnation simulation, his realm would no longer undergo any changes. Not only could he not continue to improve, but his foundation could not accumulate further. However, the 8th stage realm was already sufficient for Milton Cheney. Even if the simulation ended now and he returned to reality, the gains from this reincarnation simulation would be immense. Just retaining the realm that could be brought back to reality would be a great help to Milton Cheney. After all, in reality, his own realm was only at the limit of a 7th stage wizard immortal, and for him to carve a path towards the 8th stage wizard immortal in reality, the 8th spiritual realm would serve as an important reference. Milton Cheney understood these points. This reincarnation simulation could be said to have benefited from the right timing, location, and support, allowing him to break through to the 8th spiritual realm during this simulation. I thought 60 million years would be long, yet it turned out to be just a moment, he murmured to himself inside the Grand Hall. From some point on, millions of years seemed insignificant to Milton Cheney. In the past, he would not have even dared to think of such a thing. But now, tens of millions of years indeed seemed like nothing to him. Just this reincarnation simulation alone, if nothing unexpected occurs, he would have spent more than 700 million years in this reincarnation world. Such a long time, if it were in the past, would inevitably have led Milton Cheney to lose himself. But now, such a lengthy span of time fails to have much of an effect on Milton Cheney. There might be minor influences, but major ones are definitely non-existent. At least he would not lose himself in this reincarnation simulation. It must be said that the previous fate simulation had tempered his state of mind greatly, offering him significant help. If it were not for that fate simulation, Milton Cheney might not have had such a smooth experience in this reincarnation simulation. At this moment, nearly 30 million years had passed since Milton Cheney took up the role of spirit guide. In another 33 million years, he would successfully complete this mission. After this, he could choose whether to take on a new mission or return to the cultivation space to continue arduous cultivation. If it were up to Milton Cheney, he would undoubtedly pick the former, for returning to the cultivation space for rigorous cultivation held no meaning for him now. Whether it is arduous training or any other form of cultivation, there wouldn't be any benefit for Milton Cheney at this point. Therefore, his goal was to undertake missions and, through them, understand this world more quickly and extensively. But now was not the time to think about these things. What the future holds is unclear even to Milton Cheney. Everything is predicated on this reincarnation simulation proceeding without any unexpected issues. However, whether unexpected issues will arise in this reincarnation simulation is something Milton Cheney is unsure of. The absence of such issues previously does not mean they will not arise in the future. Time flowed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 33 million years had passed. In the 7th Grand Hall, Milton Cheney, sitting at the center of the hall, slowly opened his eyes. Time is up, he muttered to himself. At this time, he could clearly feel his connection to this Grand Hall becoming weaker. That meant his mission was about to come to an end. It must be said, this mission, his first since achieving the 8th spiritual realm, certainly posed no difficulty for Milton Cheney. At least within these 60 million years, Milton Cheney had not encountered any dangerous situations. Let alone life-threatening ones, he had not even faced any conflicts. He did not know if other spirit guides had the same experience as him, but as far as he was concerned, the safety of this first mission was extremely high. But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, in Myriad Town's court, cultivators of the 8th spiritual realm were not particularly uncommon, but neither were they overly abundant. Each 8th spiritual realm cultivator within Myriad Town's court was an extremely precious member. Therefore, cultivators who had just broken through to the 8th spiritual realm were naturally going to be valued by Myriad Town's court. In such circumstances, it was natural that these newly advanced 8th spiritual realm cultivators would not receive any dangerous missions. Otherwise, if there were a risk of perishing just after their breakthrough, what would be the point of Myriad Town's court nurturing these 8th spiritual realm cultivators? Chapter 737. This isn't about raising goo. As a major force within the spiritual world, Myriad Town's court predominantly cultivates its members to enhance the foundation of its power. The more high-level cultivators a force has, the more powerful that force is deemed to be. Cultivators of the 8th spirit realm can certainly be considered high-level cultivators. After all, when compared laterally, cultivators of the 8th spirit realm in the spiritual world are equivalent to those in the immortal human realm in the immortal realm. In the immortal realm, immortals are definitely regarded as high-level cultivators, so in the spiritual world, those of the 8th spirit realm are also rightfully recognized as such. Time passed, second by second. Milton Cheney's perception of the 7th hall grew increasingly weak. The 7th hall's recognition of its master was not unique, and Milton Cheney could only be the master of the 7th hall during the mission period. After all, the Grand Hall beneath his feet was a genuine true spirit weapon. This was a hidden shelter provided by Myriad Town's court during the mission. If Milton Cheney stayed within the hall, not to mention cultivators of the 8th spirit realm, even those of the 9th or 10th spirit realm would be unable to break through. In such a circumstance, his safety was naturally guaranteed to the greatest extent. A moment later, Milton Cheney clearly sensed that his connection with the 7th hall had completely vanished. At this moment, he could still stay within the 7th hall because it did not repel him, however, he was now merely a guest here, no longer its owner. In these 60 million years, my understanding of this world has become profoundly deep. Within the hall, Milton Cheney did not hurry to leave. He muttered to himself in his heart. In fact, he could leave at any moment and return to the spiritual world since his mission had already been smoothly completed. However, Milton Cheney was in no rush. There was no need for haste, his lifespan was still abundant, and this little bit of time really counted for nothing. Having spent 60 million years to complete the mission of serving as the guide of spirit lords, Milton Cheney's gains were also tremendously significant. Of course, these were not gains in realm. At present, he was still far from breaking the simulator's limits. Milton Cheney even believed that the simulator's limits were impossible to break, as the simulator's level was too high, beyond what he could even glimpse at the moment. Milton Cheney's gains were in terms of information, in memories. During these 60 million years, Milton Cheney did not stay in the 7th hall every single moment. In fact, the time he spent in the 7th hall was not particularly long. Within those 60 million years, he only stayed inside the 7th hall for a few million years, the rest of the time, he was either in the spiritual sea area or traveling back and forth in the spiritual world. Such a lengthy period allowed him an understanding of this world that had leaped to a much higher level. Previously, due to his constant diligent cultivation, his understanding of the spiritual world was mostly due to the memories directly passed down to him. Although these memories were not few, they were quite superficial when it simply came to the spiritual world. But now, that situation no longer existed. At this moment, Milton Cheney's understanding of this world came from his personal experiences. These memories had now all been thoroughly sorted out by Milton Cheney. Inside the hall, Milton Cheney's expression was calm, and his demeanor was indifferent. Different thoughts appeared in his mind, then disappeared again. It's time to leave. After a short while, Milton Cheney in the hall put away all the thoughts in his heart, and with a move of his consciousness, he disappeared from the hall. The mission was completed, and lingering here no longer served any purpose. Although Milton Cheney was not in a hurry, he would not linger long on something meaningless. Having returned to the spiritual world, Milton Cheney first went back to his own cultivation space. Cultivation space was not merely for cultivation. For members of Myriad Town's court, the cultivation space was essentially a private territory. This place wasn't just for cultivation, but also provided protection for cultivators. After returning to the cultivation space, Milton Cheney did not cultivate, because cultivation was meaningless to him. Milton Cheney sat down cross-legged, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Since he was in his own cultivation space, Milton Cheney did not need to hide his emotions. At the moment, he was indeed pondering some questions. Should I continue to take new missions? Milton Cheney mused to himself. The reason he had this thought was simple: after this mission, his understanding of the world had become much deeper. Taking on new missions to understand the world might not yield significant new insights. Moreover, a second mission would not be as safe as the first. It was highly probable that he would encounter dangers that could threaten his life. After all, in the spiritual world, the Myriad Towns Court was not the only dominant force. There were some powers that even the Myriad Towns Court could not afford to offend. There were also powers that were the sworn enemies of the Myriad Towns Court. The spiritual world is a vast world. Although most cultivators in the spiritual world spend their lives in arduous cultivation, this does not mean that the spiritual world is completely peaceful and free of strife. That is impossible. As long as there are cultivators and different powers, there will inevitably be conflicts of interest and struggles. When it comes to conflicts involving cultivators, they are often extremely dangerous. Of course, these were not the only things Milton Cheney considered. At this time, the key thing he was considering was not just whether to take on new missions. It was whether he should actively end this reincarnation simulation now. The reason was simple: the lifespan he had left in this reincarnation simulation was excessively long. Milton Cheney did not dislike experiencing this long lifespan, but he did not want to go through a meaningless, prolonged life. At this time, in this reincarnation simulation, he had not only reached the limit of his realm. His understanding of this world had also encompassed all that was possible for the 8th stage cultivator to know. At this point, his understanding of this world was definitely not less than that of any other 8th stage cultivator in this world. Under these circumstances, the remaining 4 billion plus years of his lifespan in this world had almost lost their meaning. Milton Cheney actually did not want to end the reincarnation simulation voluntarily. After all, he did not have this habit. But this time was obviously different. In every aspect, he had reached the limit of what could be achieved in this world. This situation had never occurred before in all the reincarnation simulation counts since he got the simulator. This was why Milton Cheney showed a pensive look. If it were just a decision about taking on new missions, he would not have hesitated and deliberated like this. There was another main reason. That was because he still had many simulation counts left in reality. Whether it was reincarnation simulation count, true body simulation count, or fate simulation count, he had not exhausted them yet. Milton Cheney wanted to quickly use up these simulation counts and then wait for the update of the simulator. After he had become a transcendent and made a breakthrough to the 7th stage wizard immortal realm in reality, the simulator had not yet updated. It was highly likely due to the simulation counts he had accumulated. If Milton Cheney claimed not to be curious about the simulator's update, that would be absolutely impossible. Time slowly passed, and Milton Cheney fell into a lengthy period of contemplation. A short while later, the thoughtful expression vanished from the face of Milton Cheney, who was sitting cross-legged in the cultivation space. He had made a decision. It was uncertain whether he would reincarnate into this world again, but for now, actively ending this reincarnation simulation was the best decision. End this reincarnation simulation. Chapter 738. As the thought passed through his mind, the environment around Milton Cheney changed as well. It wasn't the first time that Milton Cheney had actively ended a reincarnation simulation. However, the last time he chose to actively end the simulation was due to an unexpected situation that occurred within the simulated world. This time was different. It was the real Milton Cheney who wanted to actively end a reincarnation simulation and carry it out. The next moment, the familiar spiritual world vanished from Milton Cheney's perception. His consciousness re-emerged within the reincarnation space. The reincarnation space remained the same as ever, without the slightest change. At this time, Milton Cheney was quite calm, so no other thoughts arose in his heart. His consciousness wouldn't stay in the reincarnation space for long, just as Milton Cheney had expected. Within a few breaths, his consciousness was forced to leave the reincarnation space. Meanwhile, in reality, on the transcendence path, Milton Cheney, seated cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successfully retained simulated memory. Host's consciousness will not be affected by reincarnation memory. Simulator memory protection function not activated. Activate manually. Host has reached the 8th spirit realm. Retain and adapt to wizard realm rules. Do not activate memory protection. Retain realm and adapt to wizard realm rules. In reality, within the transcendence path. Upon hearing the mechanical voice in his mind, Milton Cheney's thoughts stirred, and the memories of this reincarnation simulation gradually became crystal clear. The realm he had during the simulation was now successfully brought into reality at this moment. The 8th spirit realm, higher than the realm he possessed in reality. The next moment, Milton Cheney's consciousness entered the spiritual sea. The 8th spirit realm had transformed into a crystal stone, emitting a faint blue glow, now floating within his spiritual sea. At this moment, Milton Cheney also tried to mobilize the power of the 8th spirit realm. The inheritance of the realm was perfect, without any diminishing. It meant that all the powers Milton Cheney could use in the simulation were still available to him even after returning to reality once the simulation ended. Feeling the power that now fully belonged to him, Milton Cheney felt a tinge of emotion. But that flicker of emotion was brief, and the next moment, Milton Cheney's mindset returned to its usual detachment. In reality, Milton Cheney suppressed any stray thoughts in his mind. Then, his gaze moved back to the light blue light curtain floating before him. The panel representing the simulator was still there, unchanged, offering many types of simulations and simulation counts for Milton Cheney to use. Fortunately, no matter what happened during the simulation or how long it lasted inside it, the time reflected in reality was only a moment. Looking at the simulation count column on the light screen in front of him, Milton Cheney pondered quietly. No matter the type of simulation or how many simulation counts were remaining, he had to use them all up. After all, to complete the simulator's upgrade, all accumulated simulation counts must be utilized. Therefore, the order in which these simulation counts were used became key. After contemplating for a moment, Milton Cheney ultimately decided to use up all the accumulated reincarnation simulation counts first. True body simulation wasn't very helpful to him at this point, since his true self was also on the transcendence path during the simulation. Reincarnation simulation, however, was different. From this reincarnation simulation, it was evident that if he was luckier and things went smoother, it could yield significant benefits for him. After finishing his deliberations, Milton Cheney didn't hesitate any longer. The next moment, with the thought, the prompt representing the simulator reappeared on the light blue light curtain and also before Milton Cheney's eyes. Do you wish to initiate a reincarnation simulation? Initiate, without accumulating reincarnation simulation counts, Milton Cheney murmured to himself. He would use a reincarnation simulation count for trial and error, just as he was accustomed to. The reason was simple: this time, he was choosing to reincarnate into an unfamiliar world. This strange world was one he had never reincarnated into before and was also one of the few worlds within the 7th universe. The next moment, Milton Cheney's consciousness, which had not long since left the reincarnation space, reappeared within it. Within the reincarnation space, Milton Cheney's expression was indifferent as his consciousness suddenly appeared there. He had already decided which world to reincarnate into, so there was no longer any hesitation. Milton Cheney's consciousness lingered on a light cluster emitting a purple glow. This light cluster represented a world within the 7th universe, although it was one of the most peripheral among the 9 worlds. This world was completely unfamiliar to Milton Cheney. However, the unfamiliar was not to be feared, for this reincarnation simulation was meant for trial and error. It's just the cost of a single reincarnation simulation count, which was worthwhile as long as it could provide some insights during the simulation. In the next instant, within the reincarnation space, Milton Cheney's consciousness stirred and merged with the purple light-emitting light cluster. Chapter 739. At the same time, his consciousness also completely fell into the darkness. Time slowly passed by, and it was uncertain how long had gone by. Perhaps it was just a moment or perhaps it was countless years later. At a certain moment, in reality, on the transcendence path, Milton Cheney opened his eyes, and as he did, his brows furrowed. Reincarnation simulation ended. Simulated memory has been successfully retained. Detection indicates that the host will not be affected by the reincarnation memory. Simulator memory protection function is not activated. Would you like to activate it? Detection indicates that the host is a 5th stage water cultivator. Would you like to retain modifications to adapt to Wizard Realm rules? Do not activate memory protection. Retain the realm and adapt to Wizard Realm rules. The moment his mind moved, everything within the reincarnation simulation was retained in reality. It seems that I have not reincarnated to the core region of this world. Could this world be composed of a series of little worlds? At this moment, Milton Cheney mused. Many thoughts emerged in his mind. It must be said that this reincarnation simulation was quite smooth for Milton Cheney. At least up until the simulation ended, he had not encountered any significant danger. The reincarnation world he visited was incredibly peaceful to an unbelievable degree, even interpersonal fighting was prohibited. It was quite normal for such a situation to arise since a singular great power was in control of the world's order, and the rules were well established. If that were all, then Milton Cheney wouldn't feel anything was amiss. But there were many things that didn't sit right with him. Firstly, the world he reincarnated into did not seem like it belonged to the seventh universe's great world. It was too small, and there were too many and too varied paths of cultivation available. During this reincarnation simulation, Milton Cheney chose the path of water cultivation. There were at least a dozen such cultivation pathways. Even if cultivated to the 8th stage, these paths would be of minimal help to Milton Cheney. Simply put, the upper limit of these cultivation paths was too low, slightly better than the wizard cultivation path at best. They were nothing compared to the wizard immortal cultivation path that Milton Cheney was currently practicing, not even close. Although this reincarnation was a trial and error process, by the end of this simulation, he hadn't discovered anything. The next moment, Milton Cheney stopped pondering further. Whether it was or not, another reincarnation into this world would reveal the truth. If in the next reincarnation simulation he was still reincarnated into the same world as this time, it would mean that there were key secrets in this world that he simply had not discovered. With this thought, Milton Cheney set aside the distracting thoughts in his mind and his gaze returned to the light blue light curtain that represented the simulator. The light blue light curtain hovered before Milton Cheney's eyes, unchanging. As thoughts rose in Milton Cheney's mind, a line of black text emerged on the light blue light curtain. Would you like to start the reincarnation simulation? Start, and do not accumulate reincarnation simulation count. Without any hesitation, Milton Cheney once again initiated the count for reincarnation simulation. He still chose not to add on any additional counts of reincarnation simulation, for a simple reason: Milton Cheney did not wish to blindly accumulate 5 counts of reincarnation simulation. His understanding of this world was still too limited, hence Milton Cheney chose to use an individual reincarnation simulation count to try and err once more. A single reincarnation simulation count was at stake, and even if it were wasted, it wouldn't be painful. However, 5 counts of reincarnation simulation were different. If it were the accumulation of 5 such counts wasted away, even Milton Cheney would feel pained. The next moment, without waiting for Milton Cheney to think too much, his consciousness once again appeared in the reincarnation space. Inside the reincarnation space, the consciousness of Milton Cheney appeared. Without any hesitation, Milton Cheney once again chose to reincarnate into the world shining with purple light. Time does not cease to flow. Whether it's within the reincarnation simulation or in reality, it is the same. A long time passed in the reincarnation world, but in reality, it was just a moment. In reality, within the transcendence path, Milton Cheney, sitting in meditation, furrowed his brow slightly and the next instant he once again opened his eyes. At that moment, his eyes flashed with a hint of realization, as if he had understood something. Reincarnation simulation ended. Simulated memory has been successfully retained. Detected that the host will not be affected by reincarnation memories, simulator memory protection function is not activated, would you like to activate it now? Detected that the host is a 7th stage Thunder Adept, would you like to retain and modify to adapt to Wizard Realm rules? Do not activate memory protection. Retain Realm to adapt to Wizard Realm rules. Listening to the mechanical voice in his mind, Milton Cheney muttered to himself. The next moment, everything within the reincarnation simulation was retained in reality. So this world is called the natural realm. After fully retaining his realm, Milton Cheney whispered to himself. His previous guess was not wrong, he had indeed not reincarnated into the true natural realm. Including this reincarnation simulation, he had reincarnated into the attribute space of the natural realm. This situation was actually quite normal. Because the entire natural realm is composed of the attribute spaces of various natural spirits. Beings generally are born within these attribute spaces. After understanding this world, Milton Cheney hesitated over whether to continue choosing to reincarnate into this world or not. Because choosing to reincarnate into this world is somewhat similar to opening a blind box. If he were born in the attribute space of a powerful natural spirit, the eventual outcome would not be bad. That's because the attribute spaces of some powerful natural spirits are in fact equivalent to a very vast and powerful world. Space may sound small, but that's just a description. The attribute space of a powerful natural spirit can even be comparable to a complete world. But if Milton Cheney were to be born in the attribute space of a weak natural spirit after reincarnation, the ending would not be so wonderful. It's even possible that the gains in the end would be minuscule. And this is the case regardless of whether he carries his realm from reality or not. In other words, even if Milton Cheney stacked 5 reincarnation simulation counts, if he is unlucky, he would still waste these 5 counts. One's own strength might be able to shake a world. But Milton Cheney is not capable of that yet. He is just a 7th stage wizard immortal. It is impossible for a 7th stage wizard immortal to influence a world located within the 7th universe. In such a situation, luck becomes the key factor determining the yield. Sitting cross-legged on the path of transcendence, Milton Cheney's face showed a contemplative expression. He was considering. Although sunk costs don't count as costs, he has, after all, already made 2 attempts at trial and error in this world. Taking a risk once seems to be okay as well, right? His luck always seemed to be good. At least that's what Milton Cheney believed. The next moment, Milton Cheney, who had pondered for a while, no longer hesitated. Would you like to start reincarnation simulation? Start, stack 5 reincarnation simulation counts. Milton Cheney's mind stirred, opting to stack 5 reincarnation simulation counts to start this reincarnation. The next moment, his consciousness appeared for the 3rd time within the reincarnation space. Choose a world, reincarnate again. Time flies, the long years of the natural realm pass by. But when reflected back into reality, it was just a moment that passed the instant Milton Cheney opened his eyes. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successfully retained reincarnation simulation memory. Detected that the host will not be affected by reincarnation memories, simulator memory protection function is not activated, would you like to activate it now? Detected that the host is an 8th stage flame adept, would you like to retain and modify to adapt to wizard realm rules? Do not activate memory protection. Retain realm to adapt to wizard realm rules. Chapter 740. In reality, within the transcendence path. Upon hearing the mechanical voice in his mind, Milton Cheney's thoughts moved slightly. The next moment, his memories of this reincarnation simulation became increasingly clear. The realm he had achieved in the natural reincarnation simulation was now successfully carried over to reality. Milton Cheney opened his eyes, his consciousness appearing within the spiritual sea. He felt the power of an 8th stage flame adept for a moment. But in just a short time, Milton Cheney's consciousness returned to reality. It must be said, although the attribute cultivation path is not a powerful one, its upper limit is also very high. At least after this reincarnation simulation ended, Milton Cheney would not underestimate this cultivation path anymore. Because Milton Cheney, who had cultivated to an 8th stage flame adept in the reincarnation simulation world, could clearly perceive how much help this seemingly ordinary cultivation path had brought him after being retained in reality. Sometimes, ordinary does not mean weak, rather, it represents a foundation. Only with a strong foundation can one experience true strength. The luck in this reincarnation simulation was good. Continuing to reincarnate in this world may not yield the gains of this reincarnation simulation. Milton Cheney muttered to himself at this moment. He had spent a total of 8 reincarnation simulation counts for natural worlds. Now, the reincarnation simulation count he had accumulated could still support him through 3 cumulative reincarnation simulations. Therefore, it was time for him to switch to a different world for reincarnation. After all, continuing to reincarnate in the natural world would provide him little help. After pondering for a moment, Milton Cheney finally decided to use the remaining dozen or so reincarnation simulation counts on a familiar world. That was the immortal realm. Caught in the middle of the action, Milton Cheney had not realized the importance of the immortal realm to him before. It was only after this reincarnation simulation ended that Milton Cheney suddenly understood. If he could now break through to the 8th stage by cumulatively reincarnating, then doesn't it mean he could cultivate to the realm of immortal beings in the immortal realm? You must know that the immortal realm lacks no powerful paths of cultivation. And cultivating to the realm of immortals within the immortal realm is of immense help in deducing higher realms of the wizard immortal cultivation path in reality. After all, the wizard immortal cultivation path he was cultivating in reality contains within it the cultivation path of immortal beings. Having understood this, Milton Cheney no longer hesitated. His gaze shifted back to the light blue light curtain floating in front of him. Above the light screen, the attribute panel that represented the various attributes of Milton Cheney's body still existed, but he deliberately ignored it. His gaze rested on the simulation count section. With a thought, black font appeared. Do you wish to initiate reincarnation simulation? Initiate, accumulating 5 reincarnation simulation counts. Without any further options, Milton Cheney directly chose to initiate this reincarnation simulation by accumulating 5 counts. Since he had decided to reincarnate into the immortal realm, Milton Cheney did not use a single reincarnation simulation count to trial and error again. After all, he was very familiar with the immortal realm. There was no need to waste another reincarnation simulation count for that purpose. The next moment, the instant the reincarnation simulation began, Milton Cheney's consciousness appeared within the reincarnation space. Feeling the countless specks of light beneath him, Milton Cheney's consciousness wore a calm and tranquil expression. After all, no matter how many worlds there were, his goal was only one. Without any hesitation, Milton Cheney's consciousness lingered in the reincarnation space for just an instant before merging with the green light cluster that represented the immortal realm. Time slowly passed. The passage of time in the immortal realm is not proportional to that in reality. Because the immortal realm is located in the seventh universe, while reality is within the transcendence path. Of course, no matter how much time has passed in the immortal realm, it is only a moment that has passed in the transcendence path when the simulation ends. After all, this is but a single reincarnation simulation. At one moment, in reality, within the transcendence path. Milton Cheney opened his eyes. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successfully retained simulated memory. Detected that the host will not be affected by the reincarnation memory, simulator memory protection function not initiated. Do you wish to initiate it manually? Detected that the host is a/longevity realm cultivator. Do you wish to preserve and modify to adapt to the wizard realm rules? Do not initiate memory protection. Retain realm and adapt to wizard realm rules. With a thought, everything from the reincarnation simulation was preserved in reality. The luck in this reincarnation simulation was rather poor. With the experience I had, it's disappointing that I failed to break through on the longevity path of cultivation. Milton Cheney muttered to himself at this moment. Numerous thoughts arose in his mind. The realm was still successfully retained, but the boost it gave him this time was almost non-existent. Because in one of the previous reincarnation simulations, he had already reached this realm. Only this time, he had cultivated to the limit of the longevity realm cultivator, whereas the last time, he had been at the early stage of the same realm. Of course, for the current Milton Cheney, the impact is negligible. Because whether it's the early stage or the limit, as long as it's within the scope of the seventh stage, it is almost of no help to him. Chapter 741. Milton Cheney wasn't sure if it was because of conservation of luck. Otherwise, how could he explain the extreme good fortune he had in the last reincarnation simulation, while this time he encountered obstacles at every turn? If his luck in the reincarnation simulation into the immortal realm had been just slightly better, then he wouldn't have been unable to cultivate to the realm of immortal beings in this simulation. After all, the immortal realm is different from some of the worlds he had reincarnated into before. For Milton Cheney, the immortal realm was extremely familiar. That also meant choosing to reincarnate into the immortal realm could bring him more gains, but this was not guaranteed as this reincarnation simulation had shown. If he failed to break through his limits in every reincarnation into the immortal realm, then he was simply wasting his reincarnation simulation count. Inside the path of transcendence in reality, Milton Cheney sat cross-legged, contemplating quietly. He was pondering whether he should continue to choose to reincarnate into the immortal realm with his remaining 10 reincarnation simulation counts. Milton Cheney had realized that his previous ideas were overly idealistic. It was precisely because he had reincarnated into the immortal realm so many times. That also meant that if he reincarnated into the immortal realm, unless he cultivated to the true realm of immortals, he would simply be wasting his reincarnation simulations. However, cultivating to the 8th stage and advancing on the cultivation path within the immortal realm wasn't an easy feat. It was bound to be incredibly difficult, and under such circumstances, experience could offer much less help to Milton Cheney. After some contemplation, Milton Cheney made his choice. That was to continue reincarnating into the immortal realm. This decision was unrelated to his having already reincarnated into the immortal realm once, it was a choice he made after much thought. After all, during the last reincarnation simulation, he was very close to reaching the 8th stage. If the process of his reincarnation simulation had been a bit smoother, he would have already broken through to the realm of immortal beings during the last simulation. Milton Cheney didn't believe that his simulation luck would always be so poor. At that moment, he wasn't lacking in reincarnation simulation counts. With the chance to stack 5 reincarnation simulations into the immortal realm, he still had 2 opportunities left, which was plenty. 2 chances with 5 stacked reincarnations into the immortal realm was essentially equivalent to 10 ordinary reincarnation simulation opportunities. Milton Cheney didn't believe that he could fail to achieve his objective with so many reincarnation simulations. The next moment, Milton Cheney didn't hesitate any longer. His gaze shifted to the reincarnation simulation count column, and simultaneously, his thoughts moved. Reincarnation simulation count, 13. Would you like to begin reincarnation simulation? Begin, stack 5 reincarnation simulation counts. Within the reincarnation space, Milton Cheney's consciousness appeared once again. Ignoring the light points representing other worlds, Milton Cheney's consciousness merged directly with the light cluster representing the immortal realm. After successful reincarnation, Milton Cheney's consciousness plunged into darkness in an instant. He had no idea how much time had passed, perhaps it was just a moment, or maybe countless years. Milton Cheney's consciousness regained clarity once again. However, this wasn't because the reincarnation simulation had truly begun, but because the reincarnation simulation had ended. Inside the reincarnation space, Milton Cheney's consciousness appeared for only a moment before it was expelled from the space. It was another reincarnation simulation that stretched nearly 200 million years from start to finish. If it had been the past Milton Cheney, his state of mind might have been affected somewhat. However, for him at this time, a reincarnation simulation of 200 million years no longer had the slightest impact on his state of mind. Inside the path of transcendence in reality, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. The memories in his mind regained clarity at this moment. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successfully retained simulated memory. Detected that the host will not be affected by reincarnation memories. Simulator memory protection function not activated. Do you wish to activate manually? Detected that the host is a soldier immortal cultivator. Would you like to retain and modify to fit the wizard realm rules? Do not activate memory protection. Retain realm to adapt to wizard realm rules. Without the slightest hesitation, Milton Cheney once again chose to retain the realm he had reached in this world of reincarnation simulation. This time, the breakthrough in the reincarnation simulation had still failed. However, Milton Cheney had now seen the reason for the failure in this reincarnation simulation. It was also fortunate that he had layered 5 reincarnation simulation counts this time, otherwise, he would not even have been able to see the reason for his failure. The strength of consciousness is still lacking. The lifespan cultivation path is different from the ordinary paths of cultivation. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. Indeed, the lack of consciousness strength was the main reason for Milton Cheney's failure to break through to the 8th stage in the reincarnation simulation world. The lifespan cultivation path demands more from one's consciousness than that of the spiritual world cultivation path. Milton Cheney had not been aware of this before, but now he was. To resolve the troubles brought about by consciousness was, in fact, quite simple for Milton Cheney. That was to stack more reincarnation simulation counts. I hope my judgment is not wrong. At this moment, a profound look appeared in Milton Cheney's eyes. If his judgment was correct, then he only needed to combine the last 8 reincarnation simulation counts, that would solve the issue of insufficient consciousness strength. Although the effect would not be as good as stacking 10 counts together, it would definitely be sufficient. But all this presupposed his judgment was correct. If the reason for his failed breakthrough was not due to the strength of his consciousness but some other underlying issue that he had not detected, then even using these last 8 reincarnation simulation counts in combination, his ultimate fate would still be through failure. This would cause him to waste 8 reincarnation simulation counts once again. However, now Milton Cheney could only gamble. Though sunk costs are not regarded as costs, since Milton Cheney had already made his decision, he would not change it lightly. So the next moment, Milton Cheney's gaze once again settled on the pale blue light screen floating before his eyes. His eyes moved to the simulation count section on the light screen. Ignoring other types of simulation counts, Milton Cheney's gaze rested on the reincarnation simulation count. Reincarnation simulation count, 8. Would you like to initiate reincarnation simulation? Initiate, stack 8 reincarnation simulation counts, he said calmly to himself. The 8 reincarnation simulation counts were all that was left of his accrued simulation counts. If he still failed to break through this time, it would not only mean that he had wasted these 8 reincarnation simulation counts, but also that the 10 reincarnation simulation counts he had previously chosen to use to reincarnate into the immortal realm had also been wasted. Altogether, that would be 18 reincarnation simulation counts. For Milton Cheney, this was incredibly precious. Without leaving Milton Cheney too much time to think, the moment the reincarnation simulation started, his consciousness once again emerged within the reincarnation space. The next instant, without any hesitation, Milton Cheney chose to reincarnate into the immortal realm again. His consciousness once again plunged into darkness. Countless years passed. Reincarnation simulation ended. Back in reality, Milton Cheney opened his eyes once more. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successfully retained simulated memory. Detected the host will not be affected by reincarnation memory, simulator memory protection function not activated, activate manually. Detected the host is a soldier immortal cultivator, retain and modify to suit the wizard realm rules. Do not activate memory protection. Retain realm to adapt to wizard realm rules. Without any hesitation, Milton Cheney chose not to activate the memory protection. Even if the long memories from the reincarnation simulation could slightly affect his state of mind. Just as he had anticipated, this time in the reincarnation simulation, he succeeded. Chapter 742. In the realm of transcendence, within reality. The familiar mechanical voice still echoed in his mind. The moment the reincarnation simulation ended, the memories of Milton Cheney's just completed reincarnation simulation gradually became crystal clear. The realms he attained during the reincarnation simulation in the world of immortals were successfully inherited to reality at this moment. Milton Cheney's consciousness was immersed in his spiritual sea. At this moment, he could clearly feel the power that represented the cultivators of the realm of soldier immortals. This was the true realm of immortal beings. Even within the immortal realm only a very small portion of cultivators could achieve this realm. After all, on the longevity immortal path, reaching the immortal human realm was certainly not an easy task. At least for Milton Cheney, it was not simple. In this reincarnation simulation, he had experienced endless hardships before he finally managed to make a breakthrough. In just a moment's time, Milton Cheney's consciousness returned to reality. Back in reality, once his consciousness had returned. Milton Cheney's expression was calm, but a glint of light flashed in the depth of his eyes. Only after expending all his accumulated reincarnation simulation count was he able to break through to the realm of immortals in the immortal realm. But for Milton Cheney, it was definitely worth it. After all, simulation counts can continue to be accumulated, but the enhancement of his realm is indeed an actual benefit to his physical existence in reality. The realm of soldier immortals not only brought about a simple increase in strength. Most importantly, it provided a solid foundation for him to theorize the 8th stage of the wizard immortal cultivation path. Theorizing a path of cultivation is, to begin with, no easy task. All the more so since the wizard immortal cultivation path that Milton Cheney theorized is not a weak one, thus ensuring his journey on this path is destined not to be easy. I didn't expect that in this reincarnation simulation I would actually spend almost 1 billion years in the simulated world. Milton Cheney mused to himself. It must be said that this reincarnation simulation, which was initiated after stacking 8 reincarnation simulation times, was indeed the longest span of time Milton Cheney experienced since obtaining the simulator. Because he successfully achieved a breakthrough to the realm of longevity soldier immortals after reincarnating into the immortal realm, his lifespan in the simulated world increased significantly. He did not end the reincarnation simulation actively. With the realm of immortal beings, Milton Cheney came to understand many secrets within the immortal realm. These hidden pieces of information were not particularly helpful to him at present. After all, as important as the immortal realm was, he was not a native of it. The accumulated reincarnation simulation counts are all now used up. Milton Cheney had no idea when he would reincarnate into the immortal realm next. At least in the near future, he chose not to continue reincarnating into the immortal realm through reincarnation simulation. Different thoughts emerge in succession within his mind. After contemplating for a moment, Milton Cheney suppressed the tumultuous emotions in his heart, no longer dwelling on them. His gaze returned to the light blue light screen floating in front of him. His eyes settled on the familiar simulation count column. At this moment, the simulation counts for both the text simulation times and the reincarnation simulation count had returned to 0. This meant that all the text simulation counts and reincarnation simulation counts that Milton Cheney had accumulated were now used up. No matter how long he spent in the simulations, in reality, not even a month's time had passed since Milton Cheney began using these simulations. If it weren't for his extraordinarily strong mental state, such intense use of simulation times might have led him to become lost. But fortunately, his mental state had become so strong that it was almost unaffected by time, unless the span of time was unbelievably long. But that was nearly impossible. After all, Milton Cheney could choose to end the ongoing simulation if he sensed something was amiss. So that situation would definitely not occur. This might also be the protection that the simulator provided to Milton Cheney. At this time, with a placid expression, Milton Cheney quietly observed the light blue light screen suspended before him. Although both the text simulation and reincarnation simulation counts were used up, he still had accumulated counts for true body simulation and fate simulation that hadn't been used up. Having experienced fate simulation once, Milton Cheney decided to save it for last. So, without hesitation, his gaze stayed on the true body simulation column. There were still a dozen or so true body simulation counts left. Actually, not that many. After all, Milton Cheney had previously accumulated hundreds of text simulation counts, which made the true body simulation count seem not so numerous by comparison. In fact, in Milton Cheney's expectation, the help that true body simulation could provide might not be particularly significant. If he was fortunate, after so many true body simulations, he might be able to theorize the 8th stage of the wizard immortal cultivation path. But to achieve that step is by no means an easy task. Based on his current accumulations, he had the potential to theorize the 8th stage of the wizard immortal cultivation path, but the likelihood of that wasn't particularly high. Because the true body simulation is just an extension of reality. If one seeks to theorize the 8th stage of wizard immortal cultivation in reality, it definitely requires an incredibly long period of time. As for how long specifically, even Milton Cheney could not deduce that. Chapter 743. After all, the wizard immortal cultivation path is much more formidable than the lifespan cultivation path. After pondering for a brief moment, Milton Cheney did not hesitate any longer. With a slight movement of his thought, the light blue light curtain floating in front of him changed. A line of black text emerged from the light curtain. Do you wish to begin true body simulation? Begin. Without hesitation, Milton Cheney decisively initiated the true body simulation. The next moment, apart from the disappearance of the light blue light curtain that represented the simulator before his eyes, the world remained unchanged. However, having undergone countless true body simulations, Milton Cheney was well aware that the simulation had indeed commenced. Within the transcendence path, Milton Cheney's expression was very calm. Although he knew that the true body simulation had started, he was in no rush. He had an ample lifespan, so there was plenty of time for him within this true body simulation. Having acquired understanding of the transcendence path through the text simulation, there was no need for Milton Cheney to deepen his comprehension through this true body simulation. In the true body simulation, there was only one thing he needed to do, which was to deduce the wizard immortal cultivation path as much as possible. For the real Milton Cheney, no matter how many cultivation realms he had inherited from the reincarnation simulation, the wizard immortal cultivation path was still his foundation. To walk the entire transcendence path and become a beyond the horizon, he must continuously deduce the wizard immortal cultivation path he mastered. The wizard immortal cultivation path was both his foundation and the core. Time slowly passed. The true body simulation was nearly indistinguishable from reality, except that one couldn't use the simulator within it. Unbeknownst to him, billions of years had slipped away in the true body simulation. At a certain moment, Milton Cheney's body transformed into light points and dissipated. And the world, too, at this moment, shattered like a glass mirror. The true body simulation had ended. Back in reality, still within the familiar transcendence path, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. The scene before Milton Cheney had undergone a massive change. The Tri-Gorge megacity had vanished from his sight. His perception restored, Milton Cheney's body reappeared at the starting point of the transcendence path. After opening his eyes for a brief moment, Milton Cheney closed them again, his memories becoming exceptionally clear at this instant. By the time he opened his eyes again, all memories had been sorted in his mind. The cluttered and useless memories were concealed by Milton Cheney. The light blue transparent light curtain representing the simulator still floated before his eyes. True body simulation end. Realm, technique, memory have been retained. 2 lines of black text flashed across the light curtain. The familiar mechanical voice sounded again in Milton Cheney's mind. After billions of years, all spent within the transcendence path, the true body simulation had come to an end. This true body simulation was arguably the longest Milton Cheney had undergone since receiving the simulator. It also allowed him to clearly recognize the current limit of his lifespan. Having broken through to the 7th stage limit of a wizard immortal, Milton Cheney was now fully aware of his lifespan limit. It must be said that, compared to other 7th stage cultivators, Milton Cheney's lifespan was definitely much stronger, reaching 1 billion years. However, it was somewhat regrettable that, although the true body simulation spanned a billion years, Milton Cheney had not made significant gains in deducing the wizard immortal cultivation path. This was both normal and abnormal. After all, the true body simulation differed from the text simulation and reincarnation simulation. The reason why one couldn't deduce the wizard immortal cultivation path in the text simulation was straightforward: memories there were incomplete. Attempting to deduce a complete cultivation path, especially one as complex as the wizard immortal cultivation path, with incomplete memories was naturally impossible. The reason the wizard immortal cultivation path couldn't be deduced in the reincarnation simulation was also simple. In the reincarnation simulation, although he possessed all memories, due to the simulator's limitations or the differing world rules, Milton Cheney fundamentally couldn't practice the wizard immortal cultivation path. Even if he could deduce, there was no way to verify. So, whether it was text simulation or reincarnation simulation, Milton Cheney did not waste any time in them. But true body simulation was different. True body simulation was actually tantamount to reality without the simulator. He had all his memories, the simulator set no limits, and he could continue the wizard immortal cultivation path. Under such circumstances, it was actually the most suitable for deducing the wizard immortal cultivation path. Even so, Milton Cheney's harvest from the billions of years in this reincarnation simulation was still very small. The reason for this was simple. It was because the time was too short. Indeed, the key issue lay in the time. Billions of years might seem exceedingly long, but they were utterly insufficient for deducing the wizard immortal cultivation path. After all, just to solve a minor issue on the wizard immortal cultivation path, Milton might need to spend millions or even tens of millions of years. And success was not even guaranteed. Verification required time, and trial and error still needed time. Adding everything together, even billions of years were not enough. Of course, the reason this situation arose was also because Milton's accumulation in this area was very superficial. If he could have accumulated more, then perhaps he wouldn't have needed such a long time, and everything might have fallen into place naturally. But it was precisely because his accumulation was lacking that he needed to slowly grind bit by bit in the true body simulation. Just as I expected, the time required to forcibly deduce the 8th stage wizard immortal cultivation path is undoubtedly very lengthy. In reality, Milton mused to himself. In fact, he had anticipated this situation. No one could have a clearer understanding of his own circumstances than himself. Without pondering for too long, Milton knew very well that to deduce the 8th stage wizard immortal cultivation path through slow and steady grinding, one true body simulation would definitely not reveal anything. At least 3 true body simulations would be needed before one could see anything. Thus, Milton cast aside the stray thoughts in his mind and shifted his gaze back to the light blue light curtain floating before his eyes. On the light curtain, the column indicating the true body simulation count was still suspended there, unchanged. Do you wish to initiate true body simulation? Initiate. Without hesitation, Milton initiated the second true body simulation. The second true body simulation ended quickly. It was followed by the third true body simulation. The fourth, the fifth, the sixth. Milton used up his accumulated true body simulation count, one after another. In the simulation, what he did was simple: he tried to advance as far as possible on the transcendence path and deduce the 8th stage wizard immortal cultivation path. Finally, the 8th true body simulation came to an end. And in reality, Milton once again opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the memories in his mind became incomparably clear. Milton dismissed the various thoughts swirling in his mind. The light blue transparent light curtain representing the simulator still floated in front of his eyes. True body simulation end. Realm, technique, and memory retained. 2 lines of black text flashed across the light curtain. In Milton's mind, the familiar mechanical voice sounded yet again. This marked the end of his 8th true body simulation since initiating it. After 8 consecutive true body simulations, if one were to say that Milton had not gained the slightest bit of insight, that would have been impossible. But to say that he had completely deduced the 8th stage wizard immortal cultivation path was also impossible. The gap doesn't seem particularly wide. If I can continue at this pace without any setbacks, then I should be able to deduce the 8th stage wizard immortal cultivation path after another 12 true body simulations, Milton murmured quietly in his heart. Chapter 744. 8 true body simulations together make up nearly a billion years. With such a long time passing, Milton Cheney naturally had some gains. On the wizard immortal cultivation path, he had already solved several key issues, though not easily, it was through trial and error over time that he finally found solutions. It was admittedly a simplistic method, but for Milton Cheney, this method was the most suitable for him at the time. After all, apart from this method, he had no other ways to make smoother deductions on the wizard immortal cultivation path. This method might be simplistic, but it was indeed a real help in deducing the wizard immortal cultivation path. That was something Milton Cheney could truly feel. At least after experiencing these 8 true body simulations, he no longer doubted whether this method could work for deducing the 8th stage wizard immortal cultivation path. Milton Cheney was certain that as long as the true body simulation count was high enough, the 8th stage wizard immortal cultivation path would inevitably be deduced. In Milton Cheney's estimation, if at this pace, then about 12 more true body simulations would suffice to perfectly deduce the 8th stage wizard immortal cultivation path. This was not exaggeration. Keep in mind that 12 true body simulations, translated into real time, would definitely exceed 1 billion years. Added to the time previously spent on deducing the wizard immortal cultivation path, the total time would nearly be 2 billion years. A normal cultivator could hardly possess such an extensive lifespan. One could say that if the wizard immortal cultivation path were not a path opened by Milton Cheney, then no one would be able to continue deducing this path any further. Cheney, having a simulator, naturally had much more advantages than other cultivators. I only hope no unexpected problems arise in the upcoming true body simulations. Inside the path of transcendence, in reality, Milton Cheney murmured to himself. Perfect deduction of the wizard immortal cultivation path to the 8th stage after 12 true body simulations was merely an ideal state. Because it came with a premise. The premise was that, during the experiences of these 12 true body simulations, he must live to the end of his lifespan each time, without any accidents occurring. Should there be any unexpected situations in any of the true body simulations, he might need an additional simulation, or it could result in the waste of countless years. However, typically, the probability of unexpected situations occurring within true body simulations is very low. Because the experiences within true body simulations can be controlled and replicated, unlike text simulations and reincarnation simulations. This means that if Milton Cheney had one safe experience of true body simulation, then he could replicate the experience from the previous true body simulation in the next session. This was not achievable in reincarnation simulations or text simulations. Text simulation times were filled with randomness, while the timeline for reincarnation into the same world could differ. So this aspect was unique to true body simulations. Nevertheless, even so, Milton Cheney did not dare to slack in the slightest. After all, everything about the future could change at any moment. Perhaps a tiny detail done differently from the previous true body simulation could change the future. With this thought, Milton Cheney no longer dwelled on it. Continuing to ponder these things in reality didn't hold much significance, rather, it was better to keep on completing the remaining accumulated true body simulations. The next moment, Milton Cheney's gaze returned to the light blue light curtain floating before his eyes. The light curtain representing the simulator still hovered in front of him, unfading. As his gaze fixated on the column indicating the true body simulation count and his mind stirred. A line of black characters instantly appeared on the light curtain. Do you wish to initiate true body simulation? Do you wish to enter the previous true body simulation node? Initiate true body simulation, do not enter the previous true body simulation node, he stated without hesitation, and commenced a new round of true body simulation. It was his 9th initiation of true body simulation at this very moment. As for the simulator's prompt on whether to enter the previous true body simulation node, it was of course rejected by Milton Cheney. He didn't need to enter the node from last time. For him, there was only disadvantage and no advantage in doing so, since entering a previous true body simulation node would consume true body simulation counts exponentially, which wouldn't help Milton Cheney. The next moment, true body simulation began. The light blue light curtain that stood for the simulator silently vanished from Milton Cheney's sight as if it had never appeared. With 8 true body simulations already under his belt, Milton Cheney was extremely familiar with what he needed to do within the true body simulation. In almost an instant, his figure had disappeared from the spot. Time slowly passed. The transcendence path within the true body simulation and in the reality had no difference whatsoever. After all, the true body simulation of the simulator was an exact reproduction of everything in reality. People and objects within the simulation were identical to those in reality. As the eons flitted by, hundreds of millions of years passed again. At last, this round of true body simulation ended once more, and the world started to shatter and explode like a mirrored surface. Chapter 745. In reality, within the Transcendence Path, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, the scene before Milton changed dramatically. The familiar environment from the simulation vanished before his eyes, replaced by the environment at the starting point of the Transcendence Path. The instant he opened his eyes, the memories in Milton's mind became incredibly clear. The light blue transparent light curtain representing the simulator still floated in front of him. True body simulation end. Realm, technique, and memory retained. 2 lines of black text flashed across the light screen. The familiar mechanical voice echoed in Milton's mind once again. This was his 9th true body simulation. The simulation went very smoothly, and nothing unexpected occurred. After all, in this true body simulation, Milton had almost exactly replicated his previous true body simulation experience. Except for the progress in the Wizard Immortal Cultivation Path which was different, the rest of the experiences in the true body simulation were nearly identical, and small differences elsewhere did not affect the overall journey of the simulation. One could say that this true body simulation proceeded entirely as Milton had anticipated. If subsequent true body simulations could proceed as smoothly as this one, then it was foreseeable that the 8th stage of the Wizard Immortal Cultivation Path was not so far from his reach. At least the number of true body simulations Milton had accumulated was definitely sufficient. He still had 14 true body simulations left. Even if an unexpected event were to occur during one of the simulations, he would be able to remedy it in time. There is a high probability that nothing unexpected will happen, but if I make a breakthrough to the 8th stage of Wizard Immortal before the simulator is updated, I wonder if it would level up twice in one go. Back in reality, Milton did not immediately commence another true body simulation but contemplated this in his heart. As he had imagined it would. He was making use of the simulation counts he had saved up from before. If he made a breakthrough to the 8th stage of Wizard Immortal before running out of simulation counts, would the simulator then level up by 2 stages at once? This was possible, but Milton himself was not certain whether that would be the case or not. It must be said that not much could pique Milton's curiosity these days. But this idea certainly hooked his curiosity. He was very curious to know, if he indeed made a breakthrough to the 8th stage before using up all his simulation counts, and then used up the remaining counts, would the simulator respond to the 2-stage advancement in his realm by updating twice? Milton did not know, as he had never had the chance to verify this possibility before. After all, he had never accrued such a large number of simulation counts in one go before. This was arguably the best opportunity to test whether the simulator could perform 2 updates at once. At this thought, Milton gradually suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his heart. Merely contemplating it held little significance. To truly test his theory, he would have to wait until he could make the breakthrough. Even if he could deduce the realm of the 8th stage in the Wizard Immortal Cultivation Path, it was not certain that Milton could reach the 8th stage realm quickly. The next moment, without giving it any further thought, Milton's gaze returned to the light blue light screen that continued to float before his eyes. True body simulation count, 14. Initiate true body simulation. Enter the previous true body simulation node. Initiate true body simulation, do not enter the previous true body simulation node. Without the slightest hesitation, Milton initiated a new true body simulation, the 10th such simulation that he had started in this short time. As the simulation started, the scene before Milton's eyes did not change. The only change was the disappearance of the light curtain representing the simulator. In the true body simulation, Milton would do only one thing, continue to deduce the 8th stage Wizard Immortal Cultivation Path. As for other matters, at least for now, he would not attend to them. Being indecisive was not part of Milton's character. Since Milton had resolved to first deduce the Wizard Immortal Cultivation Path up to the 8th stage, he would not let anything else delay him in the true body simulation until he had done so. The next moment, Milton did not stay in the starting region of the Transcendence Path any longer. To deduce the Wizard Immortal Cultivation Path, this was not the best place. The 10th true body simulation had ended smoothly, and following that, the 11th, 12th, and 13th. One true body simulation after another was utilized by Milton Cheney. The Wizard Immortal Cultivation Path deduced by Milton Cheney gradually encountered its ultimate bottleneck. Within the realm of reality, on the Transcendence Path. True body simulation end. Realm, techniques, and memories retained. The light screen flashed with 2 lines of black text. In Milton Cheney's mind, the familiar mechanical voice sounded once again. This marked the 20th time his true body simulation had concluded since he initiated the first simulation. After a total of 20 true body simulations, Milton Cheney's deductions on the Wizard Immortal cultivation path were now reaching the final stage. In his expectations, he had thought it possible to completely deduce the path leading to the 8th stage of Wizard Immortal in this session of true body simulation. Regrettably, his prediction proved incorrect. If all his previous expectations were accurate, then at the critical bottleneck from the 7th stage to the 8th stage, he had misjudged the time. 12 true body simulations may not be enough, but 14 should undoubtedly suffice. Breaking through this bottleneck should not be difficult. The path from the 7th to the 8th stage is not as treacherous as the one from the 6th to the 7th stage, he reflected. Back in reality, Milton Cheney quietly mused to himself. Indeed, compared to his breakthrough from the 6th to the 7th stage, deducing the path from the 7th to the 8th stage was time-consuming, but not difficult. The extensive time invested was simply due to Milton Cheney's trial and error, hence the slow progress. If he had known everything from the start, then setting aside the time spent on trial and error, perhaps the duration of a single true body simulation would have been sufficient. At this moment, Milton Cheney had pushed the deductions of the Wizard Immortal cultivation path to the limit of the 7th stage. It can be said that just one small step forward would lead to the path of the 8th stage Wizard Immortal. However, that one small step demanded at least 100 million years of elapsed time. Without the simulator, completing this step would be near impossible for Milton Cheney. After all, his natural lifespan wasn't even close to that duration. Fortunately, Milton Cheney possessed the simulator. He wouldn't have reached this realm without it. The next moment, Milton Cheney cast aside the stray thoughts in his heart. His gaze refocused on the simulator's light screen in front of him. True body simulation count, 3. Initiate true body simulation. Enter the last true body simulation node. Initiate the true body simulation, do not enter the previous true body simulation node. Without a moment's hesitation, Milton Cheney once again initiated the true body simulation. This was his 21st accumulated true body simulation, and it was the critical one that would determine whether he could break through to the 8th stage Wizard Immortal before he ran out of simulation counts. After all, he had only 3 simulation counts remaining. If he succeeded in deducing within 2 simulation counts, then the remaining final true body simulation would be enough to support his cultivation to the 8th stage Wizard Immortal realm. But if 2 simulation counts weren't enough, then he would be unable to break through to the 8th stage Wizard Immortal before the simulation counts were expended. Once, twice. The 2 true body simulations passed quickly and slowly. The quickness stemmed from the fact that no matter how long the years passed in the simulation, it was but a moment in reality. And the slowness was simple to explain. Although it was an instant in reality, within the simulation, Milton Cheney truly experienced hundreds of millions of years. Thankfully, it was all worth it. Because Milton Cheney had succeeded. Chapter 746. In reality, within the Transcendence path, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. The scene before Milton had changed dramatically at that moment. The familiar environment from the simulation had vanished before his eyes, replaced by the appearance of the starting point of the Transcendence path. The moment he opened his eyes, the memories in Milton's mind became exceptionally clear. The light blue transparent light curtain representing the simulator still hovered before his eyes. True body simulation end. Realm, technique, and memory retained. 2 lines of black text flashed across the light curtain. In Milton's mind, the familiar mechanical voice sounded once again. At this moment, even though Milton's realm had not changed and was still at the limit of the 7th stage Wizard Immortal realm, he had completely deduced the path of the 8th stage of the Wizard Immortal cultivation path. Just as he had predicted, these 2 true body simulations allowed Milton to successfully deduce the Wizard Immortal cultivation path up by 1 stage. The 8th stage of the Wizard Immortal is now within reach, Milton mused softly in his heart. At this time, he was indeed in a good mood, because after the deduction of the Wizard Immortal cultivation path was completed, he still had 1 chance for true body simulation left. This last opportunity for true body simulation could allow him to elevate his realm once more. The next moment, Milton stopped pondering. He suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind and refocused his gaze on the light blue light curtain floating before him. True body simulation count, 1. Do you wish to start the true body simulation? Yes. Without any hesitation, Milton resolutely activated the last remaining count of his accumulated true body simulations. More than 20 true body simulation counts had now dwindled down to the last one, but it was all worth it. Breaking through to the 8th stage Wizard Immortal Realm before using up all the true body simulation counts was definitely a significant gain for Milton. The next moment, the true body simulation started. The light blue transparent light curtain representing the simulator also disappeared from Milton's sight. During this true body simulation, Milton no longer needed to spend a vast amount of time deducing the Wizard Immortal cultivation path. He simply needed to cultivate in silence. A lifespan of over 100 million years was sufficient to sustain his cultivation to the 8th stage Wizard Immortal Realm. After all, the path had already been cleared, what he needed to do was to cultivate methodically to the 8th stage Wizard Immortal Realm. For Milton, this was an absolutely effortless task. To achieve this step was definitely not difficult. At least, in Milton's deduction, a single true body simulation was already enough. However, to prevent any unexpected events, Milton activated his figure and left his original location. The starting point of the Transcendence path wasn't really a particularly safe place, at least not the most suitable location for Milton to cultivate. After all, it provided no shelter for Milton. Within the Transcendence path, there were large cities with natural sanctuaries, which were the most suitable places for Milton to cultivate. In reality, Milton hadn't changed locations because he had just arrived at the Transcendence path and so wasn't in a hurry. But it was different in the true body simulation. Milton was, after all, aiming to reach the 8th stage Wizard Immortal Realm in this simulation, so not a moment could be wasted. Fortunately, the nearest large city could be reached quickly, and thereafter he could dedicate all his time to cultivating the Wizard Immortal cultivation path. Time waits for no one and so it continued to pass. Before he realized it, 120 million years had gone by. At a certain moment, Milton, who was cultivating, seemed to sense something. There was a sudden look of astonishment on his face, but in the next instant, his expression returned to one of calm. A short while later, his body gradually began to change. This transformation was immense. At least the changes that were visible on the outside were already clear and evident. "I've succeeded," Milton said to himself, feeling the changes in his body. He was somewhat moved. He had to admit that his deduction had been somewhat idealized. During this true body simulation, he had spent almost all his time cultivating. The last time he had cultivated so intensively was during the simulation when he reincarnated in the spiritual world. At other times, whether in reality or in true body simulation, he would not cultivate continuously for such an extended period. Luckily, he succeeded in the final stretch this time. 120 million years. If he had not succeeded now, then in another 2 million years, his lifespan would have reached its end. Then he wouldn't have been able to break through to the 8th stage Wizard Immortal Realm before all the true body simulation counts were used up, but thankfully the outcome was positive. The 8th stage Wizard Immortal, a very powerful force, Milton murmured, feeling the energy stored within him. He had to say, the Wizard Immortal cultivation path, deduced after consuming 20 true body simulations, truly did not disappoint him. The power controlled by the 8th stage Wizard Immortal, whether compared to cultivators of the 8th spirit realm or soldier immortal cultivators, was indeed stronger. It can be said that the power of the 8th stage Wizard Immortal was the strongest force controlled by Milton at the moment. Although he was still within the true body simulation, Milton was well aware that the power he controlled in the simulation would be entirely retained and reflected in reality once the true body simulation ended. Chapter 747. This also means that the realm of the 8th stage Wizard Immortal is inevitably going to be retained in reality. Moreover, after the breakthrough to the 8th stage Wizard Immortal realm, the benefits are far more than just these. Let's not talk about the distant future. The mere significant increase in lifespan would extend the duration of this true body simulation by hundreds of millions of years. Milton Cheney naturally could not continue cultivation in these hundreds of millions of years. Milton would use this time to understand more information about the path of transcendence, as his previous progress on the path of transcendence was limited by his lifespan. But now, this situation would no longer occur. After the breakthrough to the 8th stage Wizard Immortal realm, his lifespan has vastly increased. At the 7th stage Wizard Immortal realm, his lifespan limit was 122 million years. Now, having just broken through to the 8th stage Wizard Immortal realm, he could sense that his lifespan limit had already reached 480 million years. With such a lengthy period, there were countless things he could do. Understanding this, Milton Cheney no longer dwelled on it, and the chaotic thoughts in his mind were hidden away. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another few 100 million years passed. The passage of hundreds of millions of years seemed to have little effect on Milton Cheney. At one moment, at a certain place on the path of transcendence, Milton clearly sensed changes in his body. He was not unfamiliar with this change, as it meant that his lifespan in this true body simulation had come to an end. The next instant, his body dissipated into specks of light. Consciousness completely sank into darkness, and the world also shattered apart. True body simulation ended. In reality, within the familiar path of transcendence, Milton slowly opened his eyes. The scene before Milton had undergone a tremendous change. The familiar scenery of the path of transcendence had vanished from his sight. Consciousness was no longer trapped in darkness, and perception was restored. Milton's body also reappeared at the starting point of the path of transcendence. After opening his eyes for a moment, Milton slowly closed them again, perceiving the memories in his mind at this time. At this moment, memories also became crystal clear after consciousness was restored. By the time he opened his eyes again, all the memories in his mind had been sorted through. The messy and useless thoughts were hidden by Milton. The light blue transparent light curtain, representing the simulator, still hovered before his eyes. True body simulation end. Realm, technique, and memory retained. 2 lines of black text flashed across the light screen. In Milton's mind, the familiar mechanical voice rang out again. This true body simulation had spanned a full 500 million years. This could be said to be the longest true body simulation Milton had experienced since he acquired the simulator. It also informed him clearly of his current lifespan limit. 500 million years, that was his lifespan limit after breaking through to the 8th stage wizard immortal realm. Such an extensive lifespan limit was something the past Milton wouldn't even dare to imagine. There was a time when he fretted over a few years or even a decade. Back then he could never have imagined that one day he would possess a lifespan of 500 million years. The enhancements Milton acquired after breaking through to the 8th stage wizard immortal realm were not just in the aspect of lifespan. An increase in realm often entails an all-around enhancement. What's more, Milton's cultivation was the wizard immortal cultivation path. The wizard immortal cultivation path was a path Milton had deduced by combining several cultivation methods. To say, with each increase in realm, Milton's enhancements were comprehensive. The next moment, Milton temporarily hid the light blue light curtain representative of the simulator, and his consciousness delved slightly into the spiritual sea. In the depths of his spiritual sea, the familiar wizard realm was floating there. After becoming Milton's witch immortal divine land, it had always been within his spiritual sea. Before his breakthrough in realm, there was no change to his witch immortal divine land. But now, the witch immortal divine land had become somewhat different. It had become vaster, and the quintessence of the world seemed to have undergone some unique changes. To put it simply, the witch immortal divine land now had a higher potential than the former wizard realm. Within the witch immortal divine land, all cultivators had now converted to the wizard immortal cultivation path. There were also a number of 7th stage wizard immortals. If the former limit of the wizard realm was the 7th stage, then the current limit of the witch immortal divine land has increased to the 8th stage. Of course, even so, advancing to an 8th stage realm was by no means an easy task. Even if Milton provided the 8th stage wizard immortal cultivation method, very few could cultivate to that realm. Of course, Milton still hoped that there could be more high-ranking cultivators within his witch immortal divine land. After all, in that case, his own power could be even better. After observing the witch immortal divine land within the spiritual sea, Milton's consciousness withdrew from the spiritual sea and returned once more to reality. In reality, Milton, whose consciousness had returned, summoned the light screen representing the simulator again. At this time, whether text simulation or reincarnation simulation, or true body simulation, all the accrued simulation counts were already used up. But the simulator still had no update signal. If it wasn't for the fact that the simulator had already been updated to the highest level, then the issue could only be with the fate simulation. Chapter 748. Text simulations, reincarnation simulations, and true body simulation counts had all been used up. However, there were still a few fate simulation counts that remained unused. Now, verifying whether the simulator had updated to the highest level was simple, by using up the remaining fate simulation counts. If, after using up all the accumulated fate simulation counts, the simulator still had not begun to update, there would only be one reason for this: the simulator's update had already reached the highest level. Although Milton Cheney thought the likelihood was extremely small, before the update of the simulator, any possibility existed. So, the next moment, Milton Cheney's gaze once again settled on the light blue light curtain representing the simulator. Text simulation times, 0. Reincarnation simulation count, 0. True body simulation count, 0. Fate simulation count, 4. Qualifying conditions to start fate simulation met. Would you like to begin? Among all the types of simulations, only 4 counts remain for the fate simulation. As he looked at the prompts on the light curtain, Milton Cheney felt slightly moved inside. The counts for the other 3 simulation types had already been cleared to 0 by Milton Cheney. Now, all the simulation counts he had accumulated were the 4 from the fate simulation. If Milton's conjecture was correct, and if he could use up all 4 accumulated fate simulation counts, the simulator should be able to start its upgrade smoothly. The next moment, Milton no longer dwelled on these thoughts. With a thought, he mused to himself, initiate fate simulation embroidery. The moment the thought to initiate the fate simulation arose in Milton's mind, everything went dark before his eyes. At that moment, it was as if his senses had been blocked. Yet his consciousness still functioned normally. This novel sensation was not new to Milton Cheney, so at this moment, he felt no other emotions arising. Fate simulation embroidery begins, detecting 78,621 fate lines associated with the host. Successfully attached to fate line number 17, fate simulation initiation complete, wishing the host a pleasant experience. The next moment, Milton Cheney, whose senses had been sealed, suddenly perceived 2 voices rising within his soul. After the 2 voices had sounded, his consciousness also fell silent. Time passed, perhaps a year, or maybe countless years. At this point, Milton Cheney's consciousness lay in a prolonged silence. Time had no meaning for him at that moment. As Milton, fully enshrouded in darkness, couldn't perceive the normal passage of time. Of course, his consciousness would not remain in the darkness forever. As the years passed, Milton's consciousness gradually awoke from its slumber. Just like after the initiation of the last fate simulation, at a certain moment, a vast flood of memories appeared in his mind. Without any warning, the memories suddenly appeared in Milton's mind. Of course, the speed at which Milton processed these memories this time was much quicker than before. Although these memories were vast compared to his original memories, Milton was different from last time. As time slowly elapsed, these unfamiliar memories became clearer in Milton's mind. Fully digesting these memories was not an easy task for Milton, but it was not particularly difficult either. At least while digesting these memories, he didn't feel any discomfort. Just like the last fate simulation. After the recovery of his consciousness this time, he could still clearly sense that he had taken over someone else's body. The surplus memories in his mind were also gradually being digested by him. A moment later, Milton Cheney reopened his eyes and carefully surveyed the surrounding environment. He was currently sitting cross-legged in a grand hall, and there was no one else in the hall besides him. The ancient bronze hall was enveloped in a thin mist, and it was very quiet all around without any sound. Path of Transcendence, the master of the 27th hall. In his heart, Milton Cheney felt a mild sense of amazement, but did not feel shocked. After all, this wasn't his first time experiencing a fate simulation. Though the identity of the person he had attached to this time was also exaggerated, it was actually not as grand as the one in his last fate simulation. After digesting all the memories, Milton Cheney was now well aware of the identity of the body he occupied. The person he had attached to was very powerful, and Milton was still far from such an existence. First Universe, Scion of Household 78, Master of the 27th Hall of the Path of Transcendence's Inspecting Cabinet, a cultivator at the 15th layer of Sequenced 78, Milton Cheney whispered to himself. Indeed, this was his identity in this fate simulation. One might say if he could retain the realm after the fate simulation ended, he would be able to soar to the heavens in reality. But having already gone through a fate simulation once, Milton was clear that this was impossible. After the fate simulation ended, he would indeed gain some rewards, but they would be in the form of memories rather than advancements in his realm. This fate simulation is somewhat different from the last one, he murmured, sensing the powerful forces contained within the body. While some memories from his last fate simulation had become vague in his mind, key memories had been retained by the simulator for Milton. Chapter 749. He remembered very clearly. In the previous fate simulation, the cultivation he inhabited practiced the laws of the universe, following the path of universe cultivators. But this time, it was clearly different. In this fate simulation, although the one he inhabited also held the status of a disciple from a sequence family, the cultivation practiced was not the universe law, but the pure sequence law. The path he took was that of sequence cultivation, not the universe cultivation path. Moreover, within the memories Milton Cheney retained this time, he could not find any related to the individual he had inhabited in the last simulation. There was no existence of that individual in the current path of transcendence. However, he had some memories related to the sequence 21st family. This also meant that the existence he inhabited in this fate simulation probably didn't belong to the same era as the one from his last simulation. The path of sequence cultivation seems to be somewhat weaker, Milton Cheney murmured to himself after he carefully sensed his realm. Reaching the 15th layer on the 78th path of sequence would likely be comparable to the 15th stage of a universe cultivator. But in Milton Cheney's perception, the power he possessed at the 15th layer of the sequence was far less than that of a 15th stage universe cultivator. These comparisons seemed somewhat one-sided, though. After all, the focuses of each cultivation path were different. Perhaps the 15th layer of the 78 sequence could not compare to the 15th stage of universe cultivators in terms of power, but it remained to be seen which was stronger or weaker in other respects. Milton Cheney in reality was far too distant from such a realm. It was beyond his comprehension. Even though he retained the original host's memories, he was still somewhat unfamiliar with both paths of cultivation. The related memories were simply too vast. Milton Cheney had only managed to retain them in his mind, not fully comprehended every one of them. In other words, all the original memories of this body had been transformed into books placed in Milton Cheney's mind. Among these endless books representing memories, Milton Cheney had only perused a portion of them. The content contained in the vast majority of the remaining books had not been browsed by him. If Milton Cheney wanted to assimilate all the memories, he would need at least hundreds of billions of years. One could imagine how enormous this torrent of memory was. The Spirit Dragon Sequence, hey. Having briefly understood some memories about the sequence cultivation path he controlled, Milton Cheney mused to himself. The path of sequence cultivation his body practiced was named the Spirit Dragon Sequence. By reaching the highest realm, one could transform into a spirit dragon and ascend to beyond the horizon. It could be said that this was a cultivation path that led directly beyond the horizon. The path of sequence cultivation also had another name, which was the Beyond the Horizon cultivation path. Of the 99 existing sequences in the first universe, all could ascend beyond the horizon at their pinnacle. The Spirit Dragon Sequence was one of them. The founder of the Spirit Dragon Sequence was the 78th individual to ascend beyond the horizon through the sequence path in the entire universe, holding a high status within the universe. He also was the ancestor of the 78th sequence family of the first universe. Although there were many cultivators who practiced this sequence, aside from the ancestor, no one else had ascended beyond the horizon through it. The original owner of the body Milton Cheney inhabited was one individual within the 78th sequence family of the first universe, aside from the ancestor, who was most likely to ascend beyond the horizon. At this thought, Milton Cheney suddenly discovered a commonality in his fate simulations. This was a commonality he found in the few fate simulations he had undergone. That was, the beings he inhabited in these simulations seemed to be those with highly talented gifts. This kind of extraordinary talent wasn't like Milton Cheney's feigned highly talented nature. Rather, it was that of truly exaggerated talent on the cultivation path. Be it the individual from the last fate simulation or this one. When their cultivation talents were placed within the entire universe, they could be considered outstanding. All had the talent to ascend beyond the horizon. Such existences were probably scarce within an era throughout the entire universe. If once could be a coincidence, then the occurrence of this in two fate simulations could not simply be considered chance. Of course, it might also be merely that Milton Cheney was incredibly lucky. If the next fate simulation he experienced was still like this, then it would definitely not be a coincidence. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 230 million years elapsed. Within the 27 grand halls, Milton Cheney sat cross-legged in the center of the grand hall. Compared to 230 million years ago, he seemed not to have moved at all. For Milton Cheney at this moment, even 100 million years was extremely brief. Throughout these years, Milton Cheney did nothing but silently assimilate the memories in his mind. With the gradual digestion of memories, he gained many insights. Fate simulation indeed operated in a unique way, just as he had anticipated. Like in the previous simulation, while he could control his body, there were times when his body would move on its own. Even Milton Cheney couldn't completely control this body. Chapter 750. Bodies sometimes operate along specific trajectories. Milton Cheney had anticipated this situation long ago. If he couldn't be sure during the last fate simulation, by now he was certain. That was after he possessed this body, the original owner's consciousness still existed. It seemed that they were not in the same dimension, and therefore Milton Cheney could not perceive the existence of the original consciousness. But the inability to perceive it didn't mean it didn't exist. At least Milton Cheney believed that another person's consciousness definitely existed within this body. And that consciousness was the original owner of the body. Of course, Milton Cheney wasn't surprised to discover these things. After all, this wasn't his first experience with fate simulation. He no longer cared about so much and still treated this fate simulation as a unique experience. Because whenever he wished, he could end this fate simulation at any time. Moreover, no matter how strange the fate simulation was, after all, it was just a simulation. Because of his trust in the simulator, Milton Cheney felt that no matter what, the simulator was unlikely to cause him any harm. This was also the reason why Milton Cheney was not in a hurry. You should know that it takes 100 years to accumulate a single fate simulation, which is the most precious simulation count he has at this stage. Milton Cheney would not willingly end this fate simulation without good reason. Moreover, Milton Cheney also wanted to know what his body would eventually do. After all, during the last fate simulation, the body he possessed chose to ascend to beyond the horizon, and even regained control over the body in the final moments of ascension. Although those experiences didn't offer Milton Cheney any noticeable help, the improvements in his state of mind had already greatly benefited him. Milton Cheney felt that there was a reason he appeared here due to the fate simulation. But what exactly was the reason? Perhaps only after he experienced enough fate simulations would he gradually discern an answer. Time flowed gently, and in the blink of an eye, 300 million years passed by. At a certain moment, Milton Cheney's perspective suddenly shifted from the first person to third person. In that instant, he lost control over his body, but his consciousness still existed. It seemed he had shifted from being a direct participant to being an observer. For Milton Cheney within this fate simulation, this was not the first time he had experienced such a sensation, so he felt no surprise. Not just in this fate simulation. Even in the last fate simulation, this was not an infrequent occurrence. Without a single thought arising in his heart, Milton Cheney silently observed the changes in the external world from this third-person view. Moments later, a faint thought arose in Milton Cheney's heart. Is this body also choosing to ascend to beyond the horizon? But how is that possible? This body is only at the 77th series at the 15th stage, it doesn't seem possible to even have the qualifications to ascend without reaching the 16th stage limit, right? Milton Cheney was somewhat puzzled. At this moment, he indeed had some confusion. Ascending to beyond the horizon was never an easy task, nor was it something one could succeed at by luck alone. Even if this body could cultivate to the extreme of the 77th series at the 16th stage, the likelihood of failure was enormous. Let alone forcing an ascension. That would definitely result in 100% failure, with no other possibilities. Because there was never any forcing when it came to ascending beyond the horizon. If this body was to normally attempt ascension, whether successful or not, it would provide great insight to Milton Cheney. But if it was a forced ascension, then there would be no benefit for Milton Cheney at all. Even an elevation of the state of mind would be impossible. What help could there be in something destined to fail? At this time, Milton Cheney was not just puzzled, he was also very curious as to why the body would choose to do this. Such an act resembling suicide, wasn't it a waste of the countless years of cultivation it had undergone? Having access to all the memories of this body, Milton Cheney was very clear about the requirements for ascending beyond the horizon. What he understood clearly, the original owner must be aware of as well. But why make such a choice? Milton Cheney found it incomprehensible. If the original owner continued cultivating step by step, reaching the extreme of the 77th series at the 16th stage was absolutely possible. It would just take more time, that's all. But such time was nothing compared to what the original owner had already experienced. Although doubts and confusions whirled in Milton Cheney's mind, he had now lost control of the body and thus couldn't change anything. The original owner's realm was far too distant from him. So what the original owner was thinking, Milton Cheney couldn't fathom. Time continued to ebb away, and Milton Cheney's perception of the world remained. Inside the Great Hall, Milton Cheney was the only one present. At this moment, an indescribable power surrounded him, a force that seemed to want to shatter the very space around him. A moment later, Milton Cheney was startled. No, this isn't an ascension to beyond the horizon, this is to discard the cultivation of the 15th stage in Series 77 to cultivate the universal path of cultivation. Milton Cheney was shaken.